We're starting in a moment, folks. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. And of course, it seems like I got a little problem with my system here. For those who are unaware, our entire computer system crashed last week, Saturday. That was April 5th. Completely dead. Thank you, Windows 11. And, I'm sorry. Used to my camera being over to my right. And so the entire system was dead, and we had to take it into the shop, get it redone, so that we would be able to correct everything. Now, that was a problem, obviously. And we had to fix that. And it did not fix. Oh, great. So everything that I had set up in terms of the date and the information did not save. We are actually on episode 14. And I will have to correct that at some point after the show. Because right now it's saying that it's episode 12. It's actually episode 14. So I will fix that in just a second here. Bear with me. And it's April 13th. Bear with me. It's the technical stuff that we got to get fixed. All right. So it's never enough. All right. There. We'll just do that for now. All right. So we have to update everything. I apologize because technology has not been our friend in the last week. That being said, we're going to do our very best to keep everything up to date for you and let you know what's going on. So for those that this is the first time to see our channel, we want to, oh, damn it. Again, wrong camera. I want you to know that we welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. We want you to know we do long-form political commentary, and every week we do this because we believe in free speech. We believe in your right to be involved and know about the politics that are affecting your life, both across the pond and here in the United States, wherever you may be. We have an international audience, and we believe that every member of our audience, everyone across the world, have a right to speak about the issues that affect each and every one of us every single day. So whether your government agrees, whether the internet overlords like it or not, we are going to always support free speech and speak with you as often as we can. And we've been doing it now for 8 years. This is season 7, episode 14. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here with us throughout this entire process. Now, with that said, I do want to jump in and let everyone know. Last week was my birthday, and I did a birthday live stream, something that I do every year. And for those of you who jumped in and you helped to support my birthday, I appreciate you. We went 12 hours, 21 minutes long. I know YouTube cuts off part of that, but on Restream, on Rumble, you will see that we did the full 12 hours and 21 minutes, and it was really great. We had over 400 comments from people speaking throughout the entire day. We had a whole, I think, half a dozen guests that joined us, and we were raising money for the Jericho Project, something that I think is very important and something that we stand behind wholeheartedly. Now, during that stream, and I'll show you right now, which, here we go. As you can see, since I just got back my computer, I am in the middle of resetting all my equipment. So if the screen looks a little different, as the sound is a little different, that's the reason why. Please let me know if the sound is off at all. But as you can see, after YouTube took its cut, we were able to raise $271 and some change. YouTube took out a little more than 34% of all donations that we had received. That's a big cut. Definitely had an impact. So that left us with $178.85 of that. And we did promise that we would donate $4.68, representing my birthday, for 4668, that we would take $4.68 out of every $10 that we were able to raise and donate that to the Jericho Project. Right now, I am waiting for the funds to clear from YouTube, but as it stands at this moment, including donations that we have received over on PayPal directly, we raised about $321 in total for the Jericho, for my birthday and the Jericho Project. I promised that we would do this on the total raised, our donation, not the net amount that you can see in front of you, but the total, which means that we will be giving a check for $150 to the Jericho Project based on money that we received from YouTube, from PayPal direct payments. We hope that Patreon will also be able to kick in a little bit. And if anyone purchases any clothing from our... Oh, I do sound fine. Thank you, Grace. If anyone does purchase any of the clothing items, then again, $4.68 from every $10 that we raise there will be donated to the Jericho Project. So we're looking forward to that. But we guarantee, and let me type that in so it's in writing as well as me saying it. Give me 1 second as I type this out. So that it is in writing as well as just me saying it to you. We are going to be donating at the end of this month $150 minimum to the Jericho Project. That leaves about $21, $25 that's going to be used from the donations everyone made, that we're going to use to get the Dune MMO, which will be coming out in May. I think it's May 20th. And I'll be live streaming that on the Old Man Voss channel. So you'll be able to see me play that game. That's based on donations from my birthday. So $150 going to the Jericho Project, about $25 going towards the Dune MMO. The rest of the money was taken by YouTube itself. And that's because everyone was able to do Super Chats, Rumble Rants, donations to PayPal directly. I appreciate each and every person, and I will have a final video on that as soon as possible. But I just wanted to let you all know exactly what happened from last week to today, how much money we raised, how much money was taken by YouTube, how much money is going to be donated to the Jericho Project to help the homeless, to help veterans, to help families in need, especially in these difficult times. We've been in a recession since August 2022. I know exactly how it feels. I've been homeless myself, as I talked about during our live stream on Sunday, my birthday live stream, and we're living up to our word. You made the donation. We're going to give that money to the Jericho Project. So thank you, everyone, and a round of applause and my great thanks to everyone who donated on my birthday live stream for the Jericho Project. I appreciate it. As you may guess, my computer, which I have now gotten, I just got it on Friday. I've been reinstalling all of my software, trying to get everything fixed, which we have not completed yet. I lost over 200 gigabytes of data, mostly applications and programs that I use to run the show, to do the editing, sound, and all of that. That's not complete. That money, about $200, was not from the donations. That was out of my pocket. I'm going to be eating some peanut butter for the rest of the month. Doesn't matter. But computer's been fixed, mostly, and we are moving forward from there. So I just wanted to let everyone know about that. So computer's fixed, donations set in place. We are moving forward. I thank each and every one of you. With that said, I should also mention that this week we were, well, that's a lot bigger than I thought it was. Okay, let me put it like, well, that's all right. I'll leave it. Well, no. Sorry. Nothing is set the way that I want it to be right now. So again, I'm resetting the entire computer. But as you can see on the screen, earlier this week on Tuesday, I was able to speak with a Bronx candidate, Tariq Goodman, and we were able to have a one-on-one conversation of why this 33-year-old father of a 2-year-old has decided that he wants to run for elected office. We had some fun conversation, and we had some very serious conversation about what his motivations were and why he is running in elected office in 2025, what he plans to try and do to help people with the housing, the New York City housing, to help people prepare for their families to have a better life, including for his own daughter. It was really great. It was a great conversation. I was doing that off of my cell phone because my computer was down at the time, and yet we did it anyway. Show must go on. We did the whole show on my cell phone, and I think it came across very well. So I want you to know about that. You can check that out. Again, it's my interview with Tariq Goodman, who is running in the Bronx, and that's really positive, and I wanted to help share that. In addition, you may recall, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, Elise Stefanik stepped down, voluntarily stepped down from being UN ambassador. And that's so that she could go back to the New York 21st District, where she's the representative of, and to retake her seat to help Republicans maintain their majority in the House. Now, at the time, we mentioned to you, it was a little bit more than that there was something else going on, that she didn't step down from being ambassador to the UN for the United States just so she could protect Republicans and their majority in the House. I told you that there was something else happening, and we now have additional comments coming out as of April 7th. About a week after we initially broke that news, said, no, we know why she stepped down, and I do. I have my sources understand why she stepped down from the ambassadorship. It had nothing to do with maintaining the Republicans' position in the House. She is looking for something else. There's a favor that the Trump administration owes to her, and we believe that we know exactly what that reason is. Now, I'm going to wait until we get a little bit more news. So far, there's only about one other source. This is coming from the Empire Report. They're the only other people besides this channel that believe we have the information. And by the way, I do not speak to the Empire Report. I don't know Kenneth Lovett. I haven't spoken to him. He's a reporter. I don't know any of his sources. My own independent sources have come to information that he now has confirmed separately, and we believe we know exactly what she's going to be doing, what the deal was for Elise Stefanik to step down. But I will wait until Elise Stefanik makes a little bit more news about that, when she talks about that a little bit more, and we see the rest of the mainstream media really jumping in on that. Just understand, I know exactly what's going to be happening. I'm almost absolutely guaranteed. And I believe, if I am correct about what Elise Stefanik will be doing in 2026, if I am correct, then what we will see is I have an idea of what is going to be the deciding factor, what's going to make the difference in New York State for Republicans, Democrats, Libertarians, the third party candidates. I'll reveal that secret and that pathway forward for New York State when we hear Elise Stefanik talk a little bit more about the news that is coming out, that she is not denying about possibly a governor's run, about why she stepped down from being UN ambassador. So that's something only the audience of this program have been aware of. We told you 2 weeks ago that we knew what the answer was. We put that out on Twitter. We verified, or as best as we could, verified the rumor. It's still in rumor status, but we believe it's being confirmed, and we think we know what the path forward will be. Okay. That being said, let's move on. What you see, we always like to start off the show talking about what's happening internationally and how it's affecting the United States. Then we go into the domestic and talk about how the United States is affecting the rest of the world. Now, in this case, the United States has really, really missed a bullet. Because I want you to understand, if we had Kamala Harris, if the Democrats, whether Joe Biden and Kamala Harris had taken power, if they were able to still be in control, we would still have DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, dominating the United States government, controlling the way we speak, the way people work, the way people are hired. It would be devastating to our nation. And where does that lead? That kind of mentality, where does it take the people? Well, we would be more and more like Europe. I mean, that's been something that we've seen Democrats have been trying to get. They have used the example of the EU and England, even in Canada, saying the United States has to be more and more like them. We have to be more and more diverse. We have to have more equity, which is not the same thing as equality. In fact, equity is the opposite of equality. It's not that we're all equal. It's that you are ranked in a priority arbitrarily made by maybe a politician, actually, we don't know who makes these equity lists that suddenly determine that because of your characteristics, your color of skin, your gender, your sexual preference, your sexual identification, all of these insignificant factors, they rank you on how important you are, because it's all about the check boxes for the Democratic Party at this time. And what you'll see is, where does that lead? Well, we have an example, because in the United Kingdom, in England, we see that they still do have DEI. They are obsessed with equity in the United Kingdom. And this is where the United States would have gone. This is where the Democrats and the progressives have been trying to push the United States over and over. What you see on the screen, and I'm going to play the audio. I think the audio will play. I want you to see what our potential future could be under Democrats and progressives, to make it clear. So this older gentleman, a retiree it looks like, he was talking to someone, and the police were notified of his conversation with someone else. Now, this man, who is on the right-hand side of the screen, as you can see him here. He's a little bit older. He's partially deaf. He can't hear well. He has great difficulty hearing. And there's 2 police officers that had to come over to speak with him. Now, I'm going to play this whole thing so you can see it. This is now the conversation in the United Kingdom. They now have to have a conversation about the insanity of their laws, because they do not have the freedom of speech. This is what the progressive movement will get you. This is what the Democratic push to the left will get you. There is no such thing as freedom of speech. You don't get to speak openly and honestly. And so I want you to see, this is the clip. It's about 42 seconds long.
If you do, that would be really handy for us. But apparently, during some conversations between yourself, apparently you have alleged, we weren't here, so I don't know who said it, but you've alleged to say, speak English.
So someone called the police to arrest this older gentleman, the man sitting down on the right. I think you can hear this. Please let me know that you are able to hear this properly. So this gentleman who's sitting down, older man, was talking to someone, and he has difficulty hearing. And they then turned around, or someone who witnessed that, I'm not sure if it's the person themselves or someone else, turned around and said, I've got to get the police because this man said, speak English. Maybe. Or maybe he said, I don't understand. Can you speak up? Can you speak more clearly? Listen to what he says. So we know the police came in. This guy is about to get arrested because he might have said, speak English. That he told someone he was talking to, can you speak English?
What was that effect?
Speak clearly.
The key words is he said, speak clearly. Someone else didn't like that he said, speak clearly. Some crazed leftist progressive said, oh my God, you said speak clearly. That means speak English. And that is a crime. I have to send the police because that is a hate crime. It is a hate crime that if I cannot hear you clearly and I ask you to speak clearly, to speak more clearly, and my native language is English, well, that is a hate crime. The police will come over and they might arrest you for that. This is what happens in England. This is what happens when you have DEI. This is what happens when equity is more important than individual rights. So let's see, how does the police deal with this? So the man, if he said, yes, I said speak English, they would arrest him. That I want you to be very clear on that. If he admitted that he said speak English, or speak English clearly, then he would be arrested because that is a hate crime. Yes, there is no such thing as freedom of speech in the EU. There is no such thing as freedom of speech in England. Two of the biggest nations touting democracy in the world. Our closest cousin in terms of freedom, in terms of the Constitution, in terms of the amendments, they're as close as you get. These are some of the least restrictive countries in the world, and they will arrest you for saying, speak English. So the police are about to arrest this man. What do they do?
Speak clearly.
No, the gentleman's partially deaf,
Yeah, he can speak clearly.
Yeah.
so I couldn't even hear him.
So he was having a conversation with someone. Other observers of the event couldn't hear what was being said clearly. This man, who's partially deaf, said, speak clearly, please. Okay. And because someone else, or that gentleman, not clear who, someone decided, oh, we've got to get the police and arrest this man. Because several people could not understand what was being said. And because someone said, I don't understand you, can you clarify? Can you speak clearly? Can you speak English? Okay. And that is enough for a hate crime to be arrested and fined. You can go to jail for that in the United Kingdom.
And that's fine, and that's why we've just come to speak, because potentially someone could perceive that as a hate crime.
So someone's feelings could be hurt. In the United Kingdom, if you hurt someone's feelings, in the European Union, if you hurt someone's feelings, you will get arrested. I want you to understand, this is where the progressive movement in the United States, that's where they want to go to. They don't believe in free speech. They don't believe in you being able to say something as simple as, I don't understand you, speak clearly. Oh my God, you are a racist. If someone you're talking to, if they're a woman, if they're gay, if they're LGB, they're anywhere on the spectrum, if they have any kind of skin color, any kind of melanin to their body, then you have committed a racist, sexist crime and you need to be arrested. You need to be punished for not being able to understand someone. That's the insanity of what we're seeing in the world right now. This is what happens when you keep going further and further left. This is where America would be if the progressives like AOC, Bernie Sanders, if Joe Biden and Kamala Harris remained in power, if they were the ones leading this nation, this is what would have happened. This is what would have been the result. It's not free speech. It's not the First Amendment. It's you are controlled in what you can say, how you can say it, who you can say it to, that you would no longer be an individual. You would be a checkbox, a category. You would be controlled. And this is sad. So let's see how this winds up.
I think we just know this was going to happen, didn't we?
People, if someone says to me, "Officer, I believe this," then we need to look at it because.
So in England, in the United Kingdom, an officer, if they're told someone said something I don't like, my feelings have been hurt, the police they are required to go and investigate that. We've seen this before. Remember, there was the autistic teenager who the police came to her home, and when the police officers were in her home, and this autistic girl who was terrified of the police, when she said, "Oh, that police officer looks like my aunt, who is a lesbian," she goes, "She looks like our Nan. She's a lesbian." And that was enough for that young 16-year-old autistic girl to be arrested. That's the state of freedom of speech in the rest of the world. That's where the progressive movement, that's what the training and the teaching, the indoctrination in colleges, that's where it leads you to. That if an autistic girl says, "You look like my lesbian aunt," that means you get arrested. Not that she said that woman was a lesbian. Not that she said she didn't like lesbians. No, "You look like my lesbian aunt." Oh, you've got to go to jail. Oh, if someone says, "I can't understand you, can you speak clearly?" You could go to jail. This is the problem with indoctrination in our colleges with this ever more left-leaning movement. The officer has to explain to everyone because it makes no sense. It makes no sense to anyone. Everyone's looking at this going, "This is crazy. This is what DEI is about. This is the utopia that we have been promised from our college intelligentsia and the left-leaning movement." They've told us the world will be perfect as long as we control what you say and how you say it and who you say it to. So how does this end up?
Someone's potentially reporting to me as a crime. Because if you do, that would.
That's it. So that was it. This is real. This is happening right now in the United Kingdom. Can you believe that, folks? This is what's happening in our world right now. I know I keep looking to the right. That's because my main camera used to be to the right, so I apologize. But this is crazy. So I know we got a couple of comments here from Grace. And let's see. So Grace says, "There's no freedom of speech in the United Kingdom. There's no freedom of speech anywhere except in the United States. Let's be honest. There is no other country in the world that will let you say what we can say here in the United States." And this is an example of it. The next closest, the next freest country in terms of speech, which means thought. And this is important because the way how do I explain this? Language is a function of thought. What you say is a function of what you think. If I control the way you speak, I control the way you think. Because that's all it is. Speech is just taking the words that are in our head, the thoughts in our minds, and transferring it into something that someone else can understand. The more words you use, the better you can use your language to speak, the more someone else will understand what's going on in your head. And if we control the way you speak, the words you can use to convey your thoughts, the more we control the thoughts themselves. That's why the left is so hyper-aggressive about the ways people speak and the language that they can use, because it controls the way you think. It is effectively thought policing. And that is a reality. That is how language works, it's how people think. And so you're right, there is no free speech in the UK, and that is programming, that is dehumanizing in the United Kingdom. And that's about as free as you're going to get if you get out of the United States. And we know in Canada, another place, that if you don't use the correct words, if you don't use someone's pronouns, that someone you've never met before, and if they walk up to you and you don't use the pronouns that they prefer, you can be arrested. And people have been arrested in the United Kingdom. Jordan Peterson became famous because of this, that they will arrest you for not using someone's pronouns that you don't know. That's just the law everywhere else in the world. It's dehumanizing, but it's not even about dehumanizing you. It's about controlling you, controlling what you think, what you say, how you live. It is insidious. And I think this is really important to point out. Grace went on to say that, quote, speak clearly, unquote, is a hate crime, is a sign of mental illness. I don't care who it is. I am partially deaf. I would be afraid to go to the United Kingdom now because this is insanity. And Cool Roy jumped in as well. Hello, Cool Roy. And by the way, hello, Grace. Hello, Grace as well. Cool Roy says, this is insanity. It's true, it is. But this is also reality. This is the end game of the progressive politics that we see in our college campuses right now. The same people who are saying that genocide is okay, depending on who is being genocided. If Hamas is attacking Israel, that's okay. But if Israel retaliates, well, that's genocide. That's a bad thing. But they won't say Hamas, who have declared that they will never end their fighting until every single person in Israel, every Jew in the world is dead. That's what Hamas has put in writing. That is what they have said at multiple times over the last 2 decades in public event videos that they have put out around the world. They have guaranteed they're going to kill every Jew. They're going to kill every person in Israel. And by the way, they're going to kill everyone in America too, because they don't believe in our freedom of speech. They don't believe in our freedom of religion. They don't believe in women being able to drive, to go to work, they poison their own, well, not in Hamas, is Iran. They poison schoolgirls because they learn to read and write. So when you leave the United States, when we forget what our Constitution says, what our amendments say, what they mean, we lose everything. And this is a wake-up call for people. This is a wake-up call. This is our future unless we do something about it. Yes, Grace. Grace says you can lose your freedom over feelings. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Grace says, so what happens in healthcare settings in the United Kingdom where you need to understand what a patient is saying? This is Orwellian. I don't know. I mean, what if your patient is speaking, they have a very thick Spanish accent, which a lot of people do. Spanish is the 3rd or 4th most common language in the world, and many people speak Spanish. So what if you're talking to someone from Spain, Puerto Rico, Mexico, any of the Latin American countries or Latin countries around the world, and they're speaking Spanish to you, or they're speaking maybe they're trying to speak English and they're mixing in Spanish words. And if you say, would you like me to speak Spanish? That is a hate crime. That is, according to the way the United Kingdom looks at it, to offer to speak a language that the other person isn't speaking is to insult them, to say that they don't know how to speak a language, and therefore you've committed a hate crime against them. It's a microaggression against them. But the doctor may be trying to find an easier way to communicate with the patient to try and find out what's happening to that patient. It is a hate crime. At this moment, a nurse or someone who just is watching this, it doesn't even have to be the person involved. If you are watching this and you watch that doctor say, hey, do you speak Spanish? I can speak Spanish, or French, or Dutch, or German, any language. It could be Chinese. If you offer that to make it easier for you to talk to your patient, that is a hate crime. And anyone who observes this can then go to the police and say, you've committed this hate crime. You have to be arrested for trying to help someone. That's where this goes. That's the state of UK law right now. And this is something that they're trying to introduce and trying to make law in the United States. It's the same thing that we're seeing in Canada. Think about how many ramifications that has, how many conversations you can have, and people will be arrested for that. This is insane. Let's see, Dow says, and the further along we progress, it matters less and less that freedom of speech is enshrined and enforced in the Constitution subjugated by citizenry. Grace goes on to say, This is how abusers control victims. If a spouse were trying to control their husband or wife with speech, you could legitimately claim abuse. But if the Democrats do it, yeah. And this is, of course, a policy that was created by the labor politics, which would be the Democrats in the United Kingdom. They go by the Labor Party. So Democrats in America, Labor Party in the United Kingdom, and there's, of course, the progressive movement as well. But this is telling you how insane this is. This is unsustainable. This is how you destroy a society. This is how you destroy a nation. There is no national identity. If I have to worry, I have to check through the checklist of here are the approved words on any given day that I can say. You can't have there's nothing unifying about that. There's nothing that's uniting. That's not bringing people together. That's dividing people. Okay, well, I can't talk to these people. Why? They may not be able to understand me. And if I ask them to clarify their words, well, then I will be arrested. I will be fined. I will be in trouble for trying to understand what this other person is saying. So I just won't talk to them. That's how you get segregation. That's how you dehumanize people. That's how you create conflict. But the left doesn't see it that way. They're like, no, you just have to change the way you live. You have to change the way you think. You have to feel like they feel. You have to think like they think. You have to change everything about you to make them feel better. But let me ask you, why do I have to become more progressive? Why do I have to change my life? I've been alive for 57 years. I speak 4 languages. I've gone to college. I've lived around the world. I've had successes and failures in business. Why do I have to change my 57 years of life to make someone who's 20 feel better about the way I speak or the words that I choose to express myself? Why do I have to suddenly be a clone of this progressive or democratic individual? Why don't they have to be like me? Why shouldn't they? There's the argument, and the answer is, well, they shouldn't. They don't have to be like me. They don't have to have my feelings. They have their own. Well, it's great. So I have my own as well. So why do we have to comply to make them feel better if they don't have to comply to make me feel better? What gives them the right? Why are they the ones the laws enforced for? This is a problem. It is, you're right, Grace. It is a depressing way to live. And I am terrified because this is what we're getting in colleges at Columbia, at Harvard, Yale, and over at Binghamton University, UCLA, Cornell University, you name the university across the country, they're all pushing this idea. You have to conform. You have to become part of the cookie cutter cutout that they have decided is the only way to live. You have to have their feelings and their thoughts, and your own thoughts don't matter. They're turning you into a robot. They're turning you into a slave. They are enslaving your mind. And if there is anyone who disagrees with me, I'm happy to hear your voice. If there is anyone who disagrees with what I am speaking about, any elected official, whether they be a Democrat or progressive, if they want to say, if you're part of BLM, Antifa, you're part of the left, and you're like, oh, you just don't get it, Mike. We're Democratic Socialists of America. You don't understand, because they always like to say that. You don't understand. I'm a pretty intelligent man. I'm pretty experienced. I've been around the world. I think I have a pretty good handle on a lot of the issues that I deal with. And I've been dealing with political commentary. I've been working in political commentary for 20 years. I've talked to people from every political party. I've talked to elected officials at every level of government, from the local to the national. I think I understand a lot. But yet they'll tell you, you just don't get it. You don't understand. Then explain it to me. How am I wrong? How am I misunderstanding this? Because whenever you ask that, the next thing you will almost always hear from these progressives, these Democrats that believe this ideology, they will then turn around and say, well, you're just a racist. You're just a sexist. You're just an ist and a phobe. I'm not going to waste my time explaining it to you because you don't understand. They're going to insult you. They're going to attack your character. They're going to say you're dumb. They're going to say you're out of touch, that you are irredeemable. They will demonize you to your face rather than actually answer the question, because they can't answer the question. Because in any way to think about this says they are wrong, that they are controlling, they are enslaving your mind, they're controlling your life. Now, again, Cool Roy says, the far left is a power trip. I agree. Of course, again, if anyone disagrees, if there is any elected official in America at any level of government, local, state, or federal, that is watching this program, and you say, Mike, I just don't agree with you, you just don't get it, fantastic. I will give that elected official as much time as they need. People, you saw me last week. I did a 12-hour show. I have no problem. I'm not CNN, I'm not MSNBC. I'm not here to limit the time. If an elected official wants to tell me, Mike, you just don't understand that we have to control the way people speak, the way people think, you just don't understand, fantastic. I will give you 12 hours to explain it to me and answer every one of my questions. Let's have that experiment. I will do it for any elected official in America. You can be a Democrat, a progressive, a conservative, libertarian, Green Party. I don't care. Any of these people, if they would like to go into this conversation, let's have the conversation. I will put it on live, so there is no editing. You will be in complete context. Let's have the conversation. I've been asking this question for, 20 years. Not once will they take that up. Instead, they'll say, you're just an ist, you're a phobe, you don't understand, I'm not going to talk to you. They will dismiss you, they will discredit you, they will insult you, they will tell you you're dumb, but they will not explain themselves because they cannot. Because it's a religion. It's pretty much a religion at this point. They believe because they were told and taught to believe. They have been they have been indoctrinated to believe, and it is insulting. This is why we have to be on guard, folks. This is why we have to pay attention to the details. This is why it's important for parents to know what's going on with their kids. Why we need to get the Department of Education out of the federal government and let the states and local communities teach our kids. That's why we need to defund the Department of Education, because they're filled with progressives. We've seen them. The libs of TikTok loves to show us all of these teachers that are trying to instill this ideology in our kids, that are trying to control the way they think, to change their lives, to turn them into mental slaves. And I don't agree with that. I do not agree with that. I think that is the worst thing. That's why America is becoming more fractured. That's why we're having more division in our nation. That's why there is so much separation. You want to talk about the wealth gap? If I can't talk to people, how can I make money with them? How can I sell goods to them? How can I advance in business if I am restricted on who I can speak to and how I can speak to them and what I can tell them? That's why we have such a wealth gap. It's part of the reason. But no one wants to talk about that. Stay on the plantation, stay silent. That's what it is. It's very upsetting. It's very, very upsetting to me. But I wanted to go on. And I'm more than happy to talk more about this. And by the way, folks, before I go further, obviously, if you like, you can always send me a super chat. You can send me a Rumble rant with any of your thoughts during the live stream. This is a conversation. As we're having with Cool Roy and Dal, Grim, and Grace, we're having the conversation right now. And you can be part of that conversation as well. You can jump onto YouTube, onto Twitter, onto Facebook, onto Rumble, and you can leave your comment with us to tell us what you think about all of these issues, whether you agree or disagree. It's perfectly fine. And I'll be happy to address any question you have, whether it's about the issues I'm talking about directly or you have some other comment you want to make. Especially if you do a super chat or a Rumble rant, I'll jump right on that. I'll answer your question. I'll go into the issues and the questions you think of. And if you disagree with me, and I am perfectly fine with people disagreeing. I am perfectly fine with people who think I am absolutely wrong. Let's have the conversation. Let's have an honest conversation. Let's use the First Amendment, the freedom of speech, while we still have it, because they're trying to strip it away from us. They are literally, we are seeing the left try to strip that away from us as we speak. All right, let's see. Let's see. Cool Roy says their problem is that we don't get it. That's what they say. We don't get it because they are authoritarian and they want us on a plantation. Cool Roy goes on to say, evil is always using, abusing, and confusing people. It's almost satanic. Well, I agree with you. Cool Roy. This is evil. When you control what people can say, when they're just trying to talk to one another, and you're trying to arrest them for daring to have a conversation, for daring to be flawed human beings. The old man in that video is partially deaf. How dare he, according to the British government, how dare he ask someone to clarify what they were saying? How dare he do that? That is insult. That is a crime. That is dangerous. That is so absolutely dangerous. And it's coming to America. It is in our colleges right now. Our students are being taught that as we speak. And they believe that that is the right way to deal with things. That's why our country is falling apart. That's why we are seeing so many divisions and so much. We're stuck in this battle where we can't talk to each other anymore. People won't date someone unless they have the correct political preferences, the right check boxes. We have people who are, you can't work for certain people because you have the wrong political preferences. You have the wrong political ideology. You can't speak to people. You can't be friends with people unless they have the same political ideology as yourself. That isn't a society. That is chaos. And that will not work. You cannot run a nation successfully in that manner. It's a death knell to the nation. But let's go on. I won't stop there. Let's keep going. Because also talking about what's happening overseas, obviously there is what's happening with trade, international trade, the Trump tariffs. And I'm sure a lot of people have something to say about this. Now, this is from the New York Times, and most of our sources, about 90% of our sources, are left-leaning sources. That's the only place we go to almost entirely for the news and the issues that we talk about. We look at what the left is saying. I don't care what Fox has to say about it, OAN, News Nation. There's a lot of right-leaning sources that may exist out there. But I want to see what the left has to say so that you can see this for yourself whenever possible. And according to the New York Times, devastating trade spat with China shows few signs of abating. For those who are unaware, and I don't think there's anyone who doesn't notice this, right now the United States has a 145% tariff on Chinese goods. China, for their part, besides the already elevated prices, the already existing tariffs that China has on the United States goods already, they have added another 125% of tariffs on top of what they have already had as a imbalance. So they're fighting back their way. This is an economic war. There is no other way to put this. This is an economic war with China, not with the rest of the world. Now, we've talked about the tariffs before. And before I go into anything else about the New York Times, I want you to understand, the whole point of a tariff is to change the culture, to change the way people buy things, to help to cause your people to buy from your nation first, to be self-sufficient. Now, that's something we haven't seen in America in a long time. See, right after World War II, the United States, part of the reason we became the greatest, most powerful nation in the world is because after World War II, we were basically the only nation, the only major nation anyway, with resources and infrastructure to allow us to build the things the rest of the world needed. Europe had to rebuild their infrastructure, their industry. They had to rebuild everything. England had to rebuild their infrastructure, their everything. Most of the world was busy rebuilding. The United States, we were basically intact. Our infrastructure wasn't defunct. It didn't get blown up. It never got attacked. And if anything, during the 1950s, we were still in an expansion phase. We were still growing as a nation, still expanding our manufacturing, our ability to innovate. And we had already been on track to be one of the top nations in terms of technology, in terms of manufacturing. But after the 1950s to 1960s, that entire period, we led the world. About 50% of everything made in the world, almost about 50% of everything that was manufactured, was created in the United States because no one else could do it. It wasn't whether they wanted to. It didn't matter if they had good competition. They could do it if they wanted to. They had lost the infrastructure. So they were busy rebuilding. After basically the mid-1960s going on, the United States started slowly losing some of that edge, that competitive edge, because the countries rebuilt their factories. They rebuilt their infrastructure. They were able to start to compete with the United States to an extent. And that continued to grow as these nations, after year, they were able to rebuild. Now, we also, in the United States, throughout that time period, we have been carrying Europe and the United Kingdom on our back. We were taking care of all their defense. We had bases across the world that were going to be in place forever. And because of putting those bases everywhere in the world forever and protecting all of our allies in NATO, in Europe, in the United Kingdom, we protected all of our allies forever. We put bases in Japan even, and the Philippines and South Korea. That enabled us, we're protecting the rest of the world. It enabled those nations, they didn't have to spend money anymore. Not on defense. They didn't have to worry about protecting themselves. The United States would do it. So they spent the money on their infrastructure to build it up, to be more competitive with the United States. They spent their money on, if you happen to be in France, on unions, on socialism, socialist programs that would allow the people to get subsidies for everything and anything under the sun, because the government had money. And as we've heard Margaret Thatcher and many others say, socialism works fantastically as long as you have someone else's money. Well, they had other people's money. We were paying for their defense. We were paying to protect them. So they didn't need to have armies. They didn't need the best technology. They, of course, did have some, but they didn't have the best because they didn't need to. I mean, think about it. Japan hasn't had a physical army. They're building their first army right now. Since 1945, Japan hasn't had an army. We're talking about 70 years. Japan has gone without an army. They had an SDF. They had basically a paramilitary police force, but nothing that could actually engage in war, nothing really to defend the nation until now. Now they're in the middle of building that up. It's costing them $500 billion to build up an army for the first time. But think of all the money they saved. They didn't have to pay for any of their soldiers, any for their equipment, their technology, their training. They didn't have to pay for any of that for 70 years. Are you surprised that their manufacturing capabilities are so good? Why they were able to put so much money into building up their infrastructure to compete with the United States, because they didn't have to spend on anything else but that. That's the benefit the rest of the world had. Well, now they're able to compete with us. They had 70 years to build up their infrastructure and their technology to catch up to the United States and to compete roughly on the same playing field as the United States. Why do they still need our protection? Why do they still need those tariffs that they put on U.S. goods For 70 years, 50 to 70 years, these countries have had tariffs on the United States because they wanted to convince their people to buy their goods. So if you're in the United Kingdom, you were buying British goods without, there was a tariff on American goods to make you buy the British version instead, to build up their economy. Same thing in Japan, same thing in Korea, same thing in Europe, which made sense when they didn't have anything. They needed to reinvest in their country to build it up. Well, why do we have that same tariff that made sense in 1955, but now it's 2025? Why do they need that same tariff? They compete with the United States. They have an infrastructure. They closed most of the technology gap and the manufacturing gap. So why do they keep the same tariff that they've had on us since 1955? Why is that fair to the United States? Why won't they compete evenly and fairly with us? In fact, why doesn't the United States do what they did? That's buy American. We were buying everything from everyone else in the world, partially because it was cheap, partially because it was good business. It was politically expedient. We were helping our allies by buying their stuff, cheap as it was. We would buy their stuff, and they didn't buy as much as ours. But that's okay, because we were helping them rebuild. Well, now they've built up. Why do we have to keep buying their stuff instead of our own? Why not buy American? But we shouldn't do that. Why not? But those tariffs are unfair. You mean the tariffs they've had on us for 50 years? For half a century? Because they were in trouble 50 years ago. But today, they're not. But no one's really ever taken the time to speak about that. To talk about the tariff, why there is a tariff, where that tariff came from, the tariffs that are being put on the United States right this second and have been on the United States for half a century. No one in the news media wants to talk about that because they want you to believe Orange Man bad. Orange Man bad, so it must be a bad decision. It must be an evil decision. Well, no, it isn't. If you understand, what is he doing this for? There's a reason here. He's not just some madman running around just throwing out numbers at random. And I'll get to another part of this in 1 second, but so there's a logic here. The markets are mature. And if the United States doesn't start focusing on America, then we will fall behind our competitors around the world and we will never catch up. We will never be competitive unless we focus on innovation in our country. If we don't focus on infrastructure in our country, you've heard that. I mean, Clinton talked about building up the infrastructure in the United States. Obama talked about building up the infrastructure of the United States. Remember those shovel-ready jobs that he promised were going to come through in 2010? That he was, we're going to invest in America. Didn't work because he didn't do it right, because he didn't encourage that. But he was talking about investing in America and the infrastructure, because if we build up the infrastructure, we build up our competitive edge to keep up with the rest of the world. So Trump is effectively trying to bring Americans and cause Americans to start buying American, to create the innovation, to keep us on the cutting edge, if not maintain our advantage against the rest of the world that has caught up to us, and to try and fight against those decades and decades of tariffs that made sense for these other countries 50 years ago that don't make sense today. So he's not doing this willy-nilly. But of course the media is saying Orange Man bad, he doesn't have a plan, this doesn't make any sense. He's just being a madman, and it's killing your income. That's so untrue. Let me deal with another aspect of this that most people don't talk about. Because they say, and a lot of people may be aware, I've been a stockbroker. I was a stockbroker for about 10 years. I was very good as a stockbroker. I stopped being a stockbroker in 2002. Not because I got sued. I've never been sued. Never got sued as a stockbroker. Not one of my clients ever sued me for a trade. I got out of the stock market because I wanted to go into investor relations. I wanted to take advantage of the internet and being able to reach more people about investing. And a friend of mine had started a business. I helped him to build up a brand new business. Okay. So that's why I stopped being a stockbroker. That didn't mean that I lost all of my knowledge about being a stockbroker. There's a reason why you had to study to pass the Series 7. There's a reason why you had to take the Series 4. There's a reason why I had the knowledge and experience of being a stockbroker. And I can tell you, the number one thing we learned very quickly is pigs make money, bulls make money. Rather, the saying is bulls make money, bears make money. That means if the market's going up, people can make money. If the market is going down, you can make money. But pigs get slaughtered. If you're greedy, if you don't understand the markets, you will lose money. And I've lived through the dot-com bubble burst. I lived through 2001, the 9/11 crash. I lived through the subprime housing crash. I've been through a couple of recessions. I understand what it is to see the markets in turmoil. And I know how to get out of that. I've seen what's the way to best get out of it. And the one thing I learned about that is when the average person is freaking out about their investment portfolio, that's probably one of the best times to buy in. People freaking out, panicking, because they think and they have equated that the value of your portfolio went down. That means you lost money. No, you didn't. You didn't lose a dime. Let me give you a personal example. Let me step back here. Let me give you a personal example of something that I saw. At one point in my career as a stockbroker, I was buying a stock. It was a company called Amylin Pharmaceuticals, and its symbol at the time was AMLN, Amylin Pharmaceuticals. And I had done a lot of research. They were trying to develop an artificial insulin that diabetics could use, and it was made from, had to do with lizards and hormones. It's an artificial insulin. But it would have been cheaper. It would have been easier for people to have. It would have helped the marketplace, help people get better. Okay? That's basically what Amylin Pharmaceuticals was. And at the time that I got involved with the company, they were getting close to announcing the results of their phase 3. Phase 3 is when you got human trials. So their human trials, whether this was actually their first drug, they have 4 drugs, 4 in their pipeline. But the first drug that would be available for sale to the public was that artificial insulin, the first version of it. And they were in phase 3. That means they had been testing with human beings to see, did it have side effects? Would it kill anyone? Would it make them feel better? Would it do the job it's supposed to do? Okay. And I had looked into this company. I had asked doctors about this. I tried to find out as much information as I could, and it seemed they made sense. Their drug would work. It would help diabetics. It was effective. It was cost effective. It was a good idea. And if I were wrong, well, the company had 3 other drugs that they were trying to develop that were on track. And if any one of them were actually approved by the FDA, well, then they'd make millions, if not billions of dollars, and it would be a huge company, or someone would buy them. Either one would be good, and I'd make a ton of money. We see this happen in pharmaceutical companies every day. Now, I started buying into Amylin Pharmaceuticals at about $3. It was about $3 a share. And as we got closer to the announcement on their first drug, it went from about $3 a share to about $18 a share. And so that's a huge growth. Massive win. 600% growth. And I owned this stock, and I was absolutely sure that they were going to get approved. So I didn't sell. Well, one morning I come into the office, and everyone's freaking out because I had millions, tens of millions of dollars in Amylin's pharmaceutical stock amongst my various clients. We owned a lot of that stock. millions of shares. And so people were freaking out. Mike, did you see? Did you see? Oh my God, the rumor's out. The FDA is about to make their announcement, and it's not good. This isn't good news for you. I looked up, and the stock basically had nosedived. Before the market opened, we knew that the stock was going to lose at least 50% of its value. At least 50%. It was at 18 the night before. That morning, it was at $9 a share. Oh my God, this is bad news. My phone is lit up. It started ringing from about 6 in the morning, and it was going. It was 3 hours later. The market's about to open, and everyone's calling me going, Mike, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? And I said, we're not going to sell. They're like, what? Sell? Well, we've got to sell. We've got to sell. No, we don't. One, we own the stock at an average cost of about $5. So we're still in the money. But more importantly, if you try and sell now, everyone's selling. The stock's going to free fall. You're not going to get, they're like, but it's $9. No, it's not. Those are the tickets from overnight. It was $18 yesterday. People have been selling from 18 down to 9, and I guarantee you when the market opens up, they're going to catch up to all the other sale tickets that they've been getting. It's going to open lower. It's not opening at 9. It's going to open at like $7, and it's going to sell off from there. It's going to go lower. And they said, well, Mike, you're insane. Then we have to sell now and get some kind of money. I'm like, no, I bought this stock for a long-term purpose. They've got 3 more drugs. This company isn't going out of business. They've got money. I did my homework. I know what the company, I know how much money they have. I know how far they are into testing. We've got 3 more years before the next drug comes up. When that drug comes up, this stock will run higher again. We got 3 years. 3 years to lower our cost and wait. You just need to be patient. I can tell you that this company will either get bought out, which means we'll get somewhere around $12 a share, or it will be profitable. They'll make a profitable drug. I didn't lose any clients, but I had a lot of arguments with that. And again, I've given you the symbol, AMLN. You can go back, you can check the chart for yourself. Go look up the history of the stock. And then about 3 years later, their second drug, now the stock, before I get there, and the stock did fall. That day it went down to about $5. Over the next year, it went from $5 to 25 cents. At 25 cents, I was begging and pleading and fighting with every one of my clients to buy as much of this company as we could. And they thought I was insane. Mike, you know what? You come back to me every couple of months and you're like, it's $2, we got to buy more. It's $1, we got to buy more. It's 25 cents, Mike. Are you out of your mind? Why are you trying to buy this company at 25 cents? And the answer is because I did my homework. Because I don't care what the feeling in the market is. I don't care that people are afraid or they ran away, they're not paying attention. I did my homework. The long-term gain is there. We have another option to get out. This thing will make more money. We just have to wait until everyone's feelings change and they decide to get greedy and they're going to buy into this thing. And if we own it at 25 cents and this thing goes to 5, realistically it's going to go to $12. You got to own it now. You're going to have a stock that's going to go from 25 cents to $12 because I said so, because I did my homework, because I had the patience to wait the last 3 years for the stock to come back into favor. A lot of people said, Mike, you just don't know what you're talking about. You just don't know, Mike. You're out of your mind. You're crazy. I'm like, I've got the research. I've studied the market for years. I know how the pharmaceuticals bounce back every time there's another drug that's going to be announced. All you have to do is buy in 25 cents. You don't even have to buy a lot. Buy 5,000, 10,000 shares. It's going to cost almost nothing. You're going to spend a couple $1,000s. You should be buying 50 to 100,000 shares right now. You buy 5 to 10,000, 20,000 shares, and guess what? I'm right. If I'm even a little bit right and it goes to 50 cents, you've doubled your money. It goes to $1, you've got 4 times on your money back. Guess what? If this next drug works, this thing will not just be the stock won't be just at $1. It's going to be $12 to $15 a share. They didn't want to believe me. Well, as it turns out, they're about the second drug that they had out of 4. The second drug is going to get approved by the FDA. The market notices the stock and says, oh my God, this thing might actually work. The stock went from 25 cents, and in the space of about a month, it went from 25 cents to $9. It gets approved by the FDA. The stock goes from $9 to roughly about $12, $15. Second drug gets approved. A year later, another drug gets approved. The stock is trading at about $20 a share. They eventually hit a high point of $26 a share. This is a stock you could have been buying for about 2 years, all day long at 25 cents. Nobody wanted it. No one wanted to talk about it. It's now trading $26, and they get bought out by one of the other major pharmaceutical companies. I think Pfizer bought them. Might have been Merck. $26. You could have owned it all day long. Could have bought 100,000 shares at 25 cents. No one would have blinked an eye. No one would have cared. But I was the bad guy. I was the bad guy because I was willing to wait 3 years for that stock to get to the value that I saw inside of it. Because I was visionary and I had done my homework. And my plan wasn't to get rich tomorrow. My plan was to get ultra rich over time. And every one of my clients that listened to me were able to make stupid amounts of money because it paid off. Our patience, the homework, paid off. Now, I've told you that entire story about the stock market and the experience I had with my clients in the stock market on an actual stock that we owned and I thought about for years with my clients on, to bring you back to what we're talking about with China. And you're going to see why this makes sense. And then I'm going to get to the comments. I see you, Matt. Matt Ice has made comments. I'm going to get to you in 1 second. So what Trump is doing with infrastructure, with the tariffs, is the same thing like what I was doing with my clients with Amlin Pharmaceuticals. There is a plan in place, long-term plan, which is to rebuild manufacturing in the United States, to maintain the edge that we have, the advantage that we have in the United States of being the best in innovation, to have some of the best quality of goods in the world, to have Americans buy more American goods than foreign goods because they're competing with us, and to have an even playing field wherever possible because they're no longer the devastated nations of the 1950s with no infrastructure. They're now on an even playing field with us. That is the long-term goal. Build up manufacturing, maintain the quality and the advantage of the United States against our competitors who happen to be our allies on the same playing field. That's what he's looking to do. China is the biggest danger to that because China is undercutting everyone. China is just trying to, because of the volume that they're able to do, because they use slave labor, unlike every other country out there, they're using slave labor. They don't care. There are people who get 25 cents a day and they'll be happy because now they can get a pound of pork in a month as opposed to getting nothing but rice and vegetables for the entire month. They are authoritarian beyond belief. That's the CCP. That's the Communist Party of China. They abuse their people, and they use that abuse and the fact that they have the most people on the planet of Earth, they can use them in sweatshop labor, and they don't care if they live or die. They killed their own people in 2020 in the tens of thousands. They would literally seal their people into their apartments, welding the doors shut. They didn't care if people lived or died. They did not care because they have that many people. And they're using that mentality in manufacturing to just pump out volumes. They don't care about the quality. Do you remember when they had the milk that was poisoned that came out of China? Remember that China had rice that was lined with lead, couldn't be sold anywhere in the world, that came out of China? They don't care. It's not about quality. It's about the quantity. And that's what we're fighting against. And they are more than happy to flood every market in the world with really cheap goods because they have slave labor, so it doesn't matter to them. You'll buy 3 pairs of their sneakers. Why? Because they're only going to last 2 months each. But they're dirt cheap because they pay their people 25 cents an hour. And it doesn't matter. Because if that person complains to them, they'll kill them or they'll just let them starve to death, and they'll replace them with yet another body because they have over 1 billion people. So they don't care. And that's what we're fighting against. And they put a tariff on the American goods, which are better quality, massively better quality. But they put because they want the money to stay in their country, not to go to another country. So they have unfair practices because they can use slave labor, because they don't care about quality, and they don't want their money going anywhere else. They want the money in their country. That's what we're fighting against. That's what's really going on. And your portfolio is down. Yes, it has lost value, but it didn't lose money. Again, going back to my example, from when I was a stockbroker, I actually was doing this, managing tens of millions of dollars. I've done this. And I can tell you, I had this conversation for years with my clients in terms of Amlin Pharmaceuticals, also with CD Radio. We had this conversation for years. And the answer was, you didn't lose anything. I had this many times. Mike, you lost me money. I didn't sell the stock. We haven't sold the stock yet. You haven't lost a dime. The second you sell, the second you force me to sell this stock at 25 cents, at a $5, and you own it at a higher price, the second you sell that I haven't told you to sell, that's when we lose money. Oh, but everyone else sold. I'm panicking. Everyone else is selling, so we should sell too. The news is saying that it's all over. The news doesn't know what I know. The news didn't spend months trying to find out whether this would be a good stock or not. The news media didn't spend days telling you about the stock and what the goal is, what the plan was, what we would do in case this very same thing happened. They didn't spend the time to do that. No, they just told you it's going down. It's over for that stock. Let's go on to the next one. Because the media didn't care. I care. I was their stockbroker. I cared. I made the call. I said, buy this stock. I told them what it could do. I told them what would happen if it didn't. I told them what my backup plan was. We had a plan. I'm going with the plan. Nothing has changed. The company didn't change. The product didn't change. Everything is going to plan. Sadly, this is our backup plan, but it's going to plan. I'm not surprised by anything. Nothing has changed from what I told them the day they bought that stock. Nothing changed. Why should we suddenly panic just because other people who didn't do the homework, who didn't have a backup plan, who are doing nothing but following the lead, it's a bunch of lemmings jumping off of a cliff. If they're all freaking out and panicking, why do I care? I have a plan. I'm not afraid. I do know what's going on. I do have a backup plan and exit strategy. Just because a bunch of lemmings don't doesn't mean I should. And I had to remind them, you didn't sell. You haven't lost. The value is down today, but I'm not selling today. I don't care about the value today. That's not why you bought the stock. It wasn't for today. You bought the stock for 3 years from today. You bought the stock for the future. You bought the stock for the next drug to come out. I didn't care about what it is today. You want to complain? Buy more. Now, I say all of that. And again, and I'm going to get to, again, I have noticed the comments. I'm going to get to them. including the ones in Rumble. Thank you. And no super chats, right? No super chats yet. Okay. So no super chats, no Rumble rants. I will get to the comments in just 1 second. So again, don't panic about your portfolio. I said this, I did a video on this. You haven't sold. Your mutual fund is down at the moment. Your stock is down at the moment. Don't panic. Just because the news media is trying to fearmonger you because they don't like Orange Man bad, because they're against Orange Man bad, they just want you to panic and lose your money. So you'll be pissed off at Orange Man bad so that you will not vote for Orange Man bad in the future, and they will get their agenda. Every newspaper has a political agenda. They all have a political agenda. Whether they tell you what their agenda is up front or not is different. Everyone who does political commentary on any social media, YouTube, Rumble, I don't care, X, they all have a political agenda. Whether they tell you what the political agenda is or not, that's different. But they all do, because we're human beings. They all have preferences. None of them are neutral. There is no such thing in news media. There is no such thing in political commentary. Everyone has a political agenda. So some of them want you to freak out. Some of them want you pissed off at Orange Man bad so that you will not support Republicans in the next election, in 2025 for the local elections, 2026 for the midterm elections, for the governor's races that are coming up, and of course for 2028 for the next president. They want you pissed off. They want you to be upset. They want you livid so that they can get a political advantage for their side as opposed to whatever side you might be on right now. And they don't care. This is the same reason why Bill Maher in 2019 was saying that he wanted a recession in America so that it would punish Republicans and they wouldn't vote for Donald Trump. Don't believe me? May 20th, it was May 20th, 2020, as a matter of fact, that Bill Maher went on the record, publicly said he wants a recession. He wants a recession so that Trump voters won't show up. He didn't care about you. He cared about his politics. He had a political agenda. And that's true of everyone. New York Times, NBC, MSNBC, Fox News, you name it. Whether you're talking about Shapiro or you're talking about Dave Smith, everyone has an agenda. At least I tell you what my agenda is. At least I'm telling you what my point of view is so that you can then say, okay, well, I know where Mike's coming from. Now, does that make sense, or is it Mike being hyper-partisan? You can say I'm hyper-partisan if you want, but stop and then take away the partisanship and just look at the core value of what I am saying. Does that make sense? You don't have to agree with the outcome. Look at the core value. Just like when I told my clients, you don't have to like me as a stockbroker. You can tell me to my face that you think I'm stupid. But does my plan make sense? You don't have to like me. You don't have to have a beer with me. You don't have to go out to dinner with me. You hired me to do a job. Does my plan make sense? If the answer is yes, then you're my client. Do what I say. If the answer is no, then sell my stocks, go to another stockbroker. Merrill Lynch has a billion people who follow them. They make 5% a year. That's it. You didn't come to me to make 5%. You came to me to make more. That's what I told my clients as a stockbroker. So follow my plan or don't be my client. It's okay. I'm all right. Either way, make that decision. It's up to you. I know what I'm doing. Do you agree? If you don't agree, don't be my client because you're going to be upset every day. Same thing applies to politics. Same thing applies. Trump is doing the same thing, but he's president. And the media is doing the same thing. Oh, you got to jump off this cliff. He's obviously Orange Man bad. Vote for my guy in the next election. Don't vote for those Republicans because we told you they're bad. Don't think about what they're doing. Don't think about the long-term impact. Don't think about the plan that's there. Focus only on the emotion right this second. And think about it. We had a couple of days where the market crashed down. They're like, oh my God, you're losing all your money. You are penniless. You're going to be broke forever. You didn't sell anything. You didn't sell. But they're telling you you're broke. CNBC, MSNBC, CNN, all of them. All the news media were telling you, you're broke. You've lost $200,000. You don't even have $200,000 in your retirement account. You lost $200,000. You lost so much money that you are negative money at this moment, which is ridiculous. That's what they were telling you. 2 days of that. Monday and Tuesday. Oh my God, you've lost everything. You will never make money back. Then the market reversed. Then the market jumped right back up. Oh, but you sold, but they convinced you to sell in the panic. They convinced you to be a pig. You're not being a bear in the market, making money as it goes down. You're not being a bear making money when the market moves up. Maybe you lower your average cost and you wait it out. No, you jumped in with all the emotion, the fear. You were like a pig, just panicking. You followed them and you jumped off the cliff and you lost money. And then the rest of the market moved back up. Because you didn't pay attention to the plan. The long-term plan. Nobody knows where the market's going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow's Monday. Market will open up. Nobody knows. Your stock may go up. It may go down. It may stay exactly the same. Could be taken over. Could go out of business. You have no idea. That is the stock market every single day. I know because I did it every day for years. You don't know where it's going to go. You have a guess. You have a plan. Maybe if you have a broker, you have a plan. If you don't have a broker, you just wake up and find out stuff. And you just hope for the best because you have no idea. You heard something, you saw something, you have no idea. Why? You don't have enough time to pay attention to stocks and bonds, to do the research, to figure it out. That's just the honest truth. 80% of all investors don't know. So you're just following whatever the news says 90% of the time. And you're going to do something emotional because they don't care about whether you're penniless or not. In fact, it helps them if you're penniless because now you're pissed off. Now you're going to take it out on, well, president's the top of the line. Buck stops at the president. Now you're mad at Orange Man Bad. You're going to punish his party in the next election. Doesn't matter that you did this because you were being emotional and you did what the news media told you because they have a political agenda and they happen to leave out, oh, by the way, we're all Democrats. 85% of everyone in the newsroom is a registered Democrat or progressive. They donate only, exclusively to Democrats and progressives. 85% of the entire newsroom. You think they might have a little bit of a bias there? So anyway, I'm saying all of that. So that you understand, and maybe I got a little passionate there, and I apologize. Maybe I'm being a little loud. But I'm saying that so that you understand, so that you can get a real understanding. The reason why you've heard me talk about the tariffs, and I'm not freaking out, and I'm not going, oh my God, we're going to lose everything. And I'm not saying that, oh my God, it's going to start a war. I'm looking at the long term. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow, China could say that the tariff against the United States is 200%. They can't live like that. No country can. They need you, the American consumer. They have to have you. China will go bankrupt unless Americans buy their stuff. That is a fact. They cannot live with these tariffs. They're too much. They need the money. They need us to buy. They can't maintain this forever, and they know it. They can't maintain it long term. They know it. They can't even maintain it short term. You ask almost any economist out there, even the ones that hate Donald Trump, and they will tell you this is short term. This can't last. China can't last. Even if China decides that they want to go with Europe or anyone else in the world, they can't get enough of what we make. They can't get the same quality as here in the United States in the quantity that the United States will. And they can't get the consumers. American consumers are the majority of consumers in the world. They need us. They will have to break. And they will break before America will break because If Americans are pushed to shove, we can build it here. We can make it here. We can get the resources from India or Vietnam or any other. Every country in the world would love to be the number one trading partner of America. Every country in the world. We make countries that much money. So China knows they're at risk. If they lose American buyers, they're done. If they lose American manufacturing, building stuff for America, they're done. India is happy. They want to go ahead, blow up China. We don't care. China can destroy their own manufacturing, and America will go to India. We like India. It's a good country. It's one of our allies. We'll go to Vietnam. We'll go to Laos. We'll go to Thailand. We'll go to Chile. We'll go to anywhere else in the world. And every one of those countries will be like, thank God, yes, give us all your American money. We're happy to build up our country, build up the infrastructure, make the quality of life for every one of our citizens that much better. China can't maintain this. And once you understand that, and these are financial facts, once you understand that, and you understand the long-term goal of what Trump is doing, which is to build up America so that we can better compete with everyone else in the world on the same even playing field. Not the disadvantage of 1950, but 2025 reality. And once you understand that, and you say, okay, this will take at least 5 years. We're talking about 2030 for all of this to... We build up American infrastructure. Americans are buying more goods from America, which is good for America. And we're on an even playing field or closer to it with all of our allies and countries we don't like around the world. Guess what? That'll be 2030 by the time that all settles out. That is long term. And it will make the quality of life of every American better. That's the plan. When you understand that, do you care if the stock market goes up and down today? Do you care if there's a bunch of bluster between Trump and China and any other country? It doesn't matter. That's not important. That's for the people who are just chasing the headlines. That's not important to someone who's truly looking for wealth. Warren Buffett did not make his billions by chasing headlines. He had a plan. And he's written books about it. People have written books about him on this. The answer is you build wealth over time. True wealth is built over time with a plan. And the in-between, the ups and downs in between, you don't pay attention to. It's not important. Did the plan change? No. Then what's the problem? Trump's got a vision. The vision for America and the economy has not changed. You don't care. There's no reason to care that China is upset and they're saying today, oh, there's going to be a 125% tariff on American goods. Tomorrow they may say there's a 200% tariff on American goods. Matter of fact, the higher that the Chinese go with their tariff, the shorter an amount of time they have. It has to resolve even faster because that's way more goods, way more purchases they're losing. The higher the tariff goes with China, the worse off China is. They're cutting their own throat slowly. So let it go to 200%. Let it go to 500%. China's the one who's going to hurt on this. At the end of the day, at the end of 5 years, the only one who's going to really be hurt by this is China, not the United States. Now, will that be fun for everyone in America? No. It's not going to be a fun time. Some prices will go higher. Absolutely. It will be unpleasant. And we have to develop, we have to build new factories, build some more infrastructure, maybe change some of our trading partners. It will be unpleasant. Yes. It will also be profitable. Highly, highly profitable for individuals who are in the stock market and paying attention, and even more profitable for the American people and the American country over time. It's all about perspective. It's all about, are you looking short term? Are you looking at what's happening tomorrow in the headlines? Or are you looking at what's going to happen in 5 years? There's a big difference. And the political agenda of people in the news media has a lot to do with it. And I'm perfectly happy for anyone, and I'm going to go to the comments now, and people may say, but Mike, you don't understand. No, wrong answer. I do understand. You may not agree. You may think my conclusion is wrong, and that's fine. And tell me, Mike, your conclusion is wrong because you think whatever. Okay. But if you tell me, Mike, you just don't understand, that's not a valid argument. I do understand. I've just explained it. The reason why the news media won't do the same thing is if they explain it, you will not come to the same conclusion that they do. Because their partisanship, their political bias will not hold up if you look at the analysis of what is happening and what is the plan. It only works short term. If you're not paying attention, if you're looking at just the headlines, that's when it works for them. If you do any kind of deep thought about this, it doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense for the bias that they've put on this. But let me go to the comments, because I am sure, even if whether there's a super chat or not, I am sure there are a lot of people having something to say about this. Some people will agree, some people won't. Let's see. So I believe the first comment here is Dow says, say what you want about the man and his delivery of information, but Alex Jones's premise of war for the people's minds and thoughts is perfectly described in his encapsulation of the fight, the info war. Okay, yeah. Cool Roy says, Democrats want more servants, not manufacturing jobs. If we are a service economy, which is what Obama helped to transform America into, when he didn't answer, that's the question that he put in front of America in 2008. Transform America. He never said transform into what. He just said transform it. He didn't tell you or me what he wanted to transform it into. If you were paying attention to his politics ahead of time, if you were looking at what he did as a community organizer, what he did as a senator, what he was saying in public announcements and looking at the bills he was putting forward, you could tell that he was leftist, progressive, Democrat. And you knew he was going towards more socialism. And he was going to transform America into a more socialist nation, which means we don't manufacture, we just provide a service. We don't make anything. We become dependent on other people to be able to survive, because socialism needs other people's money. It needs other people's goods, because if you do it yourself, you go bankrupt. Just ask the old Soviet Union. They don't exist anymore. Why? Because they went bankrupt. You look at every socialist communist nation in the world, they all fail. It is just a matter of time on when they fail. The moment that they have to rely on their own money and their own ability to produce things, then they fail. Every time, every single one of them throughout the history of mankind. And Obama was trying to push us in that same path. We were being socialists, and we were using other people's goods to keep us afloat. Well, he was good at that, and here we are. That's what helped to make the problem we have today. So yes, cool, Roy, good point. Matt says, there it is. Matt says, I feel like, as a layman that doesn't have tens of thousands of dollars to shell out, the stock market is basically worthless to me. Takes money to make money. Well, that's true. But we've heard from the news media often, over and over again, that the stock market is an indication of the economy. That's a lie. That is absolutely a lie. That is not true. The stock market is a reflection of the feeling people have about the economy. The stock market moves. The simplest thing to understand, to know how to make money, the market moves on emotion. The more emotion there is, the more a stock will move. And the more emotion people have behind what's causing a change, the more the market moves. To give you an example, again, going back to my days as a stockbroker, when 9/11 happened, I was in the office. I was in the Helmsley building at the time. At the second, we were just below the penthouse floor, 33rd floor. and had 34. So we're right at the top of the Helmsley building. And we were terrified because we could be hit by a plane, we thought, at any moment. That was the emotion on September 11th, 2001, which happens to be my mother's birthday is September 11th. It's really sad, unfortunate there. And on that day, we saw that we knew the market was dropped. Enormous crash. Everyone thought America was under attack. In the week that followed 9/11, I talked to a lot of my clients in person. I think I was talking about this on Sunday. And I said to them, do you think America will exist in 5 years? It's a very serious question. We're talking about their financial futures. We're talking about people with tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars in the stock market. All kinds of people. Mid-sized business owners, small business owners. You'd be surprised how many people have so much money invested at the time. And I'm talking to my clients, and I'm going to them one by one, checking on if they're okay, if their family's okay, and talking about their financial future. And the answer I had to say to every single one of them, because none of their brokers were coming to see them. I was the only one. I was a small broker. I had maybe 1/10 of all of the money that some of these individuals had invested. Most of their money is with Merck or with, not Merck, Merrill Lynch and all the other big boys, Goldman. But I said, here's the answer. Doesn't matter where you have your account. Doesn't matter how much money you have in the market. Answer is, do you think America will exist in 5 years? It's a yes or a no. It's real simple. On 9/11, before the market opened back up, do you believe America will exist in 5 years? If your answer is yes, then you need to invest in the market. It doesn't matter that the market crashed. It's probably going to go lower. And they're like, you got to be kidding me, Mike. It's going to go lower? Yeah. It's not going to open up. The market's going to go lower. Everyone's still freaking out. Everyone's still panicked. The market's going to sell because the market moves on emotion. And the last emotion we had when the market was open was we were being attacked. And everything was breaking. And people were panicking. And no one knew if they would have a job or if we're going to have a war, if it's going to be a nuclear war. Everyone's freaking out. And everyone's trying to buy gold. Well, guess what? If America will exist in 5 years, they have to go back to work. They have to rebuild things. We're going to build new planes, new tanks, new army. We're going to make more defenses. We're going to build. That's going to be the net result. But that's going to take time. And that's going to take a little while for people to remember, wait a minute, America's not, yes, it was a horrible, terrible terrorist event. Thousands died. But that's not the hundreds of millions of Americans. That didn't end America. And when they recognize that, the market's going to go right back up. Because Merck and IBM and Microsoft and Cisco and you name the business, they didn't change. On 9/11, when they hit the towers and the towers came down, businesses across America did not change. Farmers were still milking cows. We were still building widgets. There's still movies being made. Everything in America continued. And if you think America is going to exist in 5 years, it's going to keep on continuing, which means the market's going to go back. It's going to move back up. Maybe not all the way back, not all at once, but it's going to get there over time, over the next 5 years. Therefore, you keep what you have and maybe we buy some more. Maybe we take an opportunity to buy on the bottom because people are panicking. They're jumping off like lemmings because all they saw was the headline and they heard that their money was gone. They were told, same thing we're being told now. Your money's gone. You have no more money left. I heard the same things on 9/11. Heard exactly the same things on 9/11. They're lying. You didn't lose anything. You didn't sell. You didn't lose anything. You didn't sell. Your value was down. Massive difference between that. And we see what happened after 9/11. So there you go. But so, yes, it takes money to make money. You're right, Matt Ice. And it takes a cool head with a plan. And we need to recognize the plan. And then you make a decision. Do you agree with the plan? Do you not agree with the plan? If you agree with the plan, you buy into it. If you don't agree with the plan, make your own plan for what you think will happen. That's what you do. You don't panic. Don't jump off the cliff like a lemming. Don't do that. Make a plan or go with the plan that's there, one or the other. And talk to people who have knowledge, professionals. Talk with them. Bounce your ideas against them. Hear what they have to say, and then make your own decision. Make your decision, not the headlines, not the people with political agendas. Make your own mind. Dow says, a recent example of the Chinese Communist Party's crashing local industry to the benefit of the, crashing local, other countries. So an example of China's Communist Party crashing other countries' local industries is to the benefit of, for the benefit of the Chinese Communist Party, is British steel. Britain sold British steel to a Chinese company that deliberately operated the domestic UK industry at a loss, cheaper Chinese steel volume, and now they are threatening to close British steel entirely, which would kill the UK of its domestic steel industry, and then they would be forced to buy nothing but Chinese steel, or US steel, which is higher quality. U.S. steel is notoriously higher quality than Chinese steel. Chinese steel is cheaper. Why? Slave labor. Lower standards. But American standards are higher. We're more expensive. So we sell less steel than Chinese, essentially. We sell less, but we have higher quality. We have less defects, less problems than Chinese steel. And so the Chinese went into the United Kingdom, bought their company, crushed their company, destroyed it, so they have no choice other than spend extra money to buy U.S. steel or buy Chinese steel. But the thing that you should take out of that is the United Kingdom, England, no longer has the ability to make steel. That's the problem. If England still had the ability to make steel, they could survive. It wouldn't matter that Chinese steel is cheap and low quality and American steel is high quality, high price. They could go and say, well, we have option 3. We'll build our own. We'll use British steel instead. They no longer have that option. That's kind of what happens with Obama and Obamacare. You lose the third option. You no longer can do it for yourself. You are a slave to the system that has been that they have put you into. And your options are cheap but low quality, or high quality and very expensive. Those aren't necessarily the best options for you. You lost the ability to do it yourself. That's my example there. And that's what Trump is trying to do. Give us that third option, to have American made as the default option. And then if we want, for whatever reason, we can go to the Chinese cheap and low quality, or we can go to either American or other made products that are high quality, high price. You have choices. He's trying to make sure you have a choice long term. Dow says, subsidized slave labor produced Chinese steel. That is true. Andrea says, I took advantage on Monday. Andrea says, on Monday she took advantage and bought when everyone else was selling. One of the smartest things that I would have recommended. And I think I did recommend it on Sunday. I think during my birthday live stream, I believe during it, I was telling people I would buy in. Not as financial advice. I can't give financial advice. I'm not a stockbroker anymore. So I don't give financial advice. I'm just telling you stories of facts, and I'm telling you reasoning of why I do the things that I do, or why I recommend the things that I recommend. And I would have recommended, and I'm very sure I did during my live stream recommend, I'd buy in, because same thing as 9/11. Same thing as 9/11. People were panicking. And Andrea said she jumped in on Monday. By now, you've probably made money off of that investment. I'm not telling you that you will make money on your investment if you jump in tomorrow, if you haven't done your homework, if you haven't paid attention to the details, if you don't have a plan that includes an exit strategy. These are all things you must think about. Like my example with Amylin Pharmaceuticals. I had an exit strategy. That's when the drugs started getting approved. There were 4 chances for that to happen when I made the investment, because they had the first drug, second, third, fourth drugs, 4 drugs. I had 4 chances to get out even or ahead, and I was very confident I'd make money. That's part of my exit strategy, that I didn't, even if I was wrong once, I could be wrong 3 times on that stock, and I still had an exit because there would still be another drug that would be able to give me an exit out. That would be a way that I would be able to make the money back, at least break even, if not make a profit. 4 chances. That was my exit strategy. It wasn't, I'm going to panic because they didn't make it the first time. That's not an exit strategy. That's random luck. It's a piss poor plan. You have to have a plan. Andrew goes on to say, the news media skews the actual news to fit their narrative. And that is absolutely true. Absolutely true. So when I'm talking about, and so to bring this back to what we started with here, and this is about the tariffs. This is about the Trump tariffs. There is another way that the news media isn't talking to you about looking at this. There's a long view. And I am not saying that it is not difficult, that it is not tumultuous. It is. There is some pain in that, and it's going to take time. But if you are prepared, if you understand, if you agree with where the goal is, the end point, the exit strategy on this, then I'm not worried about what China's saying tomorrow. I don't care. They can go, again, tomorrow, China can come back and say, we've gone to a 200% tariff. Fantastic. Let them. Will that mean that certain things will be more expensive? Yes. Will that be forever? Absolutely not. That is a very short-term strategy that cannot go on, because China cannot survive at that price range. Go to 500%. China can come in and say, we've done a 500% tariff. Fantastic. Means this is going to be over even sooner. The higher they go, the sooner that this will end. Let them, I'm not worried about that. Will I buy everything and anything that I wanted to buy? No. Maybe I'll buy a few less things over the next month. Okay. Maybe I'm not going to buy things that were imported from China or other countries for a while. That's okay. Do you need avocados? No, you want avocado toast. You want avocado toast. You don't need it. You don't need the latest Apple product. You may want the latest Apple product. You may be used to changing your Apple product every month, every year. Well, not every month. Every 6 months, every year, every 2 years. You're constantly flipping them over and getting the new latest thing. Okay, maybe you don't get the new latest thing for a year. Oh my God, what the horror. I don't have the latest iPhone. I don't have the latest Android. I don't have the latest laptop. Maybe I'll let my laptop become 2 years old or 3 years old. Not that there's a big difference in the technology in the space of 1, maybe 2 years. The technology is not really changing. The cameras aren't changing that much. The software isn't changing that much. You can go a year without having to buy all new electronics. You don't need to buy them every year. That's just stupid. That's just something that we've gotten used to because we could. Not because you need to, because you're used to it, because you've just gotten lazy. You've gotten accustomed to it. It's an addiction, but you don't need it. I love those people who tell me, but I've got to have avocado toast. No, you don't. No, you don't. You didn't have avocado toast your entire life. You started at some point in your life, you started to eat avocado toast because people told you it's the best thing ever. I don't know. I've never had avocado toast. I'm never going to have avocado toast. I don't care what the price of avocados are. I don't like them. I don't care about guacamole either. So I don't care how expensive it gets. I don't want avocados. I don't want guacamole. I don't want avocado toast. If I want toast, I'll just have regular toast. I'll make my own bread if I have to. And I am trying to learn how to make bread just because I like bread. But I'll get bread. I can either get different bread or Italian bread, or I'll just make bread, and I'll be just as happy making that into toast. I don't need avocados. But you want avocados because we're Americans and we are rich. And we have the privilege of being able to afford the luxury of avocado toast. Fantastic. I'm happy for you. If you can afford it and you want it, go for it. You're an American citizen. I would never tell you you can't have it. What I am telling you is it's not a requirement to live. There's a big difference. Anyway, let me go on. Dow says, my wife says, good to the Chinese Communist Party spiraling. It's good that they are spiraling down. It's all garbage from Chinese industry anyway. Well, yeah, because it's made by slave labor. It's not meant to be quality. They don't care if, they're slaves in the Chinese government and Chinese industrial. They don't care if they survive or not. They don't care what the quality is. They just want product. Dow goes on to say, we need to divest ourselves from buying garbage. Yeah, I think higher quality is better. But I've spent a little time going over that in some detail. I hope people clip this out, send it to your friends. Just that section on what's going on with tariffs, what's going on with trade. No one is taking the time to talk to you about this. No one is trying to make it make sense for you, and they should. You should be able to understand this. I'm not saying that you have to agree. You can absolutely, anyone can write in right now and say, Mike, I don't agree. I think the conclusion, the ultimate outcome is going to be different than what you have predicted. It might. I'm not telling you that I'm absolutely right. I'm telling you this is the logic. This is the long-term plan. This is the exit strategy on that plan. This is what's going to, short-term, lots of things could happen. Almost none of them are consequential. I'm trying to talk about long-term. News media doesn't care. They need your eyeballs today. They make money on advertising. I don't. They're going to make their money because you have to watch them today so that they can sell their advertising for the most money they possibly can. And then tomorrow, you gotta watch them again because they gotta charge that same company even more money to watch because they need the money. You gotta constantly watch their ads so that they can make money. So they gotta bring you back. They need those eyeballs so they can charge the most money they can for the advertisers so that they can make money. I get it. I'm not upset with them for doing that. Hell, if I had advertisers, maybe I'd have somewhat of a similar idea. I doubt that. But at least I understand the logic. Understand why these things are happening to you. It's not because they care about you. It's because if you're afraid and maybe you didn't sell on Monday, maybe you didn't sell on Tuesday, but you keep hearing the doom and gloom, you keep coming back to find out, did it change yet? Is it going to get better? Is it going to get worse? You're hooked on the horror, and they know it because they made the horror story. So they're got you on the fear. You're addicted to the fear. Could it get worse? Could it get better? I've got to see the news. I've got to have the news on 24/7 to find out, is it going to get worse? And they're making money. That's why they tell you it's going to get worse. That's why they keep you on the edge. It might get worse tomorrow. It just might not happen. Orange man bad. Blame it all on him because it could get worse tomorrow because you could lose everything tomorrow. No, you're not. The honest answer, any economist who is worth anything will tell you, no, you're not going to lose everything. America's not going to collapse. It's not going to happen. That's not the way business works. That's not how international politics works. That's not how infrastructure works. It's not going to go. We're not going to go from today, we're a great country, and tomorrow, well, yeah, we're instantly third world poverty. We're sitting next to Haiti. That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Anyway, let me move on. A lot more to talk about. Again, people disagree with me. You can super chat me. You can send a Rumble rant to me. Makes a big difference. If you found this to be, even so far, if you found it to be educational, informative, entertaining, if it made you feel better about your investments, about the future of America, if it made you have something to think about, like, share, subscribe. That's all we ask for. Like, share, subscribe. It costs you absolutely nothing. It's free to just like, share, and or, most of all, subscribe. If you do have an extra $1.50 every month, again, not per day, not per week, if you have an extra $1.50 a month, join my Patreon. That means that sometimes when we have special shows, you can come on, like they did on my birthday. We had a couple of the Patreon members. They got to come on live and to have their comments heard, to talk about what they think and the issues that were important to them. That's something that Patreon members get. They also get discounts. Right now, if you go to buy our coffee mug, if you go to buy our t-shirt, our sweatshirts, members with the Patreon, they get a discount on that. They're the only ones who can get that discount. No one else gets it, just the Patreon members. So for $1.50 a month, you may not get everything that you may not get everything, but you'll get something, and it's the little things that matter. So that is an option. So please consider that. But again, just like, share, subscribe. That's free, and it helps, and it matters to me. It makes a big difference. Okay. Let me move on. Military. And this is kind of in the same vein of some of the things we were talking about. The White House has announced 2 days ago, on Friday, that the United States is continuing to seal the southern border. A lot of people may not have heard about that. A lot of people may have forgotten that we are still in the process of closing the border, because that is a problem. Excuse me, it's been a problem and it continues to be a problem. We have not resolved illegal immigration yet. Illegal aliens, there are still millions of them, in the United States as we speak, and we need to get them out. There are still hundreds of thousands of violent illegal aliens, whether they be Venezuelan gangs or MS-13 or just crazy people. They're still here in America. That doesn't mean that every illegal alien is crazy. I didn't say that. But there are illegal aliens that are crazy, that are gang members, that are sex slavers or drug dealers or gun runners. And guess what? Every single one of those illegal aliens that are criminals, violent criminals especially, they don't necessarily have to be here. We could have stopped them. The Biden administration didn't even try. We are in the process, and we're still here. We haven't made it to 100 days yet. We are not in we haven't finished the first 3 months of the Trump administration. They're still here. We still have a ways to go. And Trump administration is aware of that. So even though the news media stopped talking about illegal aliens, even though they stopped talking about mass deportations, they are happening. And that is a good thing. And we know that the Supreme Court has said Trump has the right to deport illegal aliens. No question. The White House has the right to deport people with visas that the United States no longer wishes to be in America. That's not a bad thing. These are good things. These are positives for the nation. That helps to increase the stability in America. It helps to create peace in America. It helps to stop dividing America. That provides us more unity. These are positives. Again, long term. Tomorrow, you can say, oh, but Mike, I don't feel good about that. Yeah, but in 5 years, this is good for America. This is going to make America stronger. And so Trump is continuing to do it. Now, you want to talk about what's bad about this? It's all through executive orders. And I have a problem with that. One, I don't like presidents using executive orders. That's true for Trump. It's true for Obama, Biden, Clinton. You name the president, I don't care. I don't like that they use so many executive orders. And I've said that about President Trump as well. He has used way too many executive orders for me to feel comfortable with. but he hasn't really stepped out of the power of the presidency. He is using the power of the presidency to the fullest extent. He's not adding to the power of the president. He's using what already is there. He's going back and he's using laws that already exist. Whether you like that law or not, it's an existing law. It's on the books. He is enforcing the laws that exist already. He's not making up new ones. And the left hate that. Democrats hate that. The news media hate that because they're like, he's such a bad guy. He's doing such a terrible thing. It's on the books. These are the laws of our country. The fact that Democrats have ignored the law doesn't change the fact that this is the law and that this is what he's supposed to do. The president, the executive branch, enforces the law. If you don't like the law, Congress can change the laws anytime they want. That's what the House of Representatives, that's what the Senate are for, to create laws or to change laws. It is for the president to enforce the law. So if the Democrats are complaining because Trump is enforcing law that exists, that's their own fault. They could have changed those laws. Trump has only been, he was president for 4 years and he just started, he's got less than 100 days in now. That gives them the last 57 years of my life to change it all. No, 53 years. They've had about 53 years to change these laws. They didn't bother because they didn't care. Because they weren't paying attention to it. And if they weren't paying attention to it, you're not supposed to pay attention to it. That doesn't mean you didn't. It means they didn't care. And that's why they're upset. Now, again, going on with this, President Trump is now authorized that he's going to use the military to seal the southern border. I have a little bit of a problem with that. I have a little bit of a problem because, as he says, President Trump says he assigned the armed forces of the United States the military missions of repelling the invasion and sealing the United States southern border from unlawful entry to maintain the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and security of the United States. These are all the jobs of the president. He is protecting the people. He is protecting the nation. He promised to do this in his campaign. He's doing this as president. I have no problem with this. This is what he promised. This is part of his job description. This is what he is doing. I am upset that it comes as an executive order, but it makes sense. It is exactly what he's supposed to be doing. This is well within the powers of the president. This isn't abusive. This isn't, notice, he's not saying he's trying to protect the sovereignty, the territorial integrity, and the security of the United States from brown people. He never said, from brown people, from people with whatever religious ideology. He didn't say that. That's the news media that says that. That's politicians with a partisan political agenda. They add in, oh yeah, he's against brown people. He didn't say that. He never said that. By the way, if you think that the only people who are trying to enter America are people from Mexico or from Venezuela, then you're an idiot. Quite frankly, because all the evidence tells us they're not the only ones. There are people, yes, there are people from Africa, all across the African continent, those 50 nations on the African continent. We've got people from all of those countries trying to get into America. We've got people from all of Southeast Asia, the continent in Asia, all throughout Southeast Asia, that are trying to enter into America. That's from Laos, that's from Thailand, that's from Cambodia, that's from Korea, you name it. They're trying to get into the United States. We've got people throughout Europe that are trying to come into America illegally. So to say that it's only about brown people, you're either blind or you're dumb or you're dumb on purpose. Either you have no knowledge whatsoever. Let me correct that, not dumb. People are either stupid, which means they don't have any knowledge, or they're willfully ignoring the knowledge, which makes them dumb, or they're just oblivious. They're just following the partisan whims of the leadership, which makes you a slave. That's the only way you can say Trump's against brown people. Because that's just not factually true. That's not the reality. That's not what's happening right now. But it's catchy. It's a wonderful slogan. It works great as a t-shirt. It works great as a meme on social media. It's great for a 30-second TikTok. It's fantastic for that. It's not true. It has no basis in reality. It ignores all the rest of the facts out there and the impact of those facts. But, it's catchy. And if you're just into the latest catchy thing, if you're into the trend, then fantastic, good for you. I need a little bit more than a catchy slogan for my politics. To understand what's happening in the world, to understand what's going to be affecting my life and the rest of the world, I need more than a 30-second slogan. I need more than, well, this is what Chuck Schumer said. AOC said it, so it must be true. Bernie Sanders would never lie to you, would he? Oh, you mean he did already? You mean he's been lying to you since he got exposed as a liar, as someone who is deceitful, as someone who is willing he could be bought off since 2016? Ask the Bernie bros. Ask them how much they trust Bernie Sanders today. Not Bernie Sanders 2016. We're talking about 2025. How many people trust him today to be honest, to be genuine, to not be bought off? And now you're going to trust him on this 30-second slogan that, oh, yeah, Donald Trump hates brown people. Really? Oh, come on now. I know you're smarter than that. I know my audience, I know for a fact, is smarter than that. But I think the general public, they're smarter than that. But that doesn't stop the news media from trying to push that down your throat. That doesn't stop partisan politics from trying to slam that down your throat. To try and push the emotion down your throat so that you will become a slave and you will obey. So again, I have no problem. And all this announcement, which came on April 11th, all this says is that President Trump is going to use some of our military to protect the border. They're going to build a wall over at the Roosevelt reservation. It's a federal Indian reservation. They're going to be building up, it's a national park, excuse me. They're going to be building up a wall to secure the border. They're going to use military resources to do that. That he is already engaged and continues to use the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of the Interior, Secretary of Agriculture, the Secretary of Homeland Security, are all working together to get rid of the illegal aliens that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris allowed into America. And he's also going to be working to make sure no new illegal aliens like Venezuelan gangs, the Tren de Aragua, the MS-13, we're not going to let them in. I got no problem with that. But not everyone's hearing that. What they're hearing is Trump hates brown people. Well, that's not what this means. That's not what's being said. That's not what he's doing. The only people who believe that are racist. Only racists believe that Trump he hates black people, because there's no evidence of that. Dow says, let me see, yeah, that's right. Dow says, if Democrats are mad, they should be mad at themselves for putting into law many of the powers that President Trump is utilizing, because they gave those powers to the president as a tool. Yeah, these are the very same things that they made this law for Clinton. Well, Trump can use it. They made a law for Obama. Yeah, but Trump can use it. It's a law that they put in place for Biden. Yeah, but Trump can use it. They're upset. You can't play with my toys, and you can't play the way I don't want. Again, it's very much about the emotion. It's about feelings. It's about power. It's about the Democrat elites, the party over the people. It has nothing to do with you as an individual. They don't care about you. Democrats don't see you as an individual, as a human. They see you as a category. They see you as the checklist. Oh, you're male. Okay. Are you white, black, Hispanic? Okay. Are you gay, straight, trans? You're a toaster. Who do you have sex with? This is what Democrats see you as. It has nothing to do with you're a person. It doesn't matter what education you have, what experience you have. It doesn't matter who you are. It's only important what box they can put you in. And that's all you matter. And that's sad. That's why they're upset. Someone else is playing with their toys in a way they don't like. And if this were a sandbox, they would kick over your sandcastle, pick up their toys, and they'd go and run to their mom and cry because it isn't fair that you are doing what they want. They're one of the most selfish brats you could possibly imagine. So I had to have some coffee there. A lot of talking. Again, folks, I am happy to hear, whether on Rumble, on YouTube, I believe we're on X at the moment, or Twitter, Facebook. I'm happy to hear from anyone, whether you agree or disagree. And I know there's people who are commenting that agree, like Dow, like Cool Roy, like Grace, some of the others. I know people are saying, but if you disagree, fantastic, tell me why. If you think that Trump using executive orders is a good thing and only executive orders is a good thing, please tell me why. I want to see Congress pick up the ball and run with it. Trump is using the executive orders because these laws exist. Congress must get up and codify these things so that they are permanent fixes. We need to permanently remove the Department of Education. We need to permanently get rid of the ATF. We need to permanently close the border and secure the border. We need permanent plans, not temporary plans, because temporary plans can be reversed, and they will be. We saw Biden do that to the Trump administration the first time. It'll happen again, eventually, if we don't get this codified into law. Congress must act. Okay, that being said, also wanted to talk about there's nuclear talks with Iran. And I think this is good, but it's tricky. You see, Iran hates America. We know this. Since 1980, they have not wasted a single day to not remind America and the world that they hate America. When I say hate, Iran wants to destroy America. It doesn't matter. They can make any trade deal. They can talk about any kind of peace deal. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, no matter what they agree to, they will say they want to destroy America. In fact, if you go back to the day that the Iran nuclear deal was passed with Obama, president, at the same minute that President Obama was speaking to the world, and he was touting that he had this deal, the Iran nuclear deal, which would supposedly stop Iran from making nuclear weapons, even though that would allow them to make ICBMs, rockets and missiles that we now see being used around the world to attack people in the Ukraine, to attack the Red Sea. Yeah, and that's because of Obama. But what we're seeing is long term, sorry, got distracted by my sister. We've got to have this understanding that Iran wants to kill America. Like I said, the same day that Obama was saying that the Iran nuclear deal was signed, same moment that he was sending over $100 million in cash to Iran, the Ayatollah, the absolute leader of Iran, was on national airwaves saying that he wants to see the destruction of America. He was leading the chant amongst the people to swear death to America. So always understand that when we talk about anything with Iran, at the end of the day, they're going to say they want death to America. That means progressives. That means Democrats. It means the libertarians, the conservatives, the Green Party, Republicans, conservatives, everyone. If you're a woman and you can read, Iran wants you dead. If you're gay, they want you dead. If you're whatever color, whatever race, whatever sexuality, if you're American, they want you dead. No one really likes to mention that in the mainstream news media. They want you to think that Iran, no, they're good people. They just like you. They just don't like those MAGA people. That is a lie. That is a lie. And every time, there's always that one liberal couple that wind up saying, we're going to go over to Iran and we're going to talk about free speech, and they wind up in jail or dead. Happens all the time because Iran hates America. Not the Iranian people. I'm talking about the Iranian government. I'm talking about everyone with the power. They hate America and they preach to kill America every day. So the United States is in nuclear talks with Iran again. And you should be happy because this is something that the Biden administration was begging for 4 years. For 4 years, the Biden administration gave sanction. They cut sanction after sanction. They kept giving money and then more money to Iran just to talk with them. And Iran said, no thanks. Give us more money. Cut some more sanctions. And then we'll think about talking with you. Over and over again. Biden spent 4 years trying to restart the Iran nuclear deal. And Iran milked him for every single dollar. They got sanctioned. They had over a dozen sanctions. I believe the final number was 24 sanctions were removed by the Biden-Harris administration in the attempt to have a conversation with Iran. They got nothing to show for it. They didn't even get to have a conversation. They got nothing. They just gave away everything. They gave away money. They gave away power. They gave away influence. They got nothing. Trump did nothing except threaten to put the sanctions back. That's all Trump has done. He's going to put the sanctions back on Iran. Why? Because at the end of the day, Iran says death to America, all of America. He's going to put the sanctions back, and Iran said, hey, guess what? Let's have a conversation. He didn't remove sanctions. He didn't give them money. He didn't give them power. He said, in fact, he's going to take all of that away from them unless they talk. And they said, hey, let's talk. Let's have a conversation. Maybe we can work out a deal so that we don't start building nukes. You should be happy right now. The news media should be ecstatic right now. A rogue nation, Iran, may not decide to build nukes and blow up Israel and Europe and America. They may not become religious nuts with a nuclear weapon because we're talking to them. Something that Biden has been trying to do for 4 years. And now they're talking. We should be happy. This should be big news. Instead, not so much. It's downplayed. I tell you, it's something else. All right. So, folks, yeah, I know I keep getting noticed. My puppy woke up, so now he wants to go for a walk. And for people who don't know, our show is a little bit unique. Because I have a 14-year-old dog, Khan, named after Genghis Khan, not the movie. He's named after the actual Genghis Khan, the ruler of the largest empire in global history. Hi. Want to say hello to everyone? Say hello. See? That's Khan. He's 14! Yes, I know. I know. Okay. And he's a good boy. And so he needs to go and walk. And so after about 2.5 hours, and we're right on track because it's 2 hours, 23 minutes, the 2.5 hour mark, we go out and take him for a walk. That gives you the chance to have a drink of coffee, to go and smoke a cigarette, walk your dog, get a snack of food, whatever it is, gives you a little bit of time. We're going to be gone for about 45 minutes. So that means about 5:45 we will be back. and then we'll continue from there with the show. I need, and you know what? I'm going to share the interview that I had with Tyreek Goodman with you guys, so that you'll be able to see my conversation with this hopefully up and coming politician, someone who's just a regular person, a father, who's trying to run for office to get better. So that'll be at about 5:45. We will be back, and we will pick up with a few more things, more domestic, talking about lithium battery plants and the danger to our communities, where families are being put directly in danger by, in this case, New York City, but the government absolutely putting people absolutely in danger of toxic flames, cancer, and death. We're going to come back and we're going to talk a little bit about what's going on with, I talked about the tariffs, about the SAVE Act, SAVE, talking about, can black people still vote in America? Can women still vote in America? And whether or not the media is correct, they're telling you right now that black people, that women won't be able to vote anymore. Is that true? Because they've been saying that a long time. Is it true now? Well, we'll talk a little bit about that when we get back. We're going to talk a little bit about Kash Patel, the ATF. Is the Trump administration falling apart? It's just like what happened with Elon. Elon is getting kicked out of the Trump administration. Well, actually, his contract with the federal government ends in he only had 130 days. But, the news media said, you're going to see Elon, he's getting kicked out. It's the end of the Trump administration. Well, now we've got Kash Patel. He's no longer in charge of the ATF. He's no longer the acting director of the ATF. The Trump administration's all over. It's done. It's all falling apart. But maybe there's a little bit more to that story. Just maybe. There's a few more details there that the mainstream news media isn't putting in their headlines that they're not telling you about. We'll go over a little bit of that as well. And of course, you may not be aware, but I'll tease this before we go. And that is, according to Hakeem Jeffries. Oh yeah, Representative Hakeem Jeffries. The Naval Academy hates black people. The American Navy hates black people. They hate people. They hate Jews. They don't care about the Holocaust. That's what Hakeem Jeffries is saying. He's literally saying it on Twitter, and he put that out yesterday, and he's lying. He's lying. He's lying to your face. But before we do that, what I'll do is I'm going to step out. As I said, I will leave this up for you, and you will be able to hear the conversation that I had with Tyreek Goodman about why he is running for elected office. And we'll be back at 5. Oops, what is this? Come on. Excuse me. Come on, you silly machine. 5:45. What, it's not playing the sound? It should be playing the sound. Oh. No. Hang on, folks. Don't know why it's not playing that. It should be playing that. It should be. Sorry, it's not playing the audio. Let me see something here. My audio's off. Okay. Aha, that's why. There it is. Okay, got it. Sorry, system's acting all kinds of wonky. We got it fixed now. All right.
Here in the Bronx, New York. And as you may notice, we're having one hell of a time dealing with technology this week. That was on my birthday live stream where Windows killed my main computer and we had to go to my laptop. Then Windows decided to do an update on my laptop and it's dead now too. But that's all right, I'm on my phone. And throughout this process today, I have a candidate from the Bronx who is with me, Mr. Tyreek Goodman, who is with me, and he's been patient. We're a little bit behind when we were planning to start this off, but he said, let's go live, let's just do this. Don't worry about it, we'll work through the technology. So I thank you, I give my appreciation to you, Tyreek. And the first thing I'll say is, Tariq, you're a candidate according to the New York Times, ABC, CBS, NBC, the news media in New York City. There is no such thing as a candidate that isn't a Democrat, apparently, in any office. Everybody who's running for anything in 2025 is all Democrats. And yet, we just went through the petitions, and you are a candidate for the city council, the eighth district seat. And so why don't you tell the people, this may be a surprise to a lot of New Yorkers, tell them who you are and why you're running.
So, my name is Tariq Goodman. I'm a kid from, Bronx, New York. Well, a young man, as I say, from the Bronx, New York, born and raised. And, one of the slogans that I have is "Be the change you wish to see." And with that being said, a lot of times when we look to representation, we look for people that look exactly like us, right? And to talk like us and to speak like us. Well, we have representation in New York that mimics and looks exactly like where we're from our communities. But the thing is that I feel like there's a big information gap. So for me, getting into politics was not just, being a part of the Democratic Party. It was saying, well, you know what? Let me also open up doors for those who might not see the democratic way or who might feel like, people are gatekeeping or information is not being spread. I feel like when it comes to the urban communities, we are spread too thin and always forced to pick a side when it comes to the political backing and the background, per se. So for me, it was about being a part of the conservative party because it puts us in the middle ground where we can work with everybody. But on top of that, a lot of people be also surprised that I'm also on the Republican line as well. And, being a conservative Republican, for me, it just brings back the value of traditional values. And we say, what is traditional values, right? And when I talk about stuff like that, it's more so based on family structure, based on believing in God, based on, believing that we can also educate our youth and take care of our community without less government control and government oversight.
Okay. That's interesting. Now we're gonna delve a little bit into a few of those things. At the same time, I want the public to know if you have a question for Tyreek Goodman, or myself, please let us know in reference to the election or any of the issues there. We're happy to see that. I'll bring that question up and we can answer it. Because I like the interaction with the public directly, but we're going to get to that. Let me first ask you, Tyreek, by the way, how old are you?
I'm 33 years old.
Okay, so in terms of politics, you're a babe. I mean, most politicians start off like in their 40s, 50s, if not 60s, and then spend the next 3 decades in office. So you're young. Uh, have you ever worked in politics before?
No, no. I've been into politics for about 3 years now. And to be honest with you, me getting into politics was a learning lesson. Because at first, just like any other citizen, I didn't really care for it. I didn't believe that politics could actually shape my life or how it affects my life. We see politicians and political leaders get elected, they come and go, and what changes in our community? Nothing. So to me, I didn't have really faith into the system until I started to learn about it. And luckily, I had a good teacher. Shout out to Duran Gonzalo, who also opened the door and taught me a lot about politics and said, "Hey, listen, I understand how you feel, and you feel it seems like you have like a grudge towards them, but you don't understand why these things are not happening and why effects is not happening quickly in your community." And one of the major things that we found out was education. So for prime example, at 16 you could be on a community board no matter what your criminal record is. At 18 you could run for local government no matter what your criminal record is. Right? This information is not public knowledge to the youth. This information is not public knowledge, or as I say, it is public knowledge, but it's not talked about, it's not promoted, it's not in the face of the average kid. And the reason why I would say that is because we don't have a lot of our students and a lot of our graduates, we don't have retainers for them. And what I mean is that a lot of them are not coming back to help the community and build up the community. Instead, we're giving our kids to leave outside the community as if there's not nothing here for them. And there is a place for them. There's a place in our local politics. There's a place, for them to make decisions on their community, inside the community boards. In order to make change, you must make it real for them, and you must give them the knowledge and the opportunity to make those changes. So that's what my candidacy is about, and that's how I pretty much shape things and how I made my decision on even getting involved into politics. Was to say, well, you know what? There's a big information gap, and unfortunately, I'm in a position where I'm able to run, I'm able to make my voice heard, but it can't just be about the status quo. It can't just be about putting myself in a good position. It has to be more than that. Because,
Okay.
yes, continue.
No, I was just going to reflect back on, obviously, you're right. We don't teach civics anymore to our students.
Correct.
And so, how can we expect them to know the process to get elected, the process to be involved in the election system, picking candidates, getting the best candidate out there, running themselves? So, you're right. It's something we've neglected for a lot of younger voters. Uh, Now, you're not quite the average younger voter, by the way,
Correct.
because you are the CEO of Epic Rev, that's REV, Vision. Am I right?
Yes, yes, yes.
And what is that?
So when I started, before I got into politics, one of the things that I wanted to do was have a community in the sense of where, I could let me backtrack. There was so much
Sure.
negativity and so much propaganda when it came to media. I started to realize that people are not seeing things where they're learning and they're able to engage and have fun all on the same platform. So what I did was Epic Rev Vision, which means the Rev part means revolutionary, right? So what I wanted to do was revolutionize what people see and what people, interact and engage with as well. So for me, Epic Rev Vision, what we decided was is that we're going to shine light on nonprofits, business startups, as well as the kids that's doing music videos, as well as the youth and other forms of arts, and partner up with other medias, and we're going to put them all on the same platform so they can engage with each other, so they can look at each other and see what's going on. Because what happens is that if you got the cool kids on one platform and they're not paying attention to the information, and that information is not where the cool kids is at, then that information is lost for that generation, or even for those people who could actually benefit from that. So what I decided was to make a platform, and not even just a platform, but just be the bridge to connect all these businesses, these politicians, these youth, these nonprofits all together so they can utilize each other and just share information. share information, be tapped into what's going on around them, because, a lot of the times the elders are saying the youth don't listen, the youth is saying the elders is not listening. But, one thing I got to say is for the youth is that y'all got to understand is that these elders are willing to offer a helping hand if you are showing that, you're willing to learn and listen as well. So that's what my media platform is geared towards. It's geared towards, hey, look, no, you might not like this rap video, and no, you might not be into politics, but seeing them on the same platform together and seeing them in unison together, now it opens up a dynamic to where you don't have to close yourself in or trap yourself in a box to what's cool and getting the information, if that makes sense.
Sure, it's kind of a fusion of politics and rap. Actually, political rap is not a new thing. There was, God, uh, uh, NW, not NWA. Uh, what was it called? With Flavor Flav, it was his organization back in the day, back in the '90s. I can't. Fight the Power was the song that was really popular. My God, I can't remember their name at the moment. But I grew up with them. And in the '90s, there was a lot of rap music that dealt with politics to introduce it into inner cities that maybe didn't focus on it. Again, civics wasn't talking about it at all in the classroom. So I get that. It makes sense. And we've actually fallen away from that to look at music as only entertainment rather than also having teaching
Right.
component.
And it's not just about music. Like, me, I come out even as a candidate, even as a working man, even as a father. I come out and I film nonprofits. I come out and film, people that's doing cleanups, and we edit and we put things together. If a young kid in my community tells me they have a business or they have something that they want to explore, my job is to connect them to the right person that they'll be able to flourish. Because a part of one of the things that we must teach our kids too, sometimes it's not always what you know, sometimes it's who you know as well. So one of the things that I like to promote to the young youth is that a lot of y'all parents are working in these city jobs. A lot of y'all parents have a lot of connections that can set you up, you know, for your next upcoming years. So for example, like my mother, right? She works in corrections. Now, if I was to go into corrections, I would have like a grandfather clause in to where there I would be make sure that I'm taken care of in certain areas and certain parts of that nature. And they do that the same thing for police, the same thing for firemen, even for the post office, where is if you get family members that go into these certain fields, of course you get certain privileges that the normal person won't have per the se, right? And what I'm saying is this: we have to start privileging our own. We must also start opening doors for our own to prosper. And a lot of times what happens is that you have a parent who's doing the best they can, working, doing what they gotta do, and you got a kid who's also trying to figure things out in their lifestyle. But the disconnect is that the kids now are not looking to work for nobody else. The kids want to work for themselves. The kids want to be bosses. The kids, not to say it like this, they're looking at it like, look, not we can make money outside of just going to school, doing a 9 to 5, or going to college and things like that. And those things, I'm not glorifying and I'm not saying it's the right way, but we must understand that with technology, it gave a different option for our kids and our youth. And if we don't steer that narrative to where it's going, where it's educational and it's positive, we will lose our kids to the chaotic system of whatever's going on, if that makes sense.
If I understand you, so if we lose involvement with our kids, they're more likely to go out there, accept the Hollywood, the music industry image of being gangsters and drug dealers and addicts because that's somehow attractive. Or the theme since 1992 in the Black community, there's been a big emphasis on being a gangster, going to jail, getting street credibility, and somehow that's supposed to promote you in your work, in your life afterwards, when demonstrably it's the exact opposite. So that's what I'm understanding from what you're saying. Am I understanding it right?
Yeah, correct. I'm pretty much saying that if we don't like the stigmas or the social stigmas that's put on us, we have to change that. And we must be involved. For people to sit there and be like, well, I'm not involved into politics or I'm not involved into business, you can't afford that luxury. None of us can. Because our
Okay.
political leaders and elected officials is involved in everything.
Yeah. Well, I word it a little differently because I'm part of, for better or worse, I'm part of the news media. I'm part of the political system. So I speak in that way. You're speaking from someone who's not in politics, a real person, just saying, okay, I want change. And that's, it's refreshing because it can get very boring hearing the same people say the same things over and over again.
Hmm.
Let me ask this. You mentioned something else that I think is important for voters to understand and to understand where you're coming from. You mentioned that you're a father. I didn't know that.
Correct.
Uh, how how old's your child?
So I'm a father of a beautiful 2 years old, Lael Essence Goodman. And I love my child. Being a father is one of the best things that ever happened to me. It helped me mature, helped me grow a lot, and it helped me understand that hey, life is not about you. And speaking from a young man who had a great father, my father Eric Goodman, who passed away 2 years ago. Um, you
Sorry.
know, One of the biggest challenges that I have is making sure that my daughter feels the same love that I felt when my father was here. So it's like me having my daughter is everything, and that's one of the reasons why I even decided to even go even harder with politics because I got to make sure that if as long as we're still in the projects or in the neighborhoods and we got family here, I got to make sure she'll be able to visit and be safe as long as while she's here, while she's being safe. And understand that her daddy stood for something. So then now maybe she could run for local office and, not be a hazard to the community, but instead be somebody that can help and benefit the community.
No, that's a fantastic reason to run. I actually, I think it's one of the best reasons to run for the family, for future, to improve the community, not just for yourself, but for everyone. So you're not just an entrepreneur. You're not just looking to be in politics. You're also a family man. You're looking to improve the world for your children. Okay.
That comes first.
Uh, Good point. Okay, so we now understand some of your priorities in the way that you're looking at politics, looking at the community in New York, and to an extent across the country. I think that's a good base for voters to start understanding you. But now let's go a little bit more into what is it that Tariq Goodman stands for? Now, I do know, and I spoke to you first in 2024 because you were running for the 84th Assembly District in the Bronx. You were running for an elected office. You got on the ballot then. The mainstream news media ignored you. They ignored the entire conservative party, as well as the Republican candidates, ignored all of them, and said no one exists except the Democrat. And what a shock, the Democrat won,
Well,
because that's the only person people knew about.
right.
Uh, so you're not a first time candidate now, which is an eye opening experience for a lot of people. What made you decide, okay, I ran for an assembly, now I want to go for city council? And what's different in this experience?
You know what's crazy? After I ran my first election, even though they didn't give us news coverage and things like that, they
Mhm.
heard us. They saw us, and we made our presence felt. For example, we had an issue with Third Avenue. Third Avenue, as you know, the hub. There was a lot of needles there. There's a lot of people who, was just strung out on drugs. And the issue is not fully changed or fully complete. But because we went out there and I went out there with a group of young entrepreneurs and a group of young individuals, we started to clean up. And you could check my social media, bro. We came out, we cleaned up, and I did that on my birthday weekend. And then after that, we came back, we did it another month, and we did another month after that. After that, what I started to notice is that with my opponent, which was smartly so, and which she had every right to do, was she addressed that issue. So think of it like Bernie Sanders, right? Yeah, I might not win the election, but when I say something is going to be heard and get the people to talk, at least so we could change that issue.
Okay.
So
And a lot of candidates do that. Yeah.
Right. So for me, running in this election, it's like, okay, we have a poverty issue. We have a homeless issue. We have people in shelters right now, but yet and still they're not being housed in permanent housing, but yet and still where the city is housing everybody else who are not citizens. We have people living in NYCHA who have asbestos issues. You know, I'm pretty sure if you looked at my Instagram, you'll see when I showed you where our trash is going outside. Mm-hmm. It's literally outside on the corner. And we have lived that way so long, it's become normal. So my thing is to say, okay, I'm in the conservative party. I'm in the Republican Party, the party that y'all so-called call racist, the party that y'all say is not for black Americans. But yet and still, we have always had Democrat representation here in our communities. Why is this like this? Why is this like this? Why is the community like this? Why are we still having a homeless problem no matter who is in president, but this is always being ran under Democrat elected officials? Crime. So when we talk about change, I'm starting to look at it and I'm starting to say, well, maybe at one point those elected officials got involved to really do good for the community. And somewhere along the way, they lost their way because they no longer had to deal with the circumstances that they was fighting for. I don't have that problem because I'm living currently in the circumstances that I'm fighting for. Right now, I'm talking to you from a NYCHA building, right here in the project. So I'm in the community.
Okay.
You know, so it's about exposing the what's going on, and to say either you fix it or we're gonna vote you out, and people are gonna pick people like me to come up and make that change.
Okay. So at first, for people who are unaware, NYCHA is the New York City Housing Authority, and they run the government buildings. Often they'll say it's government housing, but everyone and their brother calls it the projects because that's what it is. It's the projects. They've said that when I was young in the 90s, we called it the projects. They call it the projects now. And often that's where the idea of ghetto fabulous first came out, is from the projects. People trying to make the best of a not so great situation. Projects are known for having lower income individuals. That doesn't mean they're good or bad. It means that they're not Bill Gates. Bill Gates isn't, LeBron James isn't living in the projects. I wish he would. I guarantee you he would donate and make money, make investments in his community entirely differently if he did, but he doesn't. Same thing with Snoop Dogg and everyone else. You named it artist, that's just the case. Fair enough. And that also is true of politicians. AOC, when she was a bartender, was living a pretty modest lifestyle. Today, she's now been in politics for about 10 years, and she's worth about, I believe the estimate is $17 million. She lives in a gated community outside of all of her constituents. So it happens in entertainment, it happens in politics, and you're pointing out that for you, you're still with the people, the community, so you hear from them directly.
Correct.
So let me understand. If that's the case, it sounds like I looked over some of your literature, and yes, I do recommend to people check out your website, your chat, your contact information on social media. You do have a video where you're using GPS to highlight various projects, and in those projects, you're just showing pictures which look like they were live from GPS. You can't hear me? You can't hear me now. Oh, wait a minute. I just lost you too. 1 second. Don't know. Hang on. What just happened? Can you hear me now? Go ahead. No, not yet. Folks who are listening in,
Okay, now
I'm
I can hear you.
switching. You can hear me now. Okay, I just had to switch from my Bluetooth to speakerphone. So if the audio quality changed a little bit, folks, that's the reason why. I had to switch to my speakerphone.
Give
So,
me 1 second. Let me just run to get this charger real quick.
mhm. So as he's going to do that, I just want to let people know that we're still here and just had to switch my audio input. Not a problem. And he's getting himself set up. Sorry. You know, this is what happens when you're live.
Yeah.
Sometimes things change up. It's okay. So, we're live. Life is imperfect. None of us are in studios. We don't have the billions of a Mark Cuban. I wish I did. So, you know, and I don't got 10,000 employees like CNN. So we do what we can. Don't worry about it. Real people have real issues. But I was just talking about, so you're in the projects along with the rest of your community. You've used GPS to highlight the inefficiency of government, to show sanitation failed, the maintenance of a lot of the projects, the city housing completely failed. You showed buildings that are cracked, crumbling, damaged, and a danger to the people in the community. So that's one, it sounds like that's one of your big issues. Let me ask, what else? So housing is an issue. You made it clear you want to improve that as city council member. What else would you want to do for those who aren't in city housing?
Well, one of the things that I would like to do is, as part of being city council, I will want to make the city budget reform more open. Break it down and let people know what the money is being used for, how the money is being used. And also bring them in and let them also help with the decision making of how the money can better suit their community. Because a lot of times, a lot of people don't understand what's even going on or how the system even works. So one of the things, and even with me running, is to educate them on what is city council, what is the job of a city council person, how does it work, and also understanding the bills and the things and the contracts that's already put in motion that that we even need to have to get rid of or we need to renew.
Okay, so what is, you said it yourself, what do you see as the responsibility of a city councilman? If you are elected, what is your obligation to the public?
My obligation, the city council is supposed to look into every agency that money is coming through them that they give money to. So I probably didn't say that in the correct way, but pretty much they're supposed to overlook where they're giving their money to. And then not only are they supposed to overlook these things and overlook these agencies, they must also put provisions in place to make sure that the community is being served. Outside of what the community is being served, they must understand and know what's lacking in the community to help. So part of being city council, and what I'm seeing is not actually what I read up on the job description, because what I'm seeing is that when you go to their office, they're never in their office. You get what I'm saying? They're never really talking to the people directly and breaking down anything to them. When I went to the community board meeting and they put the 200,000 migrant shelter there on Brooklyn Boulevard, that city council person was the first person to know about that happening and knowing that the building was going to be used for migrants. That job of that city council person was to talk to the community boards and see what the community feel is right and what can best help the community. Instead, our city elected officials are playing agendas and politic games. So they don't really care about what you want. They care about what's good for them to get reelected.
Okay, so by the way, one slight thing. This is technical. You may want to tilt the camera one way or the other. You've got a light right behind your head, so when you move, it gets into the eyes. No problem. It's just I'm a cameraman, so I look for things like that. But so you've been to city council meetings, you've been involved in this process, trying to find out what's the best thing for your community, and you're saying that you're not being served right now. Have you tried to speak to the city councilman?
No, I have never got a chance to speak to her because, to be honest with you, just like many citizens, if you ask them right now how to get in contact with their local city council, right, they'll get a number, you look it up and everything else like that, but you will not be speaking to them. You'll be speaking to an assistant. You go to their office, you will not see them. And let's be very clear, you know, like I said, I was once one of those people who written these things off, who didn't really see that it was beneficial and seeing that it was going to help. And then when I got involved and I realized, hold on, it's a systematic thing that's happening here, and it's a reason why this information is not being given to the people. It's a reason why, you know, our city elected officials will turn a blind eye to certain things because of so much corruption and so much of agenda playing. And what I mean by agenda, which means is this. Best believe if you look at the Bronx, there's a lot of overdevelopment going on. But yet and still, there's a homeless problem.
Yeah.
So if our elected officials is allowing this to happen and we still have a homeless problem, what does that look like to the community?
Okay. By the way, I just want to make a quick note that we did have a question from Joanna. We will get back to your question in just a moment, Joanna. I just want to follow this train of thought and the answer. So you're highlighting an issue that many people have talked about. It's the consequence of the open borders. It's the illegal immigrants that have come into New York. Somewhere in the neighborhood, depending on which source you go by, I'm going by the left-leaning media. They say it's 200,000. I would say it's closer to 300,000 or 400,000 entered into New York in roughly between 2023, 2024. That's the number they're quoting. So let's say it's 200,000. And that has taken away resources. We've seen that with Eric Adams, making it very public. It's not been denied by any Democrat. We're spending somewhere between $2 to $5 billion in New York City alone. Very similar numbers in Boston, Chicago, and LA. Very similar numbers across the country for taking care of these illegal aliens. What would be your solution if you're on that city council? What is the process that you would like to see? Let's imagine that anything and everything is possible. It's not. There are restrictions in politics involved, but let's assume that you can just, Tariq Goodman gets elected, he's sitting there in city council, and everyone's saying, Tariq, you tell us which way are we going to go? How do we lead on this issue? I can't hear you. Did you mute yourself? Go ahead, say something. Go ahead, say something. I'm not hearing you. Are you using Bluetooth? You may want to take off the Bluetooth. I see you. I see your lips. I don't hear you. Don't worry, folks. It's live. What's the old saying? I'm doing it live. Well, that's what we're doing. And technical issues happen sometimes. It's part of the process of technology. Well, that's the dinner table. Oh, we lost him for a second. Don't worry, folks. He should be coming back in just a moment. There we go.
Please, hold on, give me 1 second.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready. And yeah, you can see me. I know everyone can see me just like barely. Bear with me, folks. I know I'm here. So we're waiting for Tariq, and I think he's ready now because I heard him. Let's try it now. Okay, I can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you fine now.
Okay,
So
when I
just
first,
to recap, the question was Tariq Goodman gets elected. He's in New York City Council. They all turn in the meeting and say, "You're the young man, so you lead." What is your answer? What do you do?
first thing we're gonna do is look into every agency that's providing help and making sure that one, we're going into the shelter system. We need to make sure that the shelters that we are giving our money to, that's funded here inside the Bronx or inside District 8, are being housed and being used for the people that are from here. That's just that's just my first order of business is let's look into this and let's find out how many people are still sitting on vouchers, how many people are still waiting to be placed, and not to say it like this, if there's any shelter that is operating or housing migrants and we have a high number of those who could be placed into those
Lost your audio again. It looked like you blinked for a second and then I lost your audio. Well, technology, folks, technology. Go ahead, say something. No. Are you on speakerphone or did you switch back to Bluetooth? I can't hear you. So you may want to try speakerphone. Have you tried speakerphone yet? There, oh, sounded like I heard something.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right, that's good. Sorry about that.
No. Like I said, technology happens. Don't worry about it. Go on.
So my first order of business is just to look into the shelter system, figure out who has vouchers, who's still waiting for placement when it comes to apartments. My second order of business is to really break down the funds and seeing how they're being allocated and where they're being given to. And then the third part of business is just now giving the people the information and the contracts that's already in motion, and also letting people and being more transparent with people about my city council position, so they would get weekly updates. It won't be a kid that be shot in my community and I'm not going there to the community to speak to the mother or speak to the people. Nobody's gonna get hurt or something not gonna happen in my district and I'm not gonna show up. My job is to be there. My job is to also make sure that the medias and everybody else are being served and they're coming out and they're putting the right attention on what needs to be shining the right light on positive things within the community. And one of my biggest things is just bringing resources and bringing people together. So whatever's going on in my district, I know that if District 9 is struggling, District 7, whatever community is struggling that's near my district, my job is to help them as well. Because that's another thing we don't see city council people do. We don't see them support each other outside of just elections. A problem in your community could be the same problem in my community. Even if I fix it in my community, if it's not fixed in yours, we still have the same issue. So, that's where I stand at with things.
Okay. So let me ask you, because it's not just one issue that New York City needs to deal
Correct.
with.
It's a lot.
We have a lot of things. So One of them is, as you've addressed, is housing. Another concern is migrant housing, which is a separate issue. Much of that is illegal aliens. Let's call them what they are. They are criminal. They entered America illegally. These are my terms, but they are legal terms. And you have a way of looking at that. You've mentioned how you would want to address that initially. How about crime in general? Obviously, that is a very big issue. That has something to do with illegal aliens, but it also has to do with just crime in general. Bad economy, increased crime.
Crime,
Right.
crime is only able to happen because within our communities we are still segregated. Now, let me break this down to you. You
Sure.
want gun violence to stop, right? But meanwhile, Community Board 2 and Community Board 1 kids are shooting at each other. How do you stop that shooting? How do you stop this beef?
That's the question everyone's trying to answer.
This the thing. The craziest thing is very simple. Is you get the parents to sit in the room and you get the parents to talk. You get the parents. And a lot of times when it comes to crimes, we forget about the parents. The parents are clearly saying they need support. And we have laws and we have things set up to where parents cannot check their kids. Parents cannot, put their kids on a certain path and set in a certain way because there's laws and there's teachers who, can easily say, you don't got to listen to your mother or your father.
They are saying that, especially in, we see that mostly
We're
these
not,
days in
well, let's
France.
say,
Go
I'll
ahead.
say this. They're not saying that, but the option is out there for a kid not to listen to their mother or their father.
No, they are saying that. They are. In fact, we've seen video of them saying that in schools. Don't listen to your parents. You can do something different.
So
We
when
are
we talk
seeing that.
about things like that, when a teacher who only sees your kid probably only 6, 7, 8 hours out of the day, and then now you're a mother or father who got to work, your kid is out here playing, as of any other kid with any other community, playing out here with the other local neighborhood kids, having fun and things like that. But what happens is while you're telling them not to listen to us, when they go outside, who you think they're gonna listen to if it's not us? The
No one.
thing is,
No.
exactly. And I remember watching something, and I remember somebody saying that before the students used to be afraid of their parents. So then now they respected the teachers, right? But what
Mhm.
happened is somewhere along the line is that the students start listening to their parents. Now they don't gotta respect the teachers. The teachers don't rely on the parents and give the parents the support to help them with their kids. And at the end of the day, what happens is that you just got a bunch of people that surround these kids and give up on them. They don't really offer them nothing. There's no real protection. And at the end of the day, it's like if you want crime to stop and you want these kids to stop shooting each other, and the reason why I'm saying kids, because a lot of the gun crimes that's happening now are the youth. I got
Mhm.
shot when I was 16 years old. There was no cameras around like that around 2008, 2009. There's more cameras now. Why is the gun violence so high? Why is it more guns in the city more than ever? Now, once again, I was raised in that lifestyle. Now I have a kid. I fear that in another couple of years, things are going to get worse. So for me, one of my major things is, and even before I get into office, whether I make it into office or not, one of my biggest things is let's get these communities together. Let's get some of these OGs in the room with some of these youth. Because let me tell you something. Some of these guys that's out here that's doing in the community, whether they selling drugs or gang banging and they old, they didn't really want to be in that life. They was trapped and they stuck and they don't know a way out. So if you tell them, yo, bro, you want your kid to really grow up in this same environment and possibly catch a bullet or anything else when they could be a politician like me, or they can run for local office, or they could do this, they can have a job, or they can even do what you're doing, Michael. That person who's doing what he's doing in the community would say, help my kid. Tell me what I have to do.
Well, you're right. We've seen that over and over again. Great examples of that. Ice-T, who was I mean, he admitted it himself. His life started, he made some poor choices. He was convicted quite a few times on a lot of charges. He was a gangster. And he then turned his life around, and he's an upstanding citizen today. We know Snoop Dogg was a gangbanger. There's no question about
Yeah.
that. That was his life. He turned himself around. And you don't see their kids living the life they live because they want a better life
Listen,
for their kids.
young Jeezy was telling youth, trap or die. Not one time did he have his kid out there trapping. Because let me tell you something, people that come from where I come from, like for me, right? I'm in politics. It's easy for me.
All right. No, it's not a frozen screen. It's me here with you. That's right. And I'm just, give me a second here. Boom. And boom, I'm back. That's right. So, folks, I know we were just listening. Where's my. All right. I got to work on the cameras and the lighting. The joys of having a brand new setup on my computer system. The camera I'm using right now isn't the one I normally use, so the lighting's changed, and so it sees me different. Anyway, that being said, is there anything I can do about that? I will try and fix that in a minute. But as you can see, now we were just listening to Tyreek Goodman, and he's telling us what his motivation has been for running for elected office, running for the city council in New York City, and why he's determined to make a change in his community. It's because he has a child. His worldview has changed dramatically because he now has an investment in the future. That's his children. And that is motivating that no matter what happens, whether he gets elected directly or not, that he is going to do things to help his community to become better. I think that's a wonderful message, and that's why I had the interview with him. Now, I want you to know, no other news media is willing to do an interview with Tyreek Goodman. He's on the ballot. In November, he is a candidate for the City Council of New York. That is a fact. And yet, even though that is a fact, that he is a legitimate candidate, whatever you may think of him, whatever you may think of his goals, whether you agree or disagree, the fact is, no one is being told he is a candidate. The news media is ignoring him. They're treating it as if the race is already over, the Democrat has already won, there is no one else, you have no other choice. I truly disagree with that. And that's why we endeavor so much so to make sure that candidates get heard on this channel. That's why we do interviews, not just with Republicans and conservatives, libertarians. We do interviews with Democrats and progressives. If there is a candidate that is a legitimate candidate, that has a voice, they are on a ballot, they're looking to be on a ballot, and they are reaching out to the public. I don't care what state they're in. I don't care what politics they may have. It is the job of the news media, we believe, to ask them critical questions that reflect what they would do if elected, so that the public can make the choice to know what is available to them. What do these candidates stand for? What are they looking to do to hold them accountable and to pick the best choice in their mind, no matter who it is? I don't care if you vote for a Democrat or Republican, a third party, whomever you want to vote for, you should know what do they stand for, what will they do, so that you can hold them accountable if they don't do that. And we can see this young man, 33, getting into politics to make his community better, to have a better future for his child. That's a great reason to be involved in politics. And yet, mainstream news media don't want anyone to hear that message. They don't want anyone to know that someone is trying, has those goals in mind, and is looking to be elected to make those goals a reality for not just them, but for everyone in their community, for the entire city. I disagree with that. That's why we made sure that we provided him with a voice, an opportunity to be heard. So, with that said, and now that we are back, I hope everyone had a chance to have a cup of coffee. I heated up my cup of coffee, And you may have had a chance to walk your dog. I walked my dog. And maybe you got something to eat. I hope you did. We're going to jump right back into things and pick up where we had left off. I hate this. Anyway, we want to pick up where we left off on the program. And we were talking about some of the more domestic issues. Let me try and make this a little bit bigger for you guys. There we go. So you can see the comments a little bit better. Now, we were talking about Hakeem Jeffries. And Hakeem Jeffries, it's amazing what this man has said. It is amazing to me. Because on yesterday, April 12th, he made the statement that the Naval Academy, the United States Naval Academy, has a book ban, and it's targeting specifically Maya Angelou and the Holocaust. But it is not excluding books by, it's not banning Adolf Hitler. And he says this must be reversed immediately. He's saying that he wants to fire Pete Hegseth over this. He thinks this is a problem, that this is a book ban. Oh my God, the United States government, it's, again, orange man bad. He hates brown people. He hates Jews. That's what Hakeem Jeffries is saying here. That's his tweet, his official account. And he's lying to your face. He's leaving out all the details. This isn't fair. Now, let me play this.
These DEI hires in the Trump administration, like Pete Hegseth, the so-called Secretary of Defense, dumb.
And see, now he's going to, again, what do we see from all these elected Democrats every time? These leftists. He's going to attack the character and insult. He doesn't actually have an argument against the issue because he isn't even talking about the issue. No, he's talking about something, his feeling, and he is lying to you about that feeling, which I'm going to show you. So here he is. He's now insulting Pete Hegseth, someone who has served in our military on the front lines. Hakeem Jeffries never did that. He's someone who's in an elected office higher than that of Hakeem Jeffries, and he has more responsibilities. But rather than trying to maybe say, I don't agree with this policy that came from the president, Pete Hegseth is only doing what the president has directed him to do, which is what a Secretary of Defense is supposed to do. The president said, do this. That is an order. He is complying with that order. But that's not good enough for Hakeem Jeffries. So he's going to, let's see what else he has to say. Let me show you.
Effing individuals.
Look at that. He's cursing him out. He's insulting him. He's insulting his intelligence. This man went to an Ivy League school, but he's dumb now. So Ivy Leagues are, people who graduate from Ivy Leagues are brilliant, except if they happen to be a Republican, except if they happen to be working with Orange Man bad. Then they instantly lose all of their intelligence. Their degrees no longer matter to the left, who are insistent that your title and your degrees are absolutely more important than almost anything else. And now he wants to call him, he's cursing him out. Really? Is that the best you can do, Hakeem Jeffries? Take off the baseball cap. You're an official member of the government. You're making an official statement. Then take off the hat. This isn't playtime. You're not going out to the Yankees game. But that's if he wants to make it personal, fantastic. Be professional. You're making a statement about policy of the United States. Be a professional. But he doesn't care about that. So let's see what else he has to say.
Continue to try to test our resolve and cancel our history.
Wait a minute. Donald Trump said, well, actually, let's give him a chance, because he's saying that the Navy Academy, because of Pete Hegseth, not Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, has decided that he wants to cancel American history. I want you to remember that. Okay.
The latest is a book ban at the Naval Academy.
When did he do something in the past? When in the past, as Secretary of Defense, has Pete Hegseth tried to eliminate the American history? He hasn't. That's why he's not giving you an example. Because if that was true, he could point to an exact time somewhere in the last less than 100 days. He would be able to give you a direct example of what Hegseth has done that eliminates American history. There is no example of that. That's why he says, he's doing it again. Well, when did he do it the first time? Doesn't matter. Let's go on. We're talking about this issue right now. So he's avoiding the evidence. He's just giving you his feelings. He's just spouting feelings at you, and don't try and get verification. Don't waste time thinking about it. Just go along with his feelings, because his feelings are more important than your feelings. So let's see what he has to say. So it's the Naval Academy removes works. They have been told they must remove works, including those about slavery.
That removes works, including those about slavery, the civil rights movement, and the Holocaust.
Okay, stop again. This is for the United States Naval Academy. That's where they educate and train officers for the military. They have a massive influence and emphasis on military history, military planning, military strategy, because that's what they're going to use. They're going into the military to lead other people. Now, that doesn't mean they don't get a rounded education. Of course they do. Every officer should be rounded, should have a wealth of knowledge, but the emphasis is on strategy, on intelligence. When I say intelligence, I mean military intelligence, on the capabilities of conducting warfare. That's their primary. What does the civil rights movement have to do with that? What does slavery have to do with that? The Holocaust, yes, it does have something to do with that, because that's a consequence of war. That's a consequence of failure. What does slavery have to do with it? What does civil rights have to do with it? If you want to say, well, the American Civil War, that's a different thing. That's not about slavery. The American Civil War was never about slavery. That was fifth or seventh on the list of things that were trying to be accomplished by President Lincoln and the Union at that time. Slavery was actually a very low priority. And the only reason why Lincoln did it, as he explained himself before he put out the proclamation of the Emancipation Proclamation, is that he would do whatever it would take to keep the Union, to keep the United States united now and in the future, from his time, then and in the future. So if that meant keeping slavery, he would do it. If it meant eliminating slavery, he would do it. If it meant having slavery in part of the nation and not in other parts of the nation, Lincoln was willing to do that. Whatever it would take to keep the Union whole. That's what Lincoln's goal was. So if we're talking about the Civil War, you would talk about Robert E. Lee, Grant. You'd talk about the battles. That's what you would be studying in the Naval Academy. And you talk about the 1812 war with the England. And when the British came into the Potomac and burned down the White House, that's what you'd be talking about. The strategies there, the logic there, the thinking there, and the consequences of those wars, those activities. You wouldn't be talking about slavery. Slavery is not important to that naval education. But let's go on. Let's look a little bit further.
At the same time, keeping books written by Adolf Hitler.
Was Adolf Hitler the ruler of a country? Yes. Was he the ruler of an empire? Yes. What did that empire do? They created World War II. They went around destroying other nations. They were conquering nation after nation in an effort to conquer the world, to influence the world. And they were doing that through a military strategy very much directed by Hitler himself, which is called the Blitzkrieg, something that had not been used before, and employing technology that had not really been used. The updated tanks that were so, at the beginning of the war, they were so advanced that the Sherman tanks could not pierce the armor. Literally, the shells from Sherman tanks would bounce off the Tiger tanks, just bounce off their armor. We could not destroy them at the beginning of the war. So in studying Adolf Hitler, you're studying the war. He's actually talking about World War II. We're talking about one of the ultimate general of the German forces of World War II, the strategies and implementation, the failures, and the consequences of it. So that's not exactly the same thing as saying you're studying Adolf Hitler. They weren't looking for, they weren't just reading Mein Kampf. They weren't just looking at his art. They weren't elevating Hitler. They're looking at a world leader. Same thing. You know what they're also studying in the Naval Academy? They're looking at Genghis Khan. They're also reading Alexander the Great. They're looking at the great military leaders across the world. Attila the Hun. These are some of the great military leaders and world leaders and some of the conflicts that they dealt with. Oh, but he's not talking about that. He just wants you to get the emotion. This is all about emotion. So he's not going to tell you the details, because once you know the details, that changes the context. So he doesn't want you to get hung up in details and actually think about this. He just wants you to feel angry. Let's go on to see what else he has to say about this.
Apparently, for these extremists, racist, Nazi ideology and white supremacy.
Wait a minute. Where does that come from? Just because they're eliminating certain books doesn't mean that they are extremist. It doesn't make them racist. It doesn't mean this is about white supremacy. Again, this is about military strategy. This is about some of the world leaders, the wars that those world leaders had. He's talking about recreational reading. He's talking about arts, about the liberal sciences. He's talking about feelings. These guys aren't there to learn about feelings. They're in the military academy to become soldiers, to be officers, to fight wars. So he's somehow learning how to fight a war is now white supremacy. I don't know. I was in the Marine Corps, and they didn't teach us about white supremacy. They taught us how to fight. They taught us how to stay alive in a war, in conflict. Of course, Hakeem Jeffries, who's never spent a day in the military, he knows nothing about the discipline of being in the military, of actually fighting a war, about the consequences of war in the trenches. He knows nothing about this. He's coming from his high and mighty place saying, you're not listening to what I feel, therefore you are evil. And he's throwing out a bunch of ists and phobes and saying they're everything evil because they won't listen to me, because they're not focused on what I want them to focus on, even though it has nothing to do with what their job is. That's kind of interesting. And by the way, this isn't even something that Hakeem Jeffries, he's reading this. He does a lot of speeches. He's been a politician for a long time. He doesn't need to read this off of a prompter. He can talk to you just like I am. He should be able to whip this out just off the top of his head if that's what he believes. If he seriously believes in this issue, if he looked into this and he's saying this is a problem, he doesn't need to read this off a prompter. He can tell you, but he's not, because he doesn't care. This is just another way to gin up red meat for his base, to say Orange Man bad and MAGA are white supremacists. He doesn't care. Let's go on to see what else he has to say.
Is okay. We're going to keep the pressure on these extremists.
The extremists in this case happen to be the United States military. In case you forgot, he's pissed off at the Naval Academy following the orders of the Secretary of Defense, who is following the orders of the President of the United States, which is part of the promise that the President of the United States made on the campaign trail throughout the 2024 election cycle, in which he promised the American people he would remove DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, from the military. And by the way, Hakeem Jeffries may forget about this, the American people, including Democrats, voted for Donald Trump to do exactly what they are doing. So he's saying that the extremists are you, Democrats, Americans, everyone who voted for Donald Trump, everyone who believes in the successes that Donald Trump has had so far, everyone who wants a politician to do what they promised, and more importantly, for those in the military, he's telling you you're all extremists. Everyone is extreme unless you do what Hakeem Jeffries says, unless you do what he feels. Even though it's not appropriate, even though it isn't effective, even though it's a waste of time, it doesn't matter. Hakeem Jeffries told you so, so you have to obey. And if you're not, well, you're an ist. You're a phobe. This is ridiculous. Let's see what else he has to say to finish this out.
Who continue to try to whitewash our history. They tried to cancel Jackie Robinson. We reversed it. They tried to cancel Harriet Tubman. We reversed it.
No one has removed Harriet Tubman or Jackie Robinson from history. They exist. They're historic figures. What does that got to do with the Navy? First of all, what does that have to do with the Navy and the Naval Academy? But also, and if this applies to the Naval Academy, if this applies to the Navy, the United States military, source it. What's the source? What did they do? He's saying they just canceled them. How? How did they try to cancel them? What did they do? Because I can't remember. I follow politics every day. I don't remember the Trump administration trying to cancel them. I don't even know how they could. I know when Democrats have, rewritten certain things in history, like when they refer to any policy of Republicans, they always paint that in the worst case scenario, always trying to give you the worst image possible. But I haven't heard anyone. Jackie Robinson, he was a sports legend. Absolutely. And if you want to talk about sports, I'm sure many people are happy about that. Does that have anything to do with politics? No. Harriet Tubman. Now, she's a historic figure. Again, going back to the Civil War, going back to the Civil War of the United States, but not really important to military. This has nothing to do with Naval Academy. He's just throwing everything at the kitchen sink at this, making it up as he goes. Let's see what else he has to say.
They tried to cancel the Tuskegee Airmen.
That was the American government. The American government, since the 1950s, have been trying to cover up the Tuskegee Airmen. In fact, I believe Trump was one of the first ones to really highlight and apologize in his first term to the Tuskegee Airmen, the last remaining members. That was under the Trump administration, that there was an apology made by the federal government. Obama didn't do that. Biden didn't do that. That was Trump. He actually acknowledged what happened. But yes, the United States government, long before there was Trump, even when there were Democrats in, completely covered up what happened to the Tuskegee Airmen and other experiments in Tuskegee. So I don't know what he's talking about here, trying to cancel the Tuskegee Airmen. You know how many movies have been made about them? We've been talking about it for a while. But that isn't Trump. You're talking about Johnson. That's President Johnson that was doing that. But let's go on.
We reversed it. We're going to keep the pressure on until this book ban is reversed and Pete Hegseth is fired.
Well, I'm sure that sounded quite passionate, didn't it? It sounded rehearsed. There was no passion in that. He doesn't care. He's just saying it to say it. He just needs to say Orange Man bad. He just needs to say that the people who work with Orange Man are bad. He just needs to say ist and phobe at least once a day. At least once a day. And by the way, he lied to the American people. And I wanted to point this out because according to ABC News, again, I'm not going to Fox News. I'm not going to Newsmax or OAN or Breitbart News. I'm going to ABC News. This is a left-leaning news organization. And when you go to ABC News and you look at their article and you look at, yes, they're removing 381 titles which may affect and deal with race, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. They're talking about books by Maya Angelou, who's a poet. Not necessary for someone to graduate from a naval academy to become an officer of the United States military. Totally unnecessary. Whether you know that poem or any of the poems by Maya Angelou means nothing. I've never read it. Does that make me a racist? Most people in America, most people in the world don't know a single poem by Maya Angelou. Does that matter? No. Does it make it a racist? No. He also says they're upset about, and ABC News points out, how to be an anti-racist by the very well-known public racist Ibram X. Kendi, somebody who recently just got fired because of their racism and their racist views, their racist ideology. But yet, oh no, we've got to keep that because DEI. But how does that help anyone? That doesn't, first of all, being an anti-racist is racist. That is what Ibram X. Kendi is known for increasing the rhetoric about racism by emphasizing the differences of people, of being a segregationist, someone who is in favor of a black supremacy. He is all the problems that we talk about, but he's popular. He's popular amongst the intelligentsia, but that doesn't make him any less of a racist. So, yeah, we got rid of that. Big deal. Well, we got rid of the book White Rage by Carol Anderson. Again, this is pro-racist ideology. I know it's under the title of DEI. It's under the idea of, well, this is anti-racist. No, it's not. It's racist. It's just racist against white people. But that's still racism. It's a discrimination based on the color of their skin. And these people are just as racist. But you notice what they're not highlighting, and this is important. ABC News isn't showing you anything about the Holocaust. They have no books here mentioning, and I looked through the article. There's no mention of any book about the Holocaust. No, there's no mention that any mention of the Holocaust has been denied. That, who do you say, Jesse Owens? No mention that he's been erased from history, or Jackie Robinson. No mention that this is part of a purge. No mention of Harriet Tubman. You would think ABC News is a left-leaning news source. They have a political agenda to support progressives and Democrats. They hate Orange Man bad as much as anything else. We can go back to the interview by ABC News reporters with Donald Trump at the National Association of Black Journalists, and you can see them attacking Trump because Orange Man bad. So they have no reason to hold back. If they can point out and say, see, Trump doesn't like Jewish people, he doesn't like brown people, if they could point to that, they would. But so far, we're not hearing anything like that. That's not being reported by ABC News. No, what's being reported by ABC News are things that don't have anything to do with military history, about military tactics. Yeah, that's being deleted. Things that emphasize DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, a ideology that is actually promoting more racism, more separation, more segregation, that's being removed. And of course, that upsets the sensibilities of Hakeem Jeffries, who built his career on race baiting. And that's a fact. It's all about race all day long for Hakeem Jeffries. He's just like Al Sharpton. If he's not talking about race in America and how evil white people are, well, then he has no career. He would raise no money because he doesn't do anything. He's not effective. But I don't see a problem here. I don't see any problem with this. Now, if there's someone out there who's watching and say, Mike, but I disagree. They should be reading about Ibram X. Kendi and learning about racism from him. I'd have a big argument with that, but here's the thing. Everything that Hakeem Jeffries said in this article, refuted. Nothing that Ibram X. Kendi said is in this article. And you would think ABC News would point it out. If they could point out that Trump was being anti-Semitic, if he could point out that Trump was being racist, you'd be able to see it. It isn't there. Hakeem Jeffries lied to you because he didn't think you would actually look up the articles. He didn't think you would actually check the news media. He didn't think that you would actually see what books are being removed. He wanted you to go off of emotion. Not that he has any emotion. He's a robot just reading lines. He's a puppet just reading off the lines they put in front of him. He was ready to go to a baseball game. He's out. He's ready to go party. He's not actually doing his job. He's not actually taking this serious. They said, stop for a second. Stand by the flag. Read this. That's what they did. And you can hear it from the passion in his voice, the amount of knowledge that he has about this issue. And you can tell because, he's still got his baseball cap on. He took off his jacket, not his suit jacket. He took off a jacket. He's probably got jeans on. That's why they won't show you below his waist, because he was out to go and have some fun. And so he just popped on, took off his outdoor jacket and decided, let me read these words. Doesn't matter what they say. Maybe that'll raise some money. If you believe in BLM, if you're into Antifa, if you're part of the Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, also known as PLOT, Indivisible New York, if you're one of the progressive radical leftists out there, then sure, you may give them some money for this. But this is meaningless. And most of America, in fact, a majority of Americans, I believe the last poll I saw was about 67% of Americans, 2/3, don't want DEI. They never wanted DEI in the first place. The only people who wanted it are the extreme leftists in the colleges and elected officials. Nobody else wants this DEI. No one has ever wanted it because it's not productive to a unified nation. It's how you destroy a nation, not to build one. And Hakeem Jeffries knows this. He knows this. And it has nothing to do with Pete Hegseth. Again, if he's really upset about this book ban, then he should actually be talking about President Trump directly. Because President Trump is living up to his campaign promise and saying that he's getting rid of DEI in the United States government. The military is part of the government. It was the executive orders of President Trump that said every department of the government must remove the DEI that Joe Biden injected in there, because this isn't natural. Congress didn't vote on this. The politicians weren't going out to their constituents and say, hey, we want to include more DEI in the government. We're going to make it a law. No, it was Joe Biden saying, this will make some of the politicians, some of the donors to the Democratic Party happy. This will make progressives happy and they'll donate more money. So we're going to put in a bunch of DEI into the country, even though everywhere we've seen DEI emphasized has been failure. It's failed in entertainment. Look at Hollywood. Look at Disney. It's failed in sports. It's failed in business. Everywhere it's been applied, it has been a failure. Same thing with the United States government. Why would we want this? But he knows that if he brings it up and says, hey, President Trump, you're pushing to remove DEI, and he knows what the answer is going to be. Well, President Trump will say, well, that's what I ran on. I promised the American people I would get rid of DEI, which they didn't want. And they voted for me. And I won. So I'm living up to my campaign promise. I'm getting rid of DEI in the government. And the Navy's part of the government. It's not because of racism. It's not because of Pete Hegseth. And Hakeem Jeffries knows it. He just thinks you're too dumb and too lazy to bother to check and find out how much of a lie he is telling here and how much he is counting on emotions to outweigh your logic and your thought. It's really sad. It is really, really sad. How about this? And so that's the article there. Let me switch up a little bit. So, in New York, and this is an example of something that we see happening around the entire country, but we're seeing it here in New York. So Curtis Sliwa is currently the leading Republican candidate, pretty much the candidate of Republicans for the mayor's race. He's running for the New York City mayor. Curtis Sliwa is known for literally decades, about 50 years of work since the 1970s in trying to reduce the amount of crime in New York, specifically in New York subways. That's the Guardian Angels, an organization he created. Now, in my lifetime, I've grown up and there have always been the guardian angels. I've grown up when Curtis Sliwa created them. I was already alive. And throughout that time, I've seen him on TV. I've seen him when he first created it, and they were doing interviews with him about the guardian angels. And I've been alive as he's gotten, he's been attacked, he's been shot. He's been always constantly pushing to help improve the safety for everyone in New York. He's worked with the homeless and the mentally disabled. These are facts. It's not a question. These are the things Sliwa has done. He's running for the mayor, a mayoral race in New York City. And the news media doesn't want to talk about him. They have limited things that they will cover about him. But here's the thing. Yesterday, Curtis Sliwa, along with Gonzalo Duran, Christopher Reed, James Washington Ward, Stephanie Ligio, the young man you just saw in the break, that's Tyreek Goodman, and a host, about a dozen residents of the Bronx, all came together at Boston Road and Duval de Laval Avenue. It's at the top end of the Bronx, in a residential community. They went and they were talking about a danger, a public danger. And now I have this up because I actually was there. This is the actual site. This is live video that I took of the event. These are just a few of the people who were speaking at the event, just a few of the people who were there in support, just a handful. And that's Joe Pinion over here. That's Gonzalo Duran. That's Christopher right there. That's Edwina Herrera, who's a candidate as well. As you can see, there's Curtis Sliwa. And what you see right behind, well, that's an illegal construction site. There's all of the things that are required to identify a construction site in New York City. There's no license. There's no notice to the public. There's no construction company name. This is not blocked off. They only, this week, put a couple of vehicles in the way of the public, but it's not blocked off. It's not roped off. Anyone can walk over to this construction site. So they did the absolute bare minimum that is required and broke multiple city regulations on this site, on laws on how to build a construction site. And this is about the lithium battery plant, lithium-ion battery plant for the city of New York. And they're breaking all the rules. It's been 3 weeks, and they have begun construction of 4 sites in Brooklyn, 2 sites in Staten Island, 1 site, this site right here, is in the Bronx, New York. They're going to build a lithium-ion plant. In this building right next door, that's where 25 people, including families with kids, they live in this building, right next door to where they're going to be building a lithium-ion plant for the city. When lithium-ion burns, and I've covered this previously when talking about the electric buses and the electric bus fires and the legislation by Kathy Hochul in requiring that every school district must use electric buses by 2035, as I recall. When those buses burn, they might as well be cremating. If you get caught in there, you'll be cremated. The temperature is that high. I've already highlighted that the New York City Fire Department chief has already said that we can't put out these fires once they get started. And the temperatures are severely higher than regular fires. And that they produce a cloud of smoke that is toxic and cancerous. Notice these things. These are things that the New York City's chief of the fire department has said. This is confirmed by the Washington State head of the fire department, that In Washington, D.C., multiple figures came together at a committee hearing and pointed out, we don't know how to fight lithium ion fires. We don't know how to put these out. We don't know what their true danger is. There is no safety. There is no standard of safety for these things because the technology is too new. We don't know what to do. And they're building this. This is a residential. You can see in this picture, that's a residential house right there. Across the street from this, there are more residential houses. Down the road, you can see more and more residential houses. You can see a residential house right behind this apartment building. The area is filled with families. Filled. Now, according to Curtis Sliwa, and it is backed up by factual evidence, if when they build this lithium ion plant, if and possibly when it catches fire, that will put out a plume of smoke that will last for up to 5 days. That will be toxic. The gases will be toxic, and they will cover an area of 8 miles. In New York City, any 8-mile area, you're talking about tens of thousands of people. There is a school for kids, so young kids, a school. That's a block away. We're not talking about miles away. We're not talking about half a mile away. 1 block away, there is a school. If when they build this lithium ion plant for the cheapest price possible, because it's the city paying for this, if they do that and it catches fire, everyone in this image, every house, every family, and the school half a block away, they're all going to be breathing in hydrochloric gas and cancerous toxic fumes. And by the way, going to the left here, half a block away is Boston Road, a major highway. It's a main street and highway going literally from Boston, in city of Boston, all the way down to Washington, D.C. In fact, it's called US 1. It's the first highway in America. That's Boston Road. That's half a block to the left of this image. And so everyone, every car, every bus, there's a major bus line, actually 3 major bus lines, every car, every business, every person walking past would be affected by that plume. That's not 8 miles away. That's not 1 mile away. It's half a block away. And not one politician. The news media knew about this. Bronx News, Bronx Net News, they knew about it. They were on site. Politico knew about this event. They were on site. They were taking pictures. Bronx News 12. Bronx 12 News, excuse me, it's Bronx 12 News, were on site. They were there covering this event. I covered the event. You know who wasn't there? ABC News, CBS, NBC, MSN, CNN, New York Times. Every major news media organization in New York City did not show up. It's not that they don't have employees that live in the Bronx. They do. They have thousands of employees. Not everyone lives in Manhattan. Some of them live in the Bronx. Not one of them showed up. Not one of they have local news and national news with ABC, CBS, NBC. They have a national news department. They have a local news department. No one showed up. They knew about this. I know for a fact that the organizers of this event sent the news media, all news media organizations in New York City, sent them all a notice, a flyer of this event. What you saw, the very first scene of this video is that flyer of that event, telling them where this was going to be, when this was going to be, who was going to be appearing, what they were talking about public safety. And the news media ignored it. They didn't want to talk about it. They didn't want you to know. And again, I will update this right now. So, they're talking about the New York City mayor's race. That's New York Post. They're talking about the mayor's race. Let's see, Spectrum News, talking about the mayor's race. CNS News, they're talking about the mayor's race. City and State News, they're talking about Republicans and the mayor's race. The Astoria Post talking about Curtis Sliwa's 71st birthday party. Isn't that nice? And of course, the mayor's race. The Bronx Daily, which was at the event, they're talking about 4 days ago, not at the event, but before the event. So this tells you the news media knew about this at least 4 days ago. New York Times, New York Post, excuse me, ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, MSNBC, all knew about this 4 days ago. At the minimum, they could have written an article about it. They could have informed the public about the potential danger in their residential neighborhood, about the safety regulations that New York City, the government, is not following. The very regulations they enforce on everyone else were not followed. Not one major news organization decided to talk about the lithium battery plant that's going to be put in the Bronx and is also being put into 4 locations in Brooklyn, 2 locations in Staten Island. Let's see. New York Times, they want to talk about, again, they're talking about Sliwa, they're talking about the mayor's race. They're not even talking about Sliwa specifically, they're just talking about the mayor's race in general. Politics New York, talking about Sliwa's 71st birthday. No one wants to talk about this. Again, I will update this right now live with you. And let's see. They're not talking about this. Why don't they want to talk about something that could endanger people's lives? Here's another picture. This is a photo that I took at the event. And again, this is showing you some of the people who are here. By the way, this is Chris, who's one of the speakers, Stephanie Ligio, who's one of the speakers, Gonzalo Duran, who's also a speaker and also running for the New York City Public Advocate, Curtis Sliwa. This is James Washington Warren, who's running, as well as he's also running for elected office. This is just a gentleman I don't know, just a regular citizen, a couple more citizens right here. Why? I got this. I got the photo. I covered the event. Oh, it was drizzling. It was drizzling at the time. Yeah, I was standing in the rain. It was a light drizzle. And you mean to tell me that the New York Times can't afford an umbrella? You mean to tell me that CNN and MSNBC couldn't afford an umbrella? That ABC News, in their 10,000 employees, that they couldn't afford an umbrella? That's not an excuse. But they didn't cover this. They didn't want any of the public to know. Why? Because they have a political agenda. Because they want to support Democrats, and they're supporting what the Democrats are running on. They don't want people to know that there's any negative consequence. You know what? Andrew Cuomo has nothing to say about this. Andrew Cuomo won't talk about it. Andrew Cuomo is talking about building 500,000 rental or housing units, apartments, essentially. He wants to build more projects. And we know, if you live in New York, you know how good projects are. And he wants to build 500,000 projects. Nobody knows how he's going to do it. Andrew Cuomo doesn't know how he's going to do it. Andrew Cuomo won't even take questions on how is he actually going to afford this. Where's the money coming from? Nobody knows. Nobody knows where he's going to get the money for this. But you know what he's talking about? He's going to build these apartments, but he's building them right next to lithium-ion plants that have 8-mile toxic plumes if they ever catch fire. And we know these things do catch fire. Over 40 of them across the nation have caught fire. That's why we know it's an 8-mile plume. That's why we know the gas that they give off is hydrochloric gas, and that they also have cancer in the gas. We know this because it's already happened across the country, and they're doing this in a residential. Everywhere else in the country, virtually everywhere else, they do it in the countryside, in rural areas, so that people aren't in danger. By the way, they're not building a single one of these things. They have no plans to build any of these lithium-ion plants in Manhattan. Oh, they're not going to affect anyone. Now, Manhattan's a huge island. You could put a bunch of them, and Manhattan uses most of the electricity of New York City is being used up by Manhattan, but they're not going to put a lithium ion plant in Manhattan. They'll put it in Brooklyn. They'll put it in Staten Island. They'll put it in the Bronx. Probably going to put it in Queens. Don't know, but probably have plans to put it in one up in Queens, but they won't put them in Manhattan. They guaranteed they won't put them in Manhattan. They said there is absolutely zero plan. They will not put one in Manhattan. Don't know why. Why is Manhattan so special and the Bronx isn't? Brooklyn isn't. Staten Island isn't. And the news media, they don't want to talk about it. They'd rather talk about the fact that Andrew Cuomo has no idea. Here it is, and I quote, this is the Daily News, and I quote, Cuomo's campaign declined to make him available for an interview with the Daily News about his plan. That's his plan for 500,000 houses. He doesn't want to talk about it. He does not want to talk to the news media about how is he going to afford this, about whether or not there are going to be lithium ion plants right next to these new ghetto houses, these new projects that are going to be built by New York City, how they're going to be affordable, because affordable doesn't mean cheap. It just means that it's going to match the income of whatever everyone else is paying. So that doesn't mean it's going to be cheap. It just means it's going to be market rate. And the Cuomo campaign said in a written statement that it meets the scale of the crisis, that 500,000 new projects owned by the government, well, that matches the scale of the crisis. And he goes on to say, and I quote, if working people can't afford to live here, then this won't be New York anymore. People haven't been able to afford to live in New York City for a long time. We're talking about 20 years. This isn't new. He didn't care when he was governor. He didn't do anything to help this problem when he was governor. Why is he going to change his mind now that he's mayor? Okay, let's go on. He goes on to say, we must stop talking and effectively address our housing crisis. Wait a minute, that's actually the governor's job. Kathy Hochul should be doing this. Are you saying that Kathy Hochul has failed? And by the way, she picked up the job from Governor Andrew Cuomo before he got disgraced, before he was embarrassed about having 11 sexual assaults, according to Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York, before he killed 16,000 people based on his policies with the mandates and the lockdowns. Yeah, this is something that Cuomo should have fixed. He had the time. He had the power. He didn't care. Now he cares? Okay. He goes on that we risk losing the soul of New York City if we don't address this crisis. Really? This has been a 20-year problem. 20 years. He resigned in 2021. He could have fixed this. He resigned while Eric Adams was in office. This is not a new problem of the last 4 years. This has been a 20-year problem about housing in New York City. He didn't care. And he was governor. He could have done something. He didn't care. He goes on to say, quote, we must build, preserve, and protect at a pace and scale we've never done before. Why didn't you do it when you had the power? Why didn't you do it when you were governor if you care so much, if it's such an important issue for you? Here it is, going on with the article from the Daily News. Quote, when it comes to funding, Cuomo's plan cites experts as saying an increase of nearly $1 billion per year in affordable housing subsidies over current levels would be necessary to achieve 500,000 new units in a decade. The Cuomo campaign official said the ex-governor would actually like to see an increase of at least $1 billion. The Cuomo campaign did not identify funding streams for such an increase other than to say that the bill should be footed by both the city and the state. So the city's going to pay for it, New York State's going to pay for it, ideally. No guarantee on that. That's not a promise. That's not a plan. That's his best guess. Where's the money coming from? We don't know. He doesn't know. So he's making an empty promise. He's making an empty promise as he ignores the plan of this site, as he ignores the threat that New York City is building right now in neighborhoods with children and families and schools right next to them. So, and when the Cuomo campaign was asked, and this is according to Curtis Sliwa, as he spoke live, and I have the video, I have the recording of his every word. When Sliwa was speaking, he asked the Cuomo campaign, what do they have to say about this? What do they know about this? Nothing. The city council, no idea. They have nothing to say about this. They don't know what's going on. They don't know about the danger. They don't know about the risk. They didn't tell the public about it. Look, I'm not perfect. I will tell you, I am not perfect by a long shot. I can't follow every event in politics across this nation or even in New York City alone. I've been doing this now for 20 years. I'm a one-man news political commentary channel. And I cover a lot of information. I spend a lot of time reading and going to events and asking questions of elected officials. And I don't have 10,000 employees. ABC does. CBS, NBC, MSN, CNN, New York Times. The mainstream news media, they have thousands, if not tens of thousands of employees in every one of those companies, and they're all in New York City. If I could cover this event, and I have, and I can provide live coverage of every word that was said, and I have, they can cover it. They can cover at least part of it. They didn't. They didn't care. And they didn't ask Andrew Cuomo because he doesn't know, because he doesn't care. They didn't ask the city council because they don't know, because they don't care. They don't care that this is a ticking time bomb. This is a healthcare ticking time bomb. It will explode in our faces. One of these, I don't know if it's going to be, God help us, but given the technology we have right now across the nation, given the fact that there are no standard safety procedures, given the fact that not one fire department in the entire country has a system, a systemic way to put out a lithium fire, given these realities, knowing that we see battery plants and electric vehicle plants and electric buses, they all burst into flames on a regular basis, relatively regular basis, across the entire nation. You mean to tell me there's none of these lithium-ion plants being put all across New York in the poorest neighborhoods, that's not going to have a negative impact, that not one of them is ever going to burn? Are you sure about that? Because I'm not. I wouldn't bet against that. In fact, I would bet that at least one of these facilities somewhere over the next 5 to 10 years is going to be in flames. And that means that at least one of these communities in Brooklyn, in Staten Island, in the Bronx, they're going to be inhaling cancerous and toxic fumes. That there's going to be a fire that will probably spread because the housing is right next to each other, and it's all residential housing. So they don't have industrial sprinklers to protect that buildings, to put out fires. And even if they did, it's a lithium fire. Sprinklers will not put out the fire. Sprinklers will not stop the fire from spreading. I'm sorry, this is a problem. This is a major health problem. And you know what? News media doesn't care because they have an agenda. They have a political agenda. They want Democrats to win. They don't really care what the Republicans pointing out. They don't care about the problems that have been created by the Democratic Party and their ideology. They don't care about that. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. It doesn't matter if people are going to be endangered. It doesn't matter if people are going to die. They don't care. Because what they care about is they want power. They want the Democrats to be in power. That's why 85% of all newsrooms are left-leaning, and they doubt. And those 85%, have a 100% donation rate towards Democrats only. They are committed. They want you to support the same people they support. They want you to think the way they think. And you better not say anything else. They're going to suppress this video. They're going to suppress my video right here where I have showed you, where I am showing you what's going on. There we go. Where we're seeing people. And what you don't see at this point is later on in the video, do I have it here? It's somewhere in here. There. So later in the video, a family comes out. You know, here's some people. This is another residential house. There's another residential area. I think the school's right behind them. This is a family. They live in the housing in this neighborhood, right next to where they're going to build this lithium-ion plant. Nobody in the New York City government, not one person from the planning department, told this family what's being built. They didn't tell them if there was any risk or danger, either when it was being built or once it's operational. They told them nothing. This is the manager of the building that I was just showing you, right next door to the lithium-ion plant. And guess what? He actually found out because he did the research. He had to look it up himself. New York City government didn't tell him anything. He had to inform his tenants about the actual danger in that building if anything goes wrong, to try and protect those people. Because New York City wouldn't do it. Because Andrew Cuomo doesn't care. Because the city council, as it exists right now, don't care. They won't tell anyone. And they're breaking the rules and regulations. They're breaking the law about this whole site. Because if you look at it, and I think, do I have it? Because if you're looking, there's nothing there. There's no signs. I think I have an image of it. Do I? I thought for sure I had an image. Bear with me. I know I have an image somewhere in here. There. So I included a couple of photos in this section to show you that there's no notice. It is a requirement in New York State that you would have to have a sign or some kind of notice showing the insurance covering this construction site, telling you what company is in charge of the construction site, of any notice of danger to the public on this construction site. In fact, you would have a notice that this is a construction site. There's none of that. And I have the photos, I have the video of the entire event. Far more than what I'm showing right here. I can show you. There is none of that. So they're breaking their own rules. And they do that because they know ABC, CBS, NBC, local and national, that MSNBC, CNN, the mainstream large news media, they're not going to cover this. They're not going to inform the public. They're not going to warn anyone. And no one's going to call them out for this. No one. And the one person who is calling them out, or the group of people who are calling them out, residents of New York, people in the Bronx, candidates for the mayor's race and for several elected offices like city council and the public advocate, they're trying to tell the public, and they put a block. Might as well be blacklisted because they're not letting anyone know. They're hiding it from the public. I think that's evil. I think that's evil. You may not agree, but I think that's evil. Let me move on. And I do recommend, you want to find out more about this? Go check out the video. It's only the first video. There's 2 more videos coming out about this. I have to do the editing on it. But that's the first video, and that's with Curtis Lewa. It's about 23 minutes long. It'll show you every word. It will show you the proof. Let me move on. We actually talked about the tariff war, but one question I didn't answer earlier in talking about tariffs. And I think this is important. And I asked this question, and I put it out on Twitter, and I said, with this tariff war, does that affect the Ukraine-Russia war? Does this affect getting back the American hostage from Hamas? We don't hear about that. the news media is so busy trying to tell you that you should jump off of a cliff like a lemming, that you should sell now and destroy your life savings and never have a chance of making that money back. They want you to panic and hate Orange Man bad for a decision that the news media is telling you to do, not financial professionals, not someone who knows about your portfolio. No, they're just saying headline after headline. You've lost it all. It's all bad, Orange Man bad. It's all MAGA. It's all the Republicans' fault. You've lost it forever, which is not investing. That's not how you invest. That's not how money works. But they won't say, by the way, how is this going to affect Europe? How is this going to affect, if at all, the Ukraine war? How is this going to affect the hostages that are being held by Hamas? Is this going to have influence on Iran and their negotiations with the United States? Because I can guarantee that if every country in the world...
He's ready to go outside.
If every country in the world is... What's up?
He's rubbing his butt.
Okay. If every country in the world is having tariffs, that means Iran too. Iran definitely wants to be involved. So I didn't cover that earlier. I did want to mention it so that you guys have an idea about that. I know my dog is upset at the moment, and I got to take him out. He's having just a bit of a moment. So I'm going to try and go a little bit faster here at the end. So please bear with me. Just very simply, H.R. 22, which is called the SAVE Act, just so you know, that's supposed to somehow, black people are no longer able to vote. Somehow, women, if this gets passed through the Senate, or women are no longer going to vote. At least that's what they're now saying. See, they start...
It's urgent. It's urgent.
All right, folks, hang on. My dog is having a bit of an emergency here, so bear with me. My dog comes first. My dog comes first. So, I will play. Bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me.
It's not finished yet, right?
My dog is having a moment, so
Another part coming, right?
I'm gonna bring him out.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh God, I have hundreds of. Bear with me. I'm. Okay. Here, I'm going to play real quick, just so you know. I'm going to put up. This is from my interview with Jason Murillo, who's also a candidate in New York. My dog is having an emergency, so I'm going to go take care of him. Then I'm going to come right back. Should be about 20 minutes thereabouts. So I'm going to let this play real quick, and then I will be back.
Hey, what's up, everybody? You know what it is. You know who it be. It's Jason Morello, also known as DJ Loudmouth here on WPAT 930 on your AM dial. And Who's Next NYC Radio, Who's Next NYCRadio.com. And we got something a little different today. We're going to have a mashup here between the Who's Next NYC Radio and I believe no Soundbites allowed.
That's correct.
So we got a very distinguished gentleman here with me today in the studio, live in the building, Michael Vasquez.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good.
And by the way, some people know me as Michael Voss or Michael Vasquez.
Yeah.
It's okay. I have a federal alias. I am both.
Okay, there we go. All right, there you go. So how's it going? Let's talk to me here. What's going on?
Oh my God, we've had quite the start to a year, haven't we?
Yeah, we have.
I mean, we've got Donald Trump has come in, and nobody in news media is able to keep up with him on this. He has been hitting the mark on 75% of all of his promises. Mm-hmm. He's pretty much in action right now, and he's delivering.
Yep.
On
promises are made, promises kept.
Yeah, and Democrats can't stand it. They don't know what to say because they're like, "Aren't you angry?" It's like, no, that's why I voted for him.
Yeah.
Of course I'm happy he's
And,
doing
you
it.
know, let's keep it 100. A lot of Democrats voted for Trump too, but then I can tell you that.
Well, no. But the numbers say it for themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just straightforward. He was elected to do exactly what he is doing. And the public's happy. I mean, he's got great approval numbers. And he's being effective. We were promised for how many decades? You can't get all the illegal aliens. You can't find them all. Seems that every state government knew exactly where they were.
Exactly.
We're rounding them up, the violent ones, very quickly, and we're deporting them. Like you would think that we always should have been. So the only thing that's been stopping us are Democrats who didn't want to do it.
Yeah, because they're getting financial gain out of it. They have a whole multi-billion-dollar industry for the migrants. You know, they created this mess, and you know, they've been profiting off of it. But Daddy's home now, and they ain't happening no more.
Well, don't forget, there's also what I know Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, when she did the ABC News interview in Philadelphia, she told them, when they asked, open borders is about getting the illegal immigrants in and a path to citizenship. And why do they want illegal immigrants to become citizens? Well, now they're second-class citizens. They are dependent on Democrats to maintain their status. And therefore, they're going to be loyal subjects to the Democrats. They're going to vote Democrat every single time. And this is a way to block out, you're talking about 8 million votes dedicated to Democrats. No Republican could ever win.
What happened to the from 2020 to 24, the presidential election? Biden had what, over 80 million votes or something?
They said 81 million votes.
What happened to those 20 million voters? Did they just disappear in 24? Where were they?
They watched him talk and fall on flat stages, and they watched Obama guiding him off stage because he didn't know where he was going. We listened to his speeches where he didn't know what he was talking about. And we found out that, hey, since January of 2021, according to White House aides, now reported by the international news media, we know the truth. Biden has always been a part-time zombie president. And
it was like Weekend at Bernie's the past 4 years.
Pretty much. And I still would love to have the answer to who, in fact, was running the government. Let's give him the best credit.
We know who was really running the government, who was really president the last 4 years.
It wasn't Kamala.
It was the third term of Barack Obama.
A lot of people say that, and I don't know. But I do know this. Biden, according to internationally credible news agencies, have been saying after the debate with Trump that Joe Biden was only working 5 days a week. He was only available between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. on those 5 days a week, assuming he was in good shape each of those days. So that leaves 18 hours a day, plus the weekend, that Joe Biden wasn't in charge. Who was handling everything? Is this why Afghanistan was the biggest rout in American history, the biggest embarrassment in the world?
Since Vietnam.
Well, it was worse than Vietnam. I mean, because of Afghanistan and the fact that we enabled an entire terrorist army to take place in Afghanistan, well, that showed so much weakness that Putin said, hey, time to go. The reins are off. The light is green. Go. And he went into the Ukraine. And at the same time, we had China turn around and say, yes, we're actively going to go into Taiwan, and they're going to take it by force. That's what they said to us at the time. Why? Because Joe Biden's going to stop us? No. He couldn't stop the Taliban. He gave them helicopters and cash and weapons and bullets. He's not going to stand up to anyone, and he didn't. So
now the Taliban is stronger than ever.
Yeah, and all those. Oh, remember the promise? Don't worry, the Taliban's going to be different this time. They're going to treat women okay. That's why they were poisoning schoolgirls. That's why women don't have the right to go to work every day, why women are abused right now. This is according to the International Women's Conferences. I don't have to make these things up. These are the facts
It's
being
out there.
reported.
The facts are the facts.
Yeah, and so I'm not surprised that the world is reacting as they are. They finally see a strong U.S. president who has a focused plan, and he's living up to the promises that he made to the American people, literally to the word of what he said he would do, and everyone's happy about it, except, a couple of people who have a political agenda that isn't being served anymore, namely the progressives and Democrats.
Yeah. So, what else you want to talk about? We had a few interesting discussions prepping for the show. Yeah. You want to talk about it?
Oh, we can get into it. I know that you're running for a New York City Council, the 2nd District seat. And congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to seeing your run. And I know we'll go a little tit for tat on some questions about that. And I'm happy to talk about that. There's a bunch of things that have been bugging me about what's happening here in New York and across the country and internationally. But there's a lot of races going on. But I suppose let's get one of the big elephants in the room out right off the bat. Let's.
I want to talk about Gonzalo Durant, a friend of ours.
Yeah, let's get that.
Just get that out the way.
Yeah.
I want to talk about Gonzalo Durant, and he released a statement this past Monday, pretty much calling out the New York State Conservative Party, and including the state chairman, Jerry Kassar.
Yeah.
And he even took a few shots at me as well.
Yeah.
In the process.
Yeah, I saw the release. I saw it recently. I didn't see it when he first put it out. Let me start by, I've met and I know Gonzalo Durant. I've interviewed him in the past.
He's still a good friend of mine, and I helped him with his past two elections, his campaign races and that.
Yeah.
So it's nothing personal. There's no reason to take shots at people personally. Well, let's continue. Let's have open discussion here.
I looked at the document, and I understand the emotion that's coming from that. I can understand the frustration. I've been a candidate before. In 2013, in particular, I was running for Congress, the New York 22nd District. Huge district, 8 counties, 2.5 hours north to south, hour and a half east to west. That is a huge district. In fact, it's one of the most competitive districts in the nation for a good 5-10 years in a row. And I was running at the time against a man named Richard Hanna. He has since passed. But I said to Richard, to his face, "You're a rhino. You're supporting Democrats." And he publicly has been quoted by news media telling women in particular to join the Democratic Party. And he supported a lot of Democratic issues, in particular with H-1B visas, which I'm very familiar with. I know it's come back into the media, but I'm familiar with it from then. But I said it to his face, and I said, "I'm going to run against you." And I did, because I had very specific issues to run on. Republican values that he was not supporting, even though he was saying he was the Republican candidate. In fact, he got in saying that he was the Tea Party candidate. That's how he got elected into office. He was saying he was that to the right. He was that strongly a supporter of individual rights, minimizing the government. And he didn't. And his record did not equate to that.
Reflect that,
No. And his words publicly did not reflect that. So I said, "I'll run against you because no one else will." Made some enemies.
He's incumbent Republican, and he was openly telling people to register to vote and join the Democratic Party.
Yeah. On the record, absolutely. Into multiple news agencies in the Southern Tier covered that. And Central New York. And so I did run against him, and I pissed off a few people because I'm going after the incumbent.
Yeah.
And here I am, this guy who most of them had not heard of at that time. So I made some enemies, but I also got a lot of respect in the Conservative Party and the Republican Party, local and statewide, because I was about the issues and I knew what I was talking about. When they asked me, I was on all kinds of WTQ, WNB, WNBF, WBNG, a few other news stations. They were going, okay, and they grilled me hard because I'm a Republican in New York State.
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine so.
Yeah, and being a black Republican at that, it's
Oh,
like, oh
man.
no, I'm blowing up the myth.
Oh, man.
You know,
That's a double.
you know, black Republicans, conservatives, we exist, and here he is running. It's
Yeah.
like, oh my God. So I say all of that. I say all of that to bring up the point that I understand the emotion Gonzalo's having. That being in politics, and especially a person of color, who's not going down the reservation line of the Democrats, that we all have to be Democrats, that puts you behind the 8 ball. I get it. And the news media is not going to treat you nice for that. They're going to avoid us. They're going to not talk about us because we don't fit the mold. And we break that image that's out there that we have to be Democrats. So it's frustrating. It's very frustrating. I know. I've done it. I've lived it.
I'm running in a city council district that is the most liberal, Democratic footholds there is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that doesn't mean that just because I was running in the New York 22nd and I happened to be black and Hispanic, it would have been the first congressman from that region ever, history making, doesn't mean that everyone lays down and says, okay, Mike, you're here. There's $500,000. We're all jumping behind your bandwagon and you're going to be the next congressman. I would have loved it.
Yeah.
I think I deserved it.
Yeah.
But I hadn't earned it yet.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point.
And that's the key. And to be fair, in that race, I was doing my best. I wasn't going to get if I had gotten maybe $50,000 in donations, if I had gotten a groundswell like that, things might have been a little bit different. But I saw that it was going to be difficult to get there. But at the same time, I talked to, at that time, Assemblywoman Claudia Tenney. She's now Congresswoman Claudia Tenney, and she's a friend of mine. And I spoke with her, and we were talking on campaign trails, and she was thinking about running, and I said, you know what? She's 90% of the issues that I was pointing out she agreed with. I said, you know what? You already have the name. You already have the infrastructure. You already have the donations. Run. She's like, well, and we went back and forth, and I mean, it was a difficult decision. And she was thinking of it anyway, thinking of it down the line. It's like, no, now's the time. Do it. So she ran. And when she ran, I said, you know what? I'm going to endorse you because we're both on the same page, but you're the better candidate. I will step down. And I put all of my support behind her. And she got into the race a little bit late. So in 2014, she missed by about 2,000 votes for someone who came in the last month of petitioning. Wow. And she got within, in that primary, she got within 2,000 votes.
Okay.
2016, she won.
Wow.
She's in office right now.
Wow, that's awesome.
Okay. So, and I think, and Claudia has earned her way. And she was a great candidate, and she had the infrastructure. She fought her way through the assembly, because women have a difficult time with it too, not just blacks and Latinos, or any minority. But and especially as a conservative Republican woman, that makes it, again, she puts her right with you and me and Gonzalo. So I think that's the better way to deal with it, is let's not gripe about it. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. It shouldn't be like that. Sorry for the language. It shouldn't be like that. But that is the world we're in. That's the politics that we have to deal with at this time. Let's take that energy and transfer it into reaching out to the constituents, making them aware of the issues, and letting everyone else know, hey, you know what? Jump on my bandwagon. I am the right guy, and you should be paying attention. You weren't before. Pay attention now. You see what I'm doing. Get on the bandwagon. Let's get this done. That's the way I think it should have been handled. But I understand the frustration. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. You know, because you know. Yeah, because people want to, you know, if certain people don't get what their way, get what they want to use race as an issue. They want to throw the, you know, race. They want to use the word diversity, you know, equality.
Okay.
You know, all these big words. But, you know, you know, the bottom line is this. If you want to be on that grand stage and take the next level, then raise some money. If you're running for mayor of New York City and you raise nothing, and everyone else is raising hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars, you know?
Well, you got to raise some money.
You got to raise money.
That's true.
And you got to have a real base.
Yeah.
You got to have a real base, and you know, you
Yes.
have to have thousands, tens of thousands of people behind you.
Well, I think, and I say this about all races.
And I'm not taking discredit from him particularly. He got 36,000 votes last year for Congress, you know, in a losing effort, and that's a huge accomplishment for someone the year before that got 182 votes for city council in 23.
Right.
182.
Yeah.
So 182 to 36,000, that's a huge effing jump. And that's a huge accomplishment, you know?
Absolutely. And it deserves to be acknowledged.
It doesn't mean, you know, necessarily he deserves to be on the stage at a state national platform. We're going to give him an award, you know, an honor, you know?
Well,
but
it's politics.
Yeah, I mean,
nobody gets
everything's
an award
not
for being
evolved
second place.
around him. It's not evolved around me. It's not evolved around you, you know?
It's politics. Nobody gets an award for second place.
Yeah.
You win or you're not.
Like whether, you know, either I'm going to win or lose this year, you know? It doesn't mean I'm going to go and complain and write a letter, a statement, you know, pretty much put, you know, F the conservatives, Republicans, they didn't support me, they didn't back me, you know, I could have, you know.
Yeah, I get the emotion.
I didn't take personal shots at people that are his personal friends of his, like myself.
I truly believe that.
And actually supported him when
I
other people haven't supported.
I understand, but I think not knowing the mindset at the time, I can understand the emotion. I could think, and I know how high pressure it is to run a campaign, your campaign, anyone's campaign. It's not easy to be a candidate. People don't realize the pressure that's on you to do that. So I would imagine,
I understand.
the emotion, you say stupid things sometimes, you do stupid things sometimes. It happens. We've seen that with people who've been running forever, and they wind up doing something stupid and saying stupid things, sometimes in a campaign. I think it's that more than
I said
anything
some,
else.
you know, stupid things too, you know, it happens.
It happens.
You just move on.
Well, what you do is you go back to your party, you go back to your people.
You know, you apologize and, you know.
And then you move forward.
Yeah.
And you make your campaign even better going forward. That's what I hope to see happen, is Gonzalo moves away from this moment and, you know, and the party takes the time to say, hey, it ain't over.
Because our real enemies is not ourselves, it's the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
That's who we have to try to unseat. And it's already, they already put obstacles against us. They challenge our petitions. They get a lot of candidates thrown off the ballot, whether they come with 100 signatures, 500, 1,000, you know, look at Cara Casanova. She had 150 or whatever, but that's a little different issue. I don't want to, you know, but she went in there with 150, 200,000 petitions, you know, so it was like multiple things, you know, the Democrats had a hand in that as well, you know, so.
Well, my friend Larry Sharp, I think you
Yeah.
met him before.
Yeah,
You know,
he ran for governor.
Yeah, and Larry's a
Yeah,
friend
I
of mine.
interviewed him, yeah.
I've known him for a decade now. Met him because I did an interview with him, believe it or not, which was out the blue. We just met and he said, yeah, I'll do the interview. 2.5 hours later, we're still talking. But now here it is, a decade later. He's a very good friend now. And I've seen it happen to him where petitions are just thrown out. The rule is always, if you're not a Democrat, you have to have at least 2.5 times as many signatures as you need.
Yeah.
And that's ridiculous. That's called the insurance plan. You need about
You always
two.
need extra, insurance.
Yeah, but think about it. You got to have twice, if not 2.5 times as many as you are supposed to
Yeah.
get, just so that you get safe, because the lawyers on the Democratic side, the regulations out there, you can always throw out, there's always some signatures that are some issue, but they will go through it with a fine-tooth comb with their lawyers, draining your money, taking your time, and trying to frustrate you to get you kicked out because you didn't get 200% of what you were supposed to get. That's just ridiculous. But that's the abuse we see. That's the gerrymandering that's going on. And I think and that's for candidates, independents, conservatives, Republicans, the third party candidates, whether you're a libertarian or Green Party, doesn't matter. We all go through that same process. The only ones who don't, working families, which is Working Families Party, which in New York is just another division of the Democratic Party.
Exactly.
So it's ridiculous. But that makes me wonder, in your race, it's an interesting race. I don't know if a lot of people looked at it. In your race, you're going up against Anthony Weiner, a convicted sex offender.
Yeah.
Multiple times, by the way. He had his disgrace that got him kicked out with the Clintons.
Yeah. Congress and the whole thing.
And then he started sending out images to a underage girl.
There was multiple, I heard, but yeah.
Yeah. He's a mess. And he's in the race.
Yeah.
He's got like $27,000. Said he claims to have 150, and everyone sees only 27.
Yeah.
I don't know where anyone's. I can't imagine why.
Well, he said on the radio on WABC, one of our other stations, that he raised like 50,000 in under 30 days.
That's what he says.
And he's still playing the game, to saying that he's not officially in. And he's exploring it. But meanwhile, he's building up a nice war chest at the same time.
Yeah, he's trying to see if he can get enough money to make it worthwhile.
Well, he's trying to see if he can get the support of, the Democratic Party.
I can't see, why would they touch him? He's toxic. Because of, this isn't like Trump. There's a difference of opinion about whether or not, where the money got allocated from. This is a guy who sent a picture to a underage girl. It's documented. It's a fact. There's a big difference between a grown adult. All right, everyone. Thank you for being patient. My puppy was... Whoa, what's happening? I'm translucent. Okay. Bear with me 1 second. I'm translucent. Why am I translucent? Let me fix that real quick. No. Maybe that one. There we go. Okay, better. That'll be good enough for the end of the show. Sorry, again, working with my lighting and making the fixes. Haven't fixed everything on the computer yet, so I apologize and thank you for your patience with that. So, and I thank you for your patience that my puppy had a little bit of an emergency there. So I had to take him out real quick, and I appreciate that you had the patience to give me for that. We were coming into our final section. I was talking about H.R. 22, which is the New York SAVE Act. Okay? And we'll just wrap up. Oh, wait a minute. Got to fix this too. Bingo and bingo. Okay. So we were going to talk about the New York SAVE Act. And essentially, the New York SAVE Act, you may have heard about this. According to the left, according to news media, many of the Democrats out there, this is going to take away the right to vote for all women, for everyone who's a minority. If you're black, you will no longer be able to vote. If you're a woman, you can no longer vote because you need ID. The SAVE Act, H.R. 22, requires proof of identity, an ID, so that you can vote. This isn't a new idea. Republicans have been talking about it for a long, long time. And Democrats have been against it for a long, long time. And the normal argument that you hear from Democrats about this is that, well, black people don't have ID. They can't afford ID. That black people are incapable of having ID. Same thing with Hispanics, same thing with women. I think that's insulting. Talk about racism. And I mean, we've heard about racism from Hakeem Jeffries. This is true racism. To say that any group of people, a category of people, based on the color of their skin alone, are not going to be able to vote because they have to have an ID. Do you know who needs an ID? Everyone. Every American needs an ID. You want to go and buy a beer, you need ID. You want to buy a pack of cigarettes, you need an ID. You want to get a job, you need an ID. You want a bank account, you need an ID. You want to rent, you want to get an apartment or a house, you need ID. You want to get on a plane, you need ID. Rent a car, you need ID. So you can't tell me in the world that we have today where you need an ID to do everything, that you need proof of identity for just about everything that you can possibly imagine. The only thing you don't need ID for, according to Democrats, is to vote. Something that is a sacred right. It literally determines the direction of our nation, determines who's in charge, what ideas get put into law, what we are doing in our country. And the only thing that Democrats don't want ID for is to vote. Because they won't tell you, oh, well, we don't need ID to drink. Of course you do, because kids might go out and drink, so you have to have an ID for that. Oh, we don't need an ID for cigarettes. Well, kids might get cigarettes. You need an ID for that. Going into a club, well, you need an ID for that. To get a car, to travel, you need ID for everything. You want to buy a gun, you need an ID for that. Democrats won't give up ID for any of those things. Oh, no. They want IDs for all of that. But if someone wants to vote, well, no, you don't need an ID for that. You don't need proof of citizenship for that. At the same time that they've just let 8 million illegal aliens into our country. Even as we have seen that some of these illegal aliens, like in the state of Washington, they have gotten registered to vote. We know that individuals in New York City and across the country, we have seen illegal aliens have voted. Now, the numbers are small. That's true. Because states don't do an audit on their voter rolls. They don't do an audit after an election. So we don't know how many people are actually voting illegally in our elections. We don't know. But we do know that there are some. There have been documented cases of hundreds of individuals, illegal aliens, who have entered the United States and voted in our elections. We know that is a fact. The court cases have happened. The investigations have been publicly published. In fact, most recently in November and December of 2024, there were several hundred cases of individuals who were illegal aliens. They were accidentally, according to Democrats, accidentally registered to vote. And we do know that several individuals were voting in elections, including at least one individual I recall that was arrested by the Department of Justice in October of 2024. One woman was arrested. She voted in 2016, she voted in 2020, and in the 2022 midterm elections. And now, if that's something that happens only once in every, once in 1,000, you're talking about 80,000 people, illegal aliens that were allowed into the country by the Biden-Harris administration. There's at least 80,000 of them. That's enough to change elections on a state level. That's the numbers we're talking about. Potentially 80,000 illegal aliens are voting in our elections. That's enough to change an entire state. That's potentially enough to change the outcome of an election, a presidential election. If that's in a swing state, say it's in Ohio, or it's in Pennsylvania, or it's in one of the other, Michigan or Wisconsin, that's enough to change an entire election for a president. And Democrats are like, well, we don't need an ID for that. That's not a problem. We don't care. No, that's perfectly fine. Don't mind that there are 8 million legal aliens. And potentially 1 in 1,000 are getting registered to vote and possibly voting in our elections. Doesn't matter that could change. If that changes a state election, that could change the presidency of the United States. Oh, well, then what's it doing to local elections? How many individuals locally are not able to be elected or being forced in, or, Democrats being kept in and always being reelected? How much power is being shifted in this nation simply because we don't check for IDs? And we can, and we should. But you've heard a lot of people say, well, it's all about black people. In fact, this is Representative Jonathan Jackson, okay? Congressman Jonathan Jackson out of Illinois. Mind you, Illinois is a corrupt state. We all know that. I mean, that's Chicago. Corrupt politics all the way. But Congressman Jonathan Jackson, who's in his second term in Congress as the representative of the 1st District of Illinois, well, he's pissed off because he thinks, according to him, this is a modern day poll tax, that black people are not going to be able to vote because they don't have ID. That's racist. And that is insanely racist. Over 85% of all Americans have ID. And if they want ID, almost every single state makes it possible for even the poor to be able to get an ID at little to no cost. Many states have no cost. You need an ID, they will give you a state ID. You can get ID. And I'm not talking about getting the New York Real ID, which is a fake ID. You don't need that. You don't need a real ID. By the way, anyone who's looking at buying that, and I think it's like $100 for the New York Real ID, get a passport instead. Passport will cost you $125. The Real ID costs you $100. A passport will let you get to any country in the world. The New York Real ID will let you go to Canada and Mexico. Who cares? Who cares? You don't need the Real ID for that. So get a passport instead. But other than New York State, which is trying to get rich off of IDs, forcing people to get a useless document that you don't need for proof of identity, outside of New York, almost every single state will give you an ID for little to no money whatsoever. And yet, they're saying, oh, but black people can't get it. What, they don't know how to go to a government office, a state office, and say, I need an ID? They're saying that they don't know how to use the internet. We heard Joe Biden say that, but then again, Joe Biden probably didn't know he said that because he was senile at the time, as we now know. But no, we get people like Jonathan L. Jackson, member of Congress, who is saying that this is all about voter suppression. This is Jim Crow. Literally, he says that. Let me read it. This is from his statement on April 10th. April 10th, that's 3 days ago, Thursday. He said that he issued a strong statement denouncing the so-called SAVE Act, labeling it a thinly veiled attempt at voter suppression that echoes the discriminatory practices of the Jim Crow era. Are you kidding me? Is it Jim Crow to make black people have to have an ID so that they can get on a plane? Is it Jim Crow to make sure that black people, if they want to buy cigarettes or they want to buy beer, that they have to have an ID? If you want to do virtually anything, you want to get married, you need an ID. Is that Jim Crow? Is it Jim Crow to have an ID to get married, to get health care? You need ID. Oh, but it's not Jim Crow for anything else. It's only Jim Crow when you have to have that ID when you go to vote. Why? Please explain that to me. This is his statement here. I want to be very clear because he is clear. And he says, and I quote, "Let us be unequivocally clear." So no doubt, there's no evidence, there's no way that you can prove in any way whatsoever that this isn't racist. He says, the SAFE Act is not about safeguarding our democracy. Well, that's what it says it does. And making sure that people who are not American citizens don't vote in elections is a matter of safeguarding our constitutional republic. By the way, we're not a democracy. Please stop saying that, especially to these politicians, when they're saying, oh, no, this is lawful, this isn't lawful. We have to protect, Democrats love to say, we got to protect our democracy. We don't live in a democracy. We live in a constitutional republic. We're not in a democracy. And that's a good thing. But to save our constitutional republic, you don't need the SAFE Act. He goes on to say, it's about restricting our constitutional republic. Well, yes, it's about restricting it to American citizens. That's a good thing. Yes, we should restrict our right to vote, our privilege, our essential, actually it's a right, our essential right to vote should be restricted only to American citizens, since it only affects American citizens. We, the people, have the power of our government. And if we, the people, aren't the ones voting people into office, if we, the people, aren't the ones that they're catering, that these elected officials are catering to, then we don't have a nation. We don't have a nation if we don't protect our citizens. That's why we have, New York City spending about $2 to $5 billion a year on illegal aliens. Same thing in Boston, in Chicago, in LA, Chicago, where this guy's from. Same thing. We're spending billions on illegal aliens while our American citizens are starving. I shouldn't have to raise money for the Jericho Project here in New York to take care of veterans and the homeless and families in need. I did, but I shouldn't have to do that, because if we weren't spending billions on illegal aliens, criminals that enter the United States without documentation, without authorization, and who are destroying our infrastructure, guess what? That's billions of dollars in New York City, in LA, in Chicago, in Boston, in Baltimore. We'd have billions of dollars to take care of our people, our homeless. Think about it. Over in San Francisco, the largest single city of homeless people in the nation. In fact, the largest grouping of homeless people in the nation. And they have ID, by the way. Even the homeless in San Francisco have ID. They need it so that they can get government aid, so that they can get benefits from the city of San Francisco, from the state of California. Even the homeless need ID. But guess what? He doesn't want to solve that problem. If the state of California didn't have to spend $2 billion a year on illegal aliens, maybe they'd have $2 billion to provide housing for the people in San Francisco. Maybe they'd be able to do something about drug prevention for the people in San Francisco alone. That's just one state. But this guy, no, this is about racism. It's only about racism. This Congressman Jonathan Jackson, he goes on to say, quote, this legislation, masquerading as a measure to protect elections, is in reality a modern-day poll tax dressed in bureaucratic hurdles. Do you have any proof? We have heard this allegation over and over and over again, that black people are being somehow held back. Stacey Abrams made a big thing about this. And by the way, in the elections where Stacey Abrams ran, they had a historic surge in the number of black and black female voters in Georgia. But yet Stacey Abrams was trying to tell you that black people were restricted. They couldn't vote because Republicans, even though they had historic levels of black and black women voting. That doesn't make sense to me. How can you tell me that black people are not capable of voting, and yet they have historic record turnout? Doesn't make any sense. This is absolutely insane. It doesn't make sense. And this is why he's not providing proof. He's not providing any evidence of what he's saying. He goes on to say, it is a calculated assault on the ballot box and a dangerous step backwards for our nation, so that citizens prove that they are citizens, that people who are voting are only restricted to American citizens. How is that a step backwards for our nation? Black people are registered about 2 to 3% less than whites. Almost exactly the same. Statistically, it's the same thing. Statistically, blacks are registered and vote as much as whites do. State after state after state. Whether it's Georgia, Texas, California, New York, Illinois, whites and blacks vote at about the same exact rate. About 2 to 3% difference. That's it. They're registered to vote in about the same amount. About 2 to 3% difference. Hispanics are about 5% less than whites. So people across America are, if you want to vote, you can vote. If you want to vote, you do vote. No one is stopping people from voting. You know what's stopping people from voting? Because they have horrible candidates. Democrats are upset because they want more votes and they're not getting them because they have bad policies and they have bad candidates like Congressman Jonathan L. Jackson. And by the way, Congressman, if you think I am wrong, if you think I am picking on you unfairly, if you think the numbers that I am quoting are magical or something, that they don't exist, come on to the show. I will give you 12 hours to prove me wrong. We'll go through all the statistics nationally, state by state, if you would like, on the number of black people registered versus the number of white people registered, the number of black voters versus the number of white voters in state and state and state, city and city and city. I'll spend 12 hours going through all the numbers with you and do the total live with you. And let's see if you can prove me wrong, that there is somehow a problem. And that all these people have ID. Because if they, again, just to live, if they get a job, they need ID. So you can't tell me, oh my God, black people can't get ID, then they can't work. Why aren't, and everyone who is unemployed isn't black. That's just a fact. In fact, most people who aren't working, who are unemployed, are white. Just by the percentages of this nation. That's just the reality. But this guy wants to tell you, it's all about racism. It's racism. He goes on to say, here it goes. I don't even have to make this up. I'm not making this up. This is his words. He says the SAVE Act to protect our elections, to make sure that they are safe and secure. He says it's a direct descendant of Jim Crow laws. Show the proof. There is none. Show the proof. If you're so sure of this, if this is such a fact, show the proof. He goes on to say, Jim Crow laws that sought to suppress the black vote in the post-Reconstruction South. That was true in the 1800s. That was true even in the early 1900s. That has not been true in the last 50 to 60 years in America. That's not true in 2025. It wasn't true in 1990. So, yes, that's true in 100 years ago. You're right. But we're not living 100 years ago. We're living in 2025. This is the 21st century. I don't know what he's talking about. So he goes on to say, while the language may differ, the intent remains the same. Well, the intent is to prevent non-citizens from voting in elections, as they have done. We know this for a fact, that they have done it. And if we're just going by the statistical numbers, there may be enough people, illegal aliens, voting in our elections that they could be changing the outcome in certain states and absolutely at the local and state level elections. That is something statistically that we can see. I can't point to the proof of that because states will not. Illinois will not do an audit of their elections. They refuse. They don't want to show you who's voting and how they voted. They don't want you to know that. They refuse to do an audit. But when there was an audit done in New York by citizens, when the citizens actually went through the election data provided by New York State, we know that there's at least 50,000 people that were voting that should not have been able to vote in New York State. Individuals that had no address, individuals that had duplications, individuals that were fake names and fake identities. We know that that exists in New York State, where we had a report. But, Democrats said, oh, yeah, but that doesn't matter, because the state didn't do the audit. So since the state didn't do the audit, the numbers don't matter. They don't exist. I think they do matter. I think they do require us to do an audit, but they won't. And this guy, Jackson, he won't support an audit. He doesn't want an audit. He just wants you to believe him. Just believe him. Let's see what else he says to say here. So while the language may differ, the intent remains the same, which he has no proof of. He goes on to say, to intimidate, to confuse, and ultimately block marginalized communities from exercise. I love this. Marginalized communities. What community? Do you mean the illegal aliens? Do you mean individuals who are not citizens of the United States? Individuals who have no right to be in America? Are you talking about that marginalized community? Or are you talking about American citizens who have the right to vote, who are registering to vote, and just don't like Democrats? They don't like Democrats lying to them about a president who's supposed to be mentally stable and isn't. Okay, let's go on. He says, ultimately, they block marginalized communities, whatever those are, from exercising their fundamental right to vote. Where's the proof? Show me the proof. This bill seeks to enshrine inequality and consolidate power by keeping millions of eligible Americans away from the polls. How does it do that? How does it do that? Now, he points out that there's an estimated 21 million Americans who lack government IDs. Well, yes, they lack the ID. That doesn't mean they can't get an ID. They may not. 21 million. What's their age? See, this is important. He doesn't put this in there. Oh, 21 million Americans don't have an ID. How old are those Americans? Are they teenagers? Are they preteens? Are they voting age Americans? We don't know. He won't tell us. He's not going to provide you that information. It's critical information. If you're talking about people who are age 16 to 18, well, they can't vote anyway, so it doesn't matter. Most of them can't work anyway. They don't have a legal right to vote in many states. They're under the age of consent. They're not adults, so they don't count. Where do these 21 million people come from? And by the way, some of those 21 million, they're not all black. Some of them are white. Some of them are Hispanic. Some of them are Asian. Oh, does that matter? Because he's trying to say, well, no, this is about brown and black and indigenous, migrant, low-income, elderly people. If you're old, you have an ID. If you're low income, you need an ID. Why? You want to get state benefits? You want to get federal benefits? You need an ID. Black and brown and indigenous, well, again, they're registered to vote in numbers almost equal, very much equivalent to whites. They vote in elections equally in the same numbers as those who are white. So he's just making this up. He is lying to your face because he doesn't think anyone in the news media is going to say, oh, well, he's a black man. I can't talk about this. I can't say this black man is lying about whether or not it's racist to try and require ID. ID that's required for everything else in life. And then, well, but it's not going to be required for voting because that would be racist because the black elected official from Illinois, most corrupt state in the nation. Well, yeah, he says so, so I guess you got to leave it. You can't question him on that. Yes, I can. Where's your proof? Same thing about Stacey Abrams. Again, Stacey Abrams in Georgia made this screaming fit saying black people can't vote and then had record turnout, year after year, record turnout by blacks and black women. But yet she's saying black people can't vote. Well, they did vote. She just lost. They just didn't want her. She wasn't good enough as a candidate. Democrats lost in 2024, not because black people didn't vote, they did. And what was it, 70, 80% of them voted for Democrats. They didn't win because more black people, they didn't get enough black people. They didn't get enough women. They didn't get enough moderates and independent people to vote because Democrats lied to them and Bidenomics failed and the Democrats weren't listening to the public And they had no plan. They still have no plan. That's why you lost. It's not because someone stopped black people from voting. It's not because Hispanics were stopped from voting. It's because you aren't good. You don't offer anything to people to vote in. And you're using the cover of racism to silence people. Well, you can't speak about that. You're racist. Guess what? I'm a black Hispanic. I can talk about this. I'm involved in politics for 2 decades, actively involved in political commentary, in elections, and helping candidates get their voices out, whether they're black or Hispanic or women or gay or straight, trans, doesn't matter. I've had candidates from every party, every type, and I put them on to give them a voice. You know who doesn't? ABC News, NBC News, CNN, MSNBC, the New York Times. They don't interview these people. I do. So are they racist? Because guess what? I just showed in this program alone, I showed a Hispanic man, Jason Murillo. None of the local news media are going to do interviews with him. They have not done interviews with him. He's a candidate. They won't do an interview with him, but they'll tell you that you should vote for the Democrat. All of those major news media organizations, not one of them is looking to do an interview with Tariq Goodman. But I did. Are they racist? Because Tariq's black. Jason Murillo, he's Hispanic. Are they racist for not doing interviews with these candidates that are on the ballot? They're on the ballot. They are legitimate choices for the people of New York. They have been, every one of those news media organizations have promoted the Democrat in the race, but they are completely ignoring every other party that has a candidate. Is that because they're black and Hispanic? Are you, Jonathan Jackson, are you willing to say that that's racist? That CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, NBC, the New York Times must do interviews with these candidates, otherwise they are racist? No, he's perfectly fine with that. Why? Because the Democrat's in the race, and the Democrat will win. Because if we don't talk about these other candidates, the Democrat will win. Therefore, he's perfectly fine with that kind of racism, that kind of voter suppression. He's perfectly fine to ignore the conservatives, the Republicans, the third-party candidates like the Libertarians, the Green Party. He's perfectly happy to ignore all of them, and they don't get to have any of the media attention that is being given at the same time, directly given to only the Democrats. He's perfectly happy with that. So that's voter suppression. You want to talk about voter suppression, Congressman Jonathan Jackson? Then talk about the unfair distribution of attention from the news media, the free advertising that the news media is giving to the Democrats while taking it away from anyone else. That is voter suppression. That's denying people a choice. It's making people think there's only one person who's running in this race. There's only one person I ever heard about, so they must be the only person I need to vote for. That's voter suppression. That's voter manipulation. Saying that you need an ID to show up, that isn't. You've got the ID already. He's so full of it. And if you notice, while Democrats have been screaming about it's racist, it's racist, it's racist, before the vote on the SAVE Act of 2025, before ID was out there, now that it has passed the House, now that it's going to the Senate, and Democrats, by the way, 4 Democrats voted for this bill. But now that it has gone through the House and it's going to the Senate, where it will probably pass, now they're saying, well, it's going to be sexist. It's not just racist, it's sexist. It's black women will not be able to vote anymore. That's not true. Again, there's no proof of that. They're making up. They're saying, well, it could be a problem. It might stop women from voting. If everything lines up perfectly, there could be a woman who might not be able to vote because she's married. Maybe. But married women have IDs too. Married women get to have, it's real simple, because married women, when they change their name, and I know it's the trend amongst the liberal elites that they don't change their names, or they get a hyphenated name, And a hyphenated name is still the same as have not changed your name. Whether you like that or not, that's up to you. But this isn't going to prevent women. So the left, the leftist elites, the progressives out there, they're going to vote perfectly fine. They have no problem. If they happen to be married, which they generally aren't. Everyone else, women change all of their IDs. They've been doing this since 1920s. When women had to vote, they had to change their name. They had to change their IDs. They changed all of their identification. They changed their bank accounts, their cars, their houses. They've changed everything. This isn't a problem. They are trying desperately to make this a problem. They're trying desperately to get women to say, see, aren't you concerned? This is sexist. It's not. It's not been a problem for decades upon decades. There's been 100 years that this has not been a problem. This is not the major problem. This is not stopping women from voting. For 100 years, this isn't the reason why women haven't been able to vote. And it's not a problem now. Married women have been voting in elections and showing IDs with their new names. They've been going out and buying cars, buying houses, buying property, getting beers, getting cigarettes for 100 years. And they don't have a problem. This isn't a problem. It's a problem for Democrats because Democrats are losing. That's why it's a problem. Democrats aren't getting the female vote like they used to. They're not getting the Hispanic or the black vote like they used to. They're not getting the vote of poor people and independents like they used to. Democrats are losing because their policies failed. Their politicians are failures over and over again. That's why they don't want this. They don't want this because it takes away yet another excuse for why they have failed. Yes, Khan is good, by the way. Let me go back to some of the comments. Sorry. I was going crazy here for a minute. So, Joel has joined us. Thank you, Joel, and I appreciate that. Joel says, Tulsi Gabbard is making moves against the electronic voting machines, which have been proven to be insecure. They were proven, by the way, in 2016 by Google. Google decided there was a convention, and Google had experts go in, and we have seen they are insecure. That is a fact. It's been a documented fact for years. This isn't a Republican thing. It's not a Democrat thing. It's not a Libertarian thing. It's just a fact that they can be hacked. Now, has that happened? Seems like no. Seems like no. But again, we don't know because there has never been an audit, an official state audit being done on a presidential election. States don't audit elections, so we don't know if any of these machines have been hacked or not. They tell us no, we have no proof. Grace says, and the state IDs are, I believe, free in every state for those who qualify. Not free in every state, Grace. I believe it is 38 states have free IDs for those who are financially incapable of paying for an ID. And I think it's low cost in the remaining 12 states. It's something like $5 or $10 or $15 in those states that you can get an ID. It only costs you like $5, maximum like $15 in the 12 states that don't give it for free. And you can get that amount subsidized in many cases if you're getting government funding, if you're getting you're going to get money from the state, like unemployment insurance, temporary housing insurance, temporary cash, SNAP benefits. The state will give you an ID, which will then pay for getting a state ID. So, yeah, it's virtually free. Grace says, we are a constitutional republic, so the majority can't terrorize the minority. That's exactly the reason why we're not a democracy. Otherwise, all you would need are 5 cities. All you would need are the 5 largest cities in America. If we were a democracy, you win the 5 largest cities, you win every election. That's all you need. She goes on to say, like gays and Muslims and black people and others, the left claims to care about, they would all lose. And if we were a constitutional republic, yeah, black vote would no longer matter. Hispanic vote would no longer matter. Women's vote probably wouldn't matter or matter less because women tend to vote less than men do. Muslim vote, Jewish vote, Christian vote, they all wouldn't matter. Let's see. Joel says, PragerU did a good interview, man on the street style, asking about ID to vote being racist. The white people said it's racist because black people don't know how to get an ID. Yeah, only privileged white people say that black people can't get an ID. You go into the Bronx, you go into the ghetto, you go to the projects, you ask, do you have an ID? Yeah, everyone has an ID. The only people who think the black people don't have IDs are people who went to Harvard and Columbia, the people who went to the Ivy League schools and happen to be in charge of the news media and politics. They're the only people who think that black people don't have IDs. Everyone else knows black people have IDs, that Hispanics have IDs, that women, married and not married, have IDs. This is stupid. Grace says, if you can't get a free ID, then are you qualified to be voting, honestly? That's a good argument. Not a popular thing to say, but if you are too ill to get a free ID you're entitled to, well, that's a question. Here's another thing. If the thing is, in America in 2025, if you want to vote, you can. There is nothing preventing people from getting ID and being able to vote. It's 2025. You want to say in the 1800s? Totally different story. You want to talk about the early 1900s? Totally different story. We're a quarter of a century into the 2000s. Not the same story. Hasn't been the same story for 50 years. And they know it. But they just want people to be afraid. This is all about fear-mongering. This is about protecting Democrats and their proportion of the vote. That's all this is. They need a gimmick. They need to demonize everyone else. Oh, you don't want illegal aliens to vote. That's because you're a racist. You hate brown people. You hate women. Whatever it takes. Before this vote, they were screaming like Jonathan Jackson that, oh my God, it's against black people. Now that they had the vote, well, that argument didn't work because it's stupid. It's not real. It's absolutely fake, and none of the data supports that. No data supports that. So now they're going to go with, oh, well, it's about women. Now it's about women. Women, you're married. This is going to stop you from voting. It won't. It never has. But they need another excuse. They need a gimmick. They need some way to fearmonger. And using race didn't work. So on to the next thing. They don't care. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Because the Democrats are only trying to protect themselves. They're just trying to demonize their opponents. They just want more power. That's it. And having an unknown number of illegal aliens potentially voting in elections, which statistically, which we know does happen. Again, there has been evidence. We've seen hundreds of illegal aliens at Washington State, New York State, California. States have admitted that they have registered illegal aliens. Every one of the major blue cities, major blue sanctuary states give IDs to illegal aliens. Those same blue states automatically register everyone who gets an ID. So every one of those illegal aliens potentially and very often do get registered by accident, they say. They get registered to vote. And those same states don't require ID because it's racist to have ID, it's sexist to have ID. So those very same illegal aliens that have now been registered to vote show up. And maybe it isn't changing. In total, it could change state elections. But let's assume, okay, it's not changing the presidential outcome. What about the local race? Does it change the mayor's race? Does it change the county legislature? Does it change what's going to, at your local community, your city council? Is it changing that race? Because that's some of the most important races that could be. Those are races that are going to affect you directly. That's about your taxes. What's the tax rate? Well, those illegal aliens voted for Democrats, so they're going to raise taxes on you. Sales tax, property tax, school tax. Does that help you? No, but they're going to do it anyway. That directly affects you. So maybe it's not affecting the presidential race, but it's affecting you all the same. It is taking power that shouldn't be there. Dallas, is Khan better now? Yes, he is. Thank goodness Khan is much better now. I'm very happy to say. Joel has a comment that says, there he is. He says, remember the last election? They were telling married women they are allowed to vote for whomever they want. They don't have to obey their husband's demands. Where are these women who obeyed the husbands? Yeah. Again, racism. You're free. You don't have to listen to no man. Vote against Trump. So you're telling these women to vote. You're just being slick about it, talking out of both mouths. Oh yeah, don't listen to those men. Vote for Kamala Harris. Even though that's not in your best interest. Even though Kamala Harris lied to you for years. In particular about Joe Biden, but also about everything that her entire record. Oh yeah, but you're going to stick it to those men. Vote for Democrats just to piss off the men. Your husband, someone you love and that you married. Oh, no. I know you married him, but you got to stick it to him because he's a bad guy. That's why you married him, because he's a bad guy, apparently. He's such an evil person. It's not like you married him because you have the same ideas that he does. It's not like he has the same point of view on a lot of issues. That's why you married him, because you want to be, that couple want to be together because they have similarities that they both have. And no, you wouldn't vote just like him because you think like him, that you share some of the same values. No. It's women have to vote separate. You have to vote opposite of men. Why? Because Democrats benefit. Because men weren't voting for Democrats. Not in 2024. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, I tell you. The fact that they're trying to gin up racism and sexism where it doesn't exist. And again, I will say to everyone on the left out there, show the proof. Show any evidence of how blacks, Hispanics, women, married women, show how they are more than statistically being suppressed from voting. Because all the evidence, every time this issue comes up, all the evidence shows that is a lie. We have physical evidence every time it has been looked at that I am aware of, every time, shows that blacks, Hispanics vote in nearly the same number as whites, that men and women vote in the same pattern that they have always voted in. In fact, women are voting more. They've been growing. No one is being restricted. No one is being held back. No American has been denied the ability to vote. Illegal aliens have, and they should. They're not Americans. They don't have a right to vote in our country. And they shouldn't. But that's another thing. Okay. Final thing, folks. We've been on for 5.5 hours. I appreciate each and every person, whether you've been here for 5 minutes or for 5 hours. I appreciate that you've made it this far in the show. If throughout the show you have found anything to be educational and innovative, interesting, entertaining, whatever it takes, if you like this at all, if you've listened to more than 5 minutes of the program, do me a favor, just hit that like and subscribe. That's all you have to do. It costs you nothing. And if we've provided any value to you, if you've listened for more than 5 minutes, then please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. It makes a world of difference for me. It helps me so much to be able to pay for my food, pay for my dog, pay for the lights. And I appreciate that. And if you have an extra $1.50 a month, you can become a member of our Patreon. They get discounts on some of the clothing that the clothing line we're starting to put out there. They get to, we're looking to do member episodes where they come in and they're online and they get to talk with me about whatever it is in politics that they want to. And we'll have that as a members only live stream. I'm working towards that. So some of the benefits of being a member. Now, final thing is Kash Patel. I want to really get rid of this idiocy, this craziness. So some on the left are trying to say that Kash Patel was removed, keyword, removed as acting ATF director. That's not true. And it's not, and they're trying to infer. And if you look at the left-leaning news media, you will see, they will say, well, this is because Kash Patel is on the outs. Kash Patel did something wrong. Trump doesn't like Kash Patel. Kash Patel is in trouble in some way, shape, or form. That's what they want you to believe. That's not the truth. Kash Patel was a temporary. He was the acting director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, and Explosives, otherwise known as the ATF. He was a placeholder. He was never meant. He is the director of the FBI, which takes up all of his time. That's his job. That's what he was nominated for. That's what he got confirmed for. He is the director of the FBI. That's his job. And because there was an open slot at the time, since it's important, the ATF is important to the nation, trying to fight against terrorism, to fight against bomb threats. They overreach absolutely on the Second Amendment. They are a problem. The ATF is one of the direct threats to the Second Amendment in this nation, and that comes from the government, absolutely. But they do have a job, and they do that job very well when it comes to tobacco, alcohol, explosives. They're very good. Firearms, not so much. So he took that job because there was no one else there. That was never supposed to be his job. They're like, he got removed. He was never supposed to be there. He was filling in. It's not his job. Of course he didn't get removed. He stepped out of the way so that the Army Secretary, Daniel Driscoll, could be put into that role, that he could be lifted up and he would do the job. They were trying to figure out who to put in charge of the ATF. It isn't because Kash Patel did a bad job. It's not because that he had a problem with the Trump administration. It's because he was never supposed to be there. And he spent his time doing the work of the FBI. If you go through this entire argument, trying to say, oh my God, Kash Patel, he's so bad. He's doing such a bad job, blah, blah. Yeah, Kash Patel wasn't there. He was so busy being, where is it? Here it is. So at the very bottom of the article from Reuters, on the day of his swearing in, Patel spent about an hour at the ATF headquarters because it's not his job. And he said, well, while he's there, the policy of the President of the United States is that they should be arresting violent gang members, which goes along with the Trump administration policies. This is what Trump got elected for. He wanted to focus not on American citizens, the 99.994% of Americans who are lawful gun owners, but to focus on violent gang members, which are responsible for a large number of the deaths every year. In fact, black on black homicides, about 6,000 of them happen every year. And that's gang-related death, almost every single one. Every year, there's about 6,000 black people who get killed because of gang violence alone. Where do I get that number from? The FBI. That is something they have been tracking for decades. The number almost never changes. It goes up slightly. It's maybe ticking up slightly, but the number is very consistent. Between 6,000 and 7,000 black people are killed because of gang violence every single year. And Kash Patel went in because the president said, let's arrest those violent gang members. Let's get them off the streets because that will lower the number of firearm homicides in America. In particular, you can just go to, if you just focus on Detroit, Baltimore, and Chicago, you can cut the number of black people dying because of gang homicides. You can cut it in half, if not more. You want to solve some of the gun problems in America? Baltimore, Detroit, and Chicago. There's your answer. You go to those three cities, you can cut down the number of deaths by half. That's it. And most of that is going to be focusing on gang violence. And so that's what Kash Patel did. He said, this is the president's directive. This is what he got elected to do. Focus on these criminal gang members and their firearm crimes, not law-abiding citizens, because they're not the problem. And then he didn't have a presence, again, according to Reuters, he didn't have a presence in the ATF since the day he got sworn in, which is when he got sworn in for FBI director. Well, what a shock. He has a job that he was hired for, that he was confirmed for. He's doing his job. This wasn't his job. This wasn't his priority. He gave them the mission. The mission is arrest violent gang members. That's the mission. He went off to do his job over at the FBI. Whether he's doing it well or not, that's another argument. Until they get someone else, that was the only thing they needed to focus on. We're not even in the first 100 days. The only mission they needed to focus on was the promise by President Trump to the American people, which was to target the gangs, the violent gangs that are one of the leading causes of death in America, and in particular, minority death in America. What else does he need to do? What else does he need to focus on? He doesn't need to be there for anything else. They've got their mission. That's their job. Go get it done. I'm going to go and do my job. Keep doing that job until there are no more violent gang members that we need to arrest. Guess what? They didn't get that number yet. They haven't finished that mission yet. So it's not a problem. They don't need any other direction. So there was a leadership vacuum in the ATF. Well, they addressed it. They put the Army, what is he? Sergeant, what was he? He was Army, let me get it right. Army Secretary Daniel Driscoll. So they put him in. Oh, we still need other things to get done. We need someone there because it's not, we need more people to handle some of the other issues besides arresting the violent gang members. Okay, well, that's more than what Kash Patel can do. He's got to handle the entire FBI. So, all right, he can't do both of those things and do them well. He can't be efficient at both jobs. He's working with the government, so I can understand. You want to be more efficient, you need someone else. So now they put someone in the job. He was always going to be temporary. This is like when they say the stupidity about Elon Musk, that, oh, Elon Musk, he's abandoning the Trump administration. He's abandoning politics. No, he's not. He had a contract as a special government employee that says that he can only work for the government for 130 days. That's it. He isn't abandoning anything. That is a legal restriction on Elon Musk. The fact that he's living up to the restriction by the government on when he can work, that's not he's in trouble with the Trump administration. Trump could be giving up the entire government to Elon Musk and say, run it all, and Elon Musk would still have to step down in 130 days. He could have complete control of the United States, and in 130 days, he would have to step down. He doesn't get the choice. It doesn't matter whether he wants to stay. It doesn't matter if Doge is effective or not. He has to. By law, he must step down. And he's doing that. He's following the law. Kash Patel is in charge of the FBI. That's what he was confirmed for. That's his job, not the ATF. This should be simple stuff, folks. This really should. But the news media, they have to try and gin this up. They have to make it seem like there is a problem where there isn't. They have to make you be afraid. They have to make it seem like Orange Man bad because they have an agenda. They want Democrats to win elections, and they're not, because Democrats have failed the American people. They failed in the 4 years with the Biden-Harris administration. They have failed for decades on issues like gun control. They have failed. So people are not voting for Democrats because Democrats are more focused on saying, you're a sexist, you're a racist, you need to shut up. And guess what? Most people aren't racist or sexist. They're not an ist or a phobe, and we all know that. That's why those words don't mean as much as they used to. In the 1980s, that meant something when you said you're an ist, you're a phobe. That meant something. You say it in 2025, it doesn't mean anything anymore. No one cares. And that's because of Democrats. Because everyone is an ist and a phobe if you don't obey whatever Democrat says. That's what this is about. Let me see. So I know, let's see, Dow had a couple things to say about this, and then I'm going to be done. Dow said, if an illegal alien can get driver's licenses and state IDs, like in New York, which they do, then having the real ID might cut down on illegal fraud. No, I don't think so. They'll just get real IDs. Or it can be abused by the state who will be controlling their bureaucratic offices that are the issuers. That's more likely. They'll just give the illegal aliens state real IDs, and the public will pay for it. Anecdotally, a woman has tried to apply for a real ID for the last 5 years. She was the required notarized. She has the required notarized documentation and has been denied every time. So there's a woman who's been trying to get the real ID, and the government keeps screwing up. In New York State, I'm not surprised. She probably has a typo. Literally, in New York State, if you have a typo, if your name has a middle initial, say you have a middle name. I don't know, if you're a woman, it could be Tracy. If you're a guy, it could be Joe. And if your ID shows instead of your full middle name, and it just has the initial, then that's going to get bounced. You won't be able to get the ID because that's not your legal name. If there's a punctuation, if your middle name has a letter and a dot, like some people don't have real middle names, they just have something like middle initial D, dot. So your name could be George.Jetson. Okay. And if you go for a New York ID, and if you don't fill out the document that says this ID, real ID, is for George D. Jetson, then they will revoke it. That you'll start the process all over again. So if you could have George D. no dot Jetson, that will not work. New York State will bounce it, say you're not the real person. It's not a real ID. You have to start the entire process over. That's like if you're getting a gun license, a driver's license, you're trying to get a professional business license in New York State, they'll bounce you because you forgot the dot. That's the truth. It's ridiculous. Dow says that woman, in that case, when seeking answers as to how her documentation trail does not qualify her, they refuse to produce any criteria. She is now seeking redress. She's suing. Good. Grace says Democrats are still requiring absolute submission from the party members. Why they want to keep everyone from voting, whether they're eligible or not. You have to stay on the plantation. You have to vote Democrat. It's just like this guy Jackson, as I was showing you. He has no proof. He's just spouting basically slurs. He's just saying, if you don't agree with him, you must be a racist because he said so and he's black. So that's it. He's black and he's elected. So he must be right, except he has no proof. And all the evidence that we have seen. In fact, Nancy Mace, who's a representative out of Texas, about 3 years ago, 2022, was at a congressional hearing with lawmakers, local state-level lawmakers in Texas. And she was going over the statistics in Texas. These state Democrats were saying, these are the state Democrats that ran away from their job rather than there was legislation that Republicans were going to win. The Texas state legislature, all the Democrats left, went to Washington, D.C. and said it's because of racism, because this is going to stop black people from voting. And Nancy Mace pulled out all the data during a congressional hearing and quoted the registration numbers, exactly how many white people, how many black people, how many Hispanics were registered to vote. She pulled out the numbers on how many white people vote, how many black people actually vote, how many Hispanics actually vote. The numbers are almost exactly the same. Same thing for Georgia as well. So this is all crap. All right. Grace says that she has to show ID to her family, to a family physician that she's known for 30 years, just to have the insurance pay for it. No shot. I'm not shocked. But what I was focusing on is just to show you the lies that are being told to you, that you're not supposed to question. You're not supposed to think about it. You're not supposed to ask, why are these candidates, these local and state level and federal candidates, why do they not get the same attention that the Democrats get from the news media that have a political objective? They have an agenda and they won't tell you that. I mean, it'd be different if they literally came out and said, look, we're pro, CNN, MSNBC. We're pro Democrats, if not progressives, and so we're just not going to cover any of the other candidates. That would at least be honest. At least then I would understand why they're not covering people like Tariq Goodman or Jason Murillo or Edwina Herrera or Curtis Sliwa. I would understand why they're not doing interviews with them. They're at least honest then. At least then they would be honest with the public and say, yeah, there are other candidates. You do have other choices, but they don't like those choices because they are in favor of Democrats. So they're not going to show you those choices because they have a bias. At least then they're being honest. And then it's at least more fair. Now people know, well, those people exist at least. Maybe I want to see if there's an interview. Maybe someone else did an interview. No, rather they would say there is no one else. No one else exists. It's only the Democrats that exist. No one else is running because no one else in New York State, in New York City, no one else wants to run for any elected office anywhere. Nobody else cares. Just the Democrats. That is such hogwash. I don't know. All right. So, folks, we've got 8 minutes. 8 minutes. I'm going to stop at 6 hours. We went over today. And as you can see, the camera is not great. The lighting, not perfect. In case people have been wondering, why has the image quality gone down? I'm not using the main camera I usually use. And that's because my computer died again on, it was April 5th. The day before my birthday and my live stream then, my main computer just died. Windows 11 killed it. Blue screen of death, could not save any data, could not get anything. I had to take it into a specialist. And so my computer was down. And I tried everything I could think of to try and save my computer. Could not do it. I had to take it in. It took a couple of days. I have over 8 terabytes. I have 9 terabytes. About 9 terabytes of data that I have on my computer. 9 terabytes. That's a lot. That's videos, events, photos, plus programs like editing software and such that I use to cover different events to do my job. And so that took forever for that to be resolved. No problem. Now that I got my computer back, which I got back Friday, I had to try and reinstall all the programs that I lost. Plus, I lost some data. I lost a couple hundred gigabytes of data, videos and photos. I lost a bunch of stuff. About a couple hundred gigs, maybe about 400 gigs of data. I know that sounds like a lot. Not that much for me. I still have 8 terabytes of information. I had 9. I now have 8 terabytes of data, but I lost 400 gigs in total, about 400 gigabytes of photos and data and information and programs. And so I'm trying to reinstall everything. And that obviously it was not going to happen this weekend. It's going to take more time. That's why I have my backup camera, which is why I keep looking to the right, because that's where my camera usually is. But my camera's in front of me right now. And that's why the lighting's not quite right, because I have the camera in front of me. It's pointing the wrong way. My green screen's actually over to my left. So it's not, everything's off. That being said, that's why it looks a little different. But I appreciate that you guys are here with me, because I had to do it. I had to do the show. We've been going 8 years now. And I wasn't going to let something like my computer not working, not having the perfect image, to stop me. So I'm doing everything I can to work around the issues with the constraints of money that I have, because I'm not rich. I'm not funded by I don't get state funding for anything. I don't get, I don't see any of the news agencies. They're not willing to help out. So I've got to do it on my own. So I'm doing the best I can. But it's important to have these conversations, and that's why I did. Let me again mention and bring up one more time that, as you can see, on my birthday, we raised between YouTube and in PayPal, we raised $321 and some change for the in total. And I promised that for every $10, I was going to donate $4.68, which represents my date of birth, 4668. That I was going to donate $4.68 on the total that we raised. Not the net total I got in my pocket, but the gross total, the revenue. And this is how, by the way, they mix up revenue and profits. Whenever your politicians talk about it, they always quote the gross revenue, and they'd never tell you that they're actually talking about the net profit. But that's another thing. So we raised a total of $321. And after YouTube taking out, it looks like it's going to be about 35%. They're taking out over a third of all the money that was donated. That means we'll get about $178 from YouTube alone. In total, that means I'm going to be donating about $150, $155 to the Jericho Project, because that's based on the total that we were able to raise on my birthday. And that's going to be, and I'm just going to use the total here. The additional $20, that's going to go to me getting the Dune MMO. That's my birthday gift. That's the gift that you guys were able to fund for me. Fixing my computer, which cost a couple $100, that came out of my pocket. And that's why I'm going to be eating peanut butter for the rest of the month. That's okay. I can live with that. But I just want you to understand exactly where the money came from and exactly how I am spending money. This is not for me to have a party. I'm not getting rich off this. I want you to have the proof. And once we get those final numbers, which should be the end of this month, YouTube will give me the money. And once I get that, I'm going to do a video and I will show you me giving the money to the Jericho Project. I will put all of the numbers in front of you so that you will see exactly every dollar that we raised and where that money went to. Because we like to give you full transparency. And I know politicians don't usually do that. Most channels won't do that. They won't show you where the money went. Well, I'm going to show you where the money went. And I can tell you right now, it's about $150, $155 based on the current estimate. That's the donation we're going to be making to the Jericho Foundation. And you may think, Mike, that's not a lot of money. I wish I could have done more. We can donate more. You can always donate, super chat or go to PayPal and you'll see the link in the description. You can always donate more and we'll give that over to Jericho Project. Absolutely. Or, but until then, we're going to make sure every dollar that we can, we're going to give to them. So, I like that. Joel says, Hunter Biden knows a guide to fix your laptop. I wish. It's actually a PC computer, but yeah, I get the joke. I love it. I like that. All right, folks. So, wanted to update you on that. We're giving you 100% transparency on everything we do. I appreciate each and every one of you. If you can, please, I know you can. If you've watched the show for more than 5 minutes, like, share, and most of all, subscribe. Help us to reach more people. We have an international audience. People in Sweden, in North Korea, in Japan. We have people watching the program throughout Africa and throughout Europe, United Kingdom, Canada, Mexico. We've got people across the world. Chile are just a few places that I can name right off the top of my head that I know we have audience members watching. Thailand, we have people who are watching, like Happy Life. By the way, Happy Life, I didn't say I want you to be well. I know everything's basically done with the earthquake there. Just keep on giving me a high sign. Let me know that you're okay overseas in Thailand. So we've got audience members everywhere. And for the Patreon members, keep checking in because we're going to be having more discounts that we're going to provide as we increase the amount of clothing. I have to design more images for the clothing line, and we're going to be putting that out. Discounts will be going out to the Patreon members. They are Patreon exclusive. And I want to hear from the Patreon members. Do you want to do a monthly member-only live stream where that means that you guys get to come on to the program and speak with me? I won't be taking questions from anyone else except the Patreon members, and you will be live, kind of like what we did with my birthday, where you saw John Rastusha came onto the program, and he was live. Preston was on. Peace Logic joined us at the end. He's a Patreon member. So something like that. Let me know what you think. With that all said, we've gone 6 hours. We're about 1 hour over what I was expecting to do today, but I enjoy my conversation with you guys. I enjoy having these conversations on these issues. I want to thank you for being my audience because you are the best audience. You're interactive, you're knowledgeable, you question, you keep me sharp, you tell me when you think I'm wrong, you tell me when you think I'm right, and you guys make it possible so that I can make donations to the Jericho Project to help homeless people, to help veterans, to help families in need. I appreciate everything you guys do. And with that said, I've got to keep editing. I've still got more video from the event in the Bronx with some of the other speakers talking about the safety of the public. That's got to get done, and I got some other work that I got to do too. So with that said, I want to say thank you. Everyone, I want you to have a great remainder of your weekend. Don't worry, Monday will go by fast. Have an extra cup of coffee, and we'll get past Monday together. And I'll see you.